We'll start with market. Now we are not going to discuss the types of market, long period, short period market, this and that. So straight away we jump to different types of competition. Different types of competition, perfect competition, monopolistic, oligopoly, and monopoly. To understand, first of all, you have to first find out, they can ask you what is a unique feature of a perfect competition. So unique feature of a perfect competition is that the firms are price taker. Another unique feature of perfect competition is that bolo fatafat, MR equals to AR always. And due to, because firms are price taker, you have got a straight line demand curve. Right. Now their equilibrium concept comes, and then profit, point of profit and loss. So understand, first of all, perfect competition, there are large number of small sellers. Small sellers, why? Because any individual firm cannot affect the market price to their output decision. There is no price discrimination. The firms are price taker. The firms can only earn abnormal profit. Abnormal profit or supernormal profit will never be able to earn, whether in the short, in the long run. Losses can happen in any business. There will be no entry barrier. It means price barrier will not be there. Any firms can easily enter and exit the market. Right. These are the main features. Then additional features, there is perfect mobility of factor inputs. It means what? That factors of production are very easily available in the market. So, I mean, mobile in the market. That's why we took two assumptions. What assumptions? People have perfect knowledge about the market and there is absence of transportation or communication cost. Now, as far as equilibrium of the industry goes, we know equilibrium of the industry will be achieved at the point wherein the supply curve and the demand curve, they match. All right. This is the equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. But this equilibrium quantity, when it's given to the, I mean, this price which is given to the firm, when we take it to the firm, and then we have to find out what is the, here your revenue and cost, and here is your output. Now, this price is given by the market. So we know that in a perfect competition, AR will be equals to MR, and AR curve is also known as the demand curve. How do you think that a business will determine its own equilibrium? By comparing the marginal cost with marginal revenue. Here our focus is marginal revenue and marginal cost. So if suppose the price is here given by the market is 10 rupees, I cannot sell at more or less than 10 rupees. So I am a price taker. The only way I can increase my profit is by increasing my sales or by increasing efficiency that decreases my average cost of production and also the marginal cost of production. So if I'm producing over here, my average cost is lowest, my marginal cost is lowest, I'm incurring, let's say, 3 rupees of marginal cost, but this is the level of output and this is my marginal revenue. So marginal revenue is 7 rupees above the marginal cost. I'm in the positive zone. If I increase my output further, you'll see my marginal cost is increasing, but still it is lower than my marginal revenue. I further increase the output, I find out still my marginal cost is increasing, but I'll not be worried because still I'm in the positive territory, because for every additional unit sold, I'm getting more than what is the cost that I incur in producing that particular extra unit. And finally, I reach this point. This considered as the point of profit maximization. It means this is the point wherein the maximum revenue that I could generate, I have already generated. I should not go beyond this point. It means doesn't mean that I should stop producing. It means I will stick to this point. Because if I go beyond this point and produce more number of units, you'll see my marginal cost is escalating significantly above my marginal revenue. It means to produce one additional unit, I have to incur more cost than the revenue that I'll generate when I sell that particular unit. So when marginal cost is more than marginal revenue, what we have to do? We have to decrease the level of output. And when marginal revenue is more than marginal cost, then I have to increase my level of output. So I should try to achieve where MR is equals to MC. MR equals to MC, because this will give me a hint or an idea that I have reached the point of profit maximization. So what are the points we have written there? If MR is more than MC, you should increase the level of output. If MC is more than MR, then you should decrease the level of output. And you should try to achieve MR equals to MC. MR equals to MC, which is known as equilibrium or point of profit maximization. This is the point everybody should target, every seller should target. Correct? Understood? And then MC curve. Now remember, easy way to remember, any average cost, any marginal cost or average cost, whatever, it is cut always from the below, and productivity curve is cut from the above. It means MP will cut the AP from above, but MC will cut the MR from below. So MC cuts MR and AR from below. Now that is a double plus one. You will always get a question from here. Keep that in mind. Then we came to the concept of profit and loss, abnormal profit and abnormal loss. Even if you forget the diagram, no problem. You can forget the diagram, but you have to remember these 3 points, which are also very, very important. That is, when AR is equals to AC or ATC, then you have normal profit. All right, it's not no profit, it is normal profit. When AR is more than AC or ATC, you have got supernormal or abnormal profit. And when AR is equals to AC or ATC, you get less than AC or ATC, you get loss. Or if AC is way higher than AR, then you can also get abnormal loss. All right. Now the question comes, if AR is equals to AC or ATC, how it is normal profit? What did I tell you? Because we are getting zero economic profit, but there is a normal accounting profit. So if I do not consider the implicit cost, still I'm getting profit. Clear? Hai? All right. This is also double plus one. All right. Double plus one, it means very, very high chance. Clear? Now one question from equilibrium, one question from here. They will ask you, how did I tell you to remember? If the word maximum or equilibrium is there, it is related to MR, AC, MC and MR question. If the word equilibrium missing is only profit loss, abnormal profit or loss is given, then you have to mark looking at AR, ATC. ठीक है? And long run, short run मैं कैसे बताया था? Remember रखने के लिए? The word scale. The word scale is there. It has to be long run. Short run का सारा option eliminate करने का. The word scale is missing. It has to be short run. All right. Clear? All right. So now on and off, that is plus minus one, one question. It means आ सकता है, नहीं भी आ सकता है. They will try to ask you what is the difference between pure and perfect competition. Pure and perfect competition का difference क्या है? Pure competition will have all the characteristics of perfect competition. Only assumptions that you have taken in perfect competition will not be held good. So clear. So in this 7-8 minutes that we have covered, 2 questions covered for you. All right, that's a +2 mark. Please do not go wrong on these questions. Clear. Then we come to the monopolistic market. Monopolistic market has similar characteristic to perfect competition, some similar, not all. First, again, there are large number of small sellers, large number of small sellers. In monopolistic market also, the firms are considered small because why we call it small, by the way? Because any individual firm cannot change the market price and cannot change its level of output to affect the market price. I am producing bingo potato chips. मैं बोलेगा नहीं प्रोड्यूस करेगा, बोले नो प्रॉब्लम, नहीं प्रोड्यूस करो, लेज अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा देगा. Do you think if ITC doesn't produce Sunfish biscuit, the price of biscuit will escalate in the market? एक गुड डे का बिस्किट 500 रुपए में मिलेगा तो बैड डे बिस्किट बोलेगा फिर उसको मैं. तो no more is a good day biscuit. It will never happen. It will never happen. बाबा रामदेव बोला मैं शैम्पू नहीं बनाएगा. So do you think he will not be able to keep a long hair? He will still keep a long hair because other shampoo is available. Correct? All right. So, but if Baba Ramdev is the only one who is producing shampoo, तो बाबा blackmail कर सकता है. All right. मेरे जैसा बाल चाहिए तो मेरा ही shampoo लगाओ. All right. क्या क्या बोला? अभी बाबा जीन्स पहन के नहीं घूम रहे, घूमेगा तो घबराओ मत थोड़ा दिन में. Right. It only takes time for Baba to come up with the orange jeans. All right. Clear. So it does not happen because if I'm a monopolist, then if Baba decreases the output, then people will have said, Baba, please produce kar do, thoda baal kharab ho raha hai. But otherwise, people will go and buy some other shampoo. So similar characteristic between perfect competition and monopolistic competition. Second, similar characteristic is that what in perfect competition and monopolistic competition, there is no price barrier. entry and exit is free. Nobody can create a barrier and block the entry. What barrier? Price barrier. The moment a seller tries to enter, I will lower the price. He will start incurring losses because he's a new seller. He cannot sell at a much lower price. I have been a monopolist in the market. I've been exploiting. So you cannot. So I have a lot of profit. When you are wiped out of the market, I will increase the price again. But what are the remaining characteristics? That you see, entire world market has become monopolistic in nature, which theory we have studied in international trade, which talks about the entire world market, or it has become a monopolistic market wherein the concept of comparative advantage, disadvantage no more work. We'll study that comparative advantage, disadvantage today. New trade theory. Very good. New trade theory, wherein the market has become a monopolistic market. So the entire market around us, we are swimming in a monopolistic market, because any product which is sold by 10 or more firms is a monopolistic market. And if you realize that whatever you have purchased in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I'm not saying all, but more than 95 or 98% of the goods are sold in a monopolistic market. All right. Next, again, the firm may earn abnormal profit, may earn. Only why? Due to unique characteristic of the product. Apple लाया, बोला कि हाँ इसमें है, अभी देखो ये फोन ऑन करेगा, आपका चेहरा दिखेगा, लेकिन आप गायब हो जाएगा, इनविजिबल हो जाएगा. Any weird feature Apple can launch, of course it will not happen. But what they will come next, I don't know. Maybe 20 cameras at the back. So people will say 20 कैमरा पीछे मैं लेगा अभी. Alright, कैमरा अपने आप फोटो लेगा. मैं बोलेगा नहीं तब भी फोटोग्राफ लेगा. People will go crazy and they were willing to pay 1,80,000 for the phone. But everybody will follow the same nonsense and then the price will come down. So they can earn in the short run of normal profit, never in the long run. Long run means if normal profit, losses of normal losses can happen at any point in time. Correct. But the most important characteristic you'll find that here, two most important characteristics: goods are similar but non-identical. Means very close substitute or maybe close substitute you can find, but identical good perfect substitutes not find here. Now this particular characteristic is similar to oligopolistic market. Alright, similar to oligopolistic market. Another one characteristic is also similar to oligopolistic market. We call it a non-price competition. Non-price competition meaning advertisement plays a very, very important role. Even today in India and the rest of the world, there are some companies whose advertisement cost is way higher than their prime cost. It means their cost of production से कहीं ज़्यादा उनका advertisement cost. There are companies, by the way. Alright. So you see, ASICS has launched its shoes in India 3 years back. But at what price ASIC is selling its shoe? 15,000, 20,000, 30,000. I mean, is it the bloody cost of manufacturing a shoe? But yes, it is working on one thing. महंगा है तो अच्छा है. Very good brand, very comfortable shoe, better than Nike, Adidas and Reebok. But 25,000, 15,000, 18,000 after discount, you are selling a shoe. Japanese brand है, but people are willing to pay. Why? Advertisement से पागल हो गए. हाँ. So advertisement plays a very, very important role in this market. Remember, one characteristic that cross elasticity of demand for goods in a monopolistic market will be very high because there are large number of substitutes. Remember, we studied that when large number of substitutes are available, people have more choice making power. मैं टूथपेस्ट खरीदने का क्या खरीदेगा? 50 different variety of toothpaste है. I have great choice making power. मैं नमक वाला नहीं लेगा, मैं कुछ और लेगा, पानी पूरी वाला टूथपेस्ट लेगा. अवेलेबल आएगा, थोड़े दिन में आएगा, घबराओ मत. ऑलराइट. मैं बोला था बहुत समय पहले कि फटा हुआ जीन्स आ रहा है, देखो फटा हुआ शर्ट भी आएगा, आ गया. मार्केट में मिल रहा है, बैंगलोर में मिल रहा है. ये जयनगर आगे जाएगा ना, मेन औरबिंदो रोड में आपको कुछ शॉप से मिलेगा फटा हुआ शर्ट. यहाँ फटा, वहां फटा, यहाँ फटा. ऑलराइट. क्लियर. अभी क्या है कि जितना ज्यादा फटेगा उतना महंगा होगा. तो अभी रास्ते में आपको सब भिखारी दिखेंगे. ऑलराइट. तो ऐसा ही होगा. एंड literally I was shocked. Somebody told me and I faced it, that person also in JP Nagar. This bugger roaming and begging with a QR code. मैं बोला सोच मजाक कर रहा है, but it happened to me that sir, QR code, blind man, money चाहिए. Alright, begging with a QR code. बैंक अकाउंट भी है कि बेगर के पास, याद रखने का. So and there is a new scam in Bangalore that is happening. Everybody is moving around with a laminated certificate. Laminated certificate. No, if your heart says you give money, no problem at all. Just don't give money because he is like, abhi people what they are doing, they are using feviquick or to stick their eyes and say blind है, blind बन के घूम रहा है. Yes, it is happening. ये दिल्ली का ट्रिक है, बहुत पहले से मेरे को पता था. Right, it happened. Right, there was a one person who came begging. तो वो अपने बच्चा को लेके घूम रहा था. माय फ्रेंड सेड क्या ये वी आर लकी एंड हिज पेरेंट्स, बहुत इमोशनल था वरुण, अगेन सेम गाय. तो नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड, ही गेव हिम मनी. बोला भाई स्टूडेंट लाइफ में पैसा नहीं है, 200 रुपीज बिग डील फॉर अस. 200 रुपीज दे दिया. घर से 7-8 थाउजेंड रुपीज आता है मंथली एक्सपेंडिचर ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम. 200 दे दिया. बोला ठीक है दे दिया, मेरे से भी पैसा लेके दे दिया. Then we shifted to another flat after 4 years, and he said that I want to get this surgery done for my kid in just 1 week and he'll be fine. We said, ठीक है दे दिया. After 2-3 years, we shifted to another flat, and the same guy is again roaming with his kid. We saw it from the third floor. Varun saw. मैं बोला वरुण को, बोला वरुण देख यही बंदा है ना, इसका सर्जरी अभी तक नहीं हुआ. He got angry. He said, "Oi, look!" And he started to rush. This bugger realized what happened to him. वो बच्चे को उठा रहा, बच्चा और बाप दोनों भाग रहा है दौड़ के. So I always give to old people. All right. So now what happens here, that advertisement plays a very important role, very important role. Perfect mobility of factor input may or may not be there, but cross elasticity of demand is very high. Large number of substitutes is available, but the demand curve will be डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग एंड मोर इलास्टिक. क्या बोला था, ये AR कर्व है विच इज द डिमांड कर्व, डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग एंड more elastic. Elasticity will be higher because I've told you what, when the demand curve is becoming more and more horizontal, less vertical, elasticity is increasing. When it's becoming more vertical, elasticity is decreasing. So E is greater than 1 due to the reason that large number of substitutes are available, and cross elasticity is also high because of large number of substitutes are available. It means if a seller increases the price by 10%, demand will fall down by more than 10%. Clear? So, and again the concept of MRMC is remaining the same as I've told you before as well. You change the nature of accounting, then the concept of golden rules of accountancy is not going to change. For me as a seller, whether I'm operating in a monopolistic market or monopoly market, मेरा additional cost is 20 rupees I've incurred and I'm going to sell at 21 rupees. So it means 1 rupee मेरा profit, 1 rupee is my revenue over the cost. So I will continue to produce. So same logic is there. If MR more than MC, you should increase the output. If MC is more than MR, you should decrease the output, and you should try to achieve the point where MR equals to MC. And in this case also, MC curve will cut MR and AR curve from below. Only difference is that now in this case, MR and AR curve are different. They are not the same. Right. Now we come to monopoly. Monopoly may, remember, price discrimination is rampant. But price discrimination, why I'm doing? Because I have market power. So monopoly also means market power. There is one seller, one unique feature, many unique feature. One unique feature you will find, one of the unique feature, that there is no difference between the firm and industry. Firm and industry are exactly the same, right? But that is not there in any other competition. Here also you will find a downward sloping demand curve, but it will be less elastic or inelastic, and cross elasticity will be zero. Demand will be inelastic, but cross elasticity of demand will be zero because there are no substitutes available. The firm is a price maker, of course. The firm is not a small firm. It's a very large firm having dominant control over the market. Monopoly can happen due to many reasons. I am controlling the supply of the raw material. I have a monopoly. The government has given me contract because government wants production to happen in a big way so that long run average cost curve can go down as much as possible for the benefit of the people. Right. Government has given me the patent right, copyright और trademark. Correct. अभी देखा ना इंडिगो महिंद्रा पे लॉसूट फाइल कर दिया ना, नहीं सुना? One of the electric vehicles of Mahindra, they call it BE6E. नहीं सुना? इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल देखा ना लॉन्च हो रहा महिंद्रा का, तो BE6E. 6E is a trademark for Indigo. जो ट्रैवल किया इंडिगो में 6C बोलते हैं ना, 6C is the code for Indigo. They filed a lawsuit, but Mahindra is saying that if we are selling a different product, then there is no competition between us. Why you are suing us? So the reason is simple. Indigo wants popularity. As simple as that. Because in the world, you see, BlackBerry, when it was a phone maker, Canadian company, there was another US firm which was also BlackBerry, known BlackBerry, but वो cloth and apparel बनाता था, BlackBerry फोन बनाता था. अब ऐसा तो नहीं होगा ना कि BlackBerry फोन लेके गया और पैंट लेके आ गया वापस. अरे ऐसा भी तो नहीं होगा ना, मैं महिंद्रा का गाड़ी खरीदने गया, बोला नहीं चलो अभी घूम के आता है दिल्ली से, गाड़ी नहीं खरीदेगा. तो इट्स ऑल अ गिमिक. बट यस, the court will listen. These idiots are wasting court's time. They are in important cases, they are filing cases, the idiots. So what can you do? Already the courts are laden with so much of case. क्या हो गया, 6E यूज हो गया तो क्या प्रॉब्लम है? एक ब्लडी अल्फा न्यूमेरिक डिजिट है एंड इज नॉट फ्लाइंग एन एरोप्लेन. दैट आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. अब सपोज विस्टारा आ जाता, 6E देता, दैट अंडरस्टैंडेबल, पीपल गेट कंफ्यूज. But yes, government can give you the patent right, copyright to use this. That can also create a monopoly. All right. So, and also monopolies can discriminate in very various ways. We'll go to that point. Now, what happens in case of monopoly? The firm can earn abnormal profit even in the long run. Forget about the short run, even in the long run. But if I say in one of the option, is it true or not? A monopolist क्या बोला था? Monopolist is one who is having a monopoly. A monopolist can never incur losses. True? False. I've made you a right. I've given you a note. Losses and abnormal losses can happen in any business under any circumstances. You see, Indian Railways is a monopoly of the government of India. Is it running at a profit? The answer is no. Atomic energy is also a monopoly of the government of India. Is it running at a profit? No, it is running at a loss. But government wants to run it a loss because government's intention is not profit making. For atomic energy, we are not privatizing because it's a matter of national security. For Indian Railways, we are not privatizing because many people will not be able to afford when a private sector takes up that railway and increases the fare. All right. So abnormal profit can usually will be earned. There will be a strong barrier to entry. Price barrier will be created by the monopolist. And price discrimination we have seen already. In a monopoly, you will find that the demand curve in a monopolistic market, which was like this, AR curve aise tha na. In case of monopoly, the AR curve will be like this. More vertical, less horizontal because of inelastic of elasticity of demand. It means क्या हो जाएगा ऐसे, अगर monopolist यहाँ charge करता है P0 and this is its quantity demanded Q0, even if monopolist increases the price from P0 to P1, what is the fall in quantity demanded? Very small fall in quantity demanded compared to the increase in price. Understood? So because E is less than 1, he will always charge a higher price. You see, no, when E is less than 1, and if I increase the price, let's say by 20%, quantity demanded is going to fall down by 5%. Quantity demanded will fall, but still I will make around 15% of additional revenue. Will I not make? Yes. But if the demand is elastic, can I increase the price by 20%? My demand will fall down by 50-60%. In that case, I have to reduce the price. All right, understood? So monopolies will always be in a position to underproduce. By underproducing, they will be in a position to exploit the market. So that's why in most of the countries of the world, there are regulatory institutions, as it is in India, statutory organization that is created specifically to stop any kind of monopoly in any sector that might arise due to acquisitions, mergers or amalgamation. If today Ola and Uber wants to merge, CCI से उसको permission नहीं देगा. Right. And in not only that, if any company is following anti-competitive practice, then also the CCI can take action against that particular company. Right. वहां पे यूएस में भी they call it antitrust laws. Antitrust laws क्या हुआ सबसे पहले, बहुत पहले माइक्रोसॉफ्ट पे आया था. माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम इट यूज टू कॉल, and then Microsoft, when it was selling Windows and everything, other companies was selling the media player you have to purchase, and millions of dollars of profit these media player companies was making. क्योंकि मैं Windows और इंस्टॉल कर लिया, अभी मेरे को मूवी देखना है सीडी लगा के नहीं देख सकता. Microsoft what it did, it embedded media player, its own media player with the operating system. So they say antitrust law file कर दिया और सारा मीडिया player companies. So what has happened? Microsoft have to settle out of court by paying billions of dollars to these companies. Right? Antitrust laws is बोलते हैं. Anti-competitive practice nobody can indulge in. Right? So government will provide this kind of protection. Now, discrimination. Price discrimination is a characteristic you will find in monopoly. But for price discrimination to happen, again, plus 1 here. Three things have to be fulfilled. What? First, the business must have monopoly power. Second, it should not be possible for anybody to buy from a low price market and sell in a high price market. But the most important one, from where you will definitely or very likely to get the question, that price discrimination depends upon elasticity of demand. In the market where elasticity is higher, you will charge a lower price, and in the market where elasticity is less than 1, you will charge a higher price. Only when elasticity is different in two different markets, you will charge and different price and discriminate between the consumers or in the market. Otherwise you cannot. That is the condition for price discrimination, right? Clear? Next, so price discrimination का यही condition है. Third, again plus 1, in fact double plus 1 in this case, because 3 degrees of price discrimination I've told you. 3 degrees of price discrimination क्या बोला था? First degree wherein exploitative monopolist is highly exploitative and he will charge the highest possible price, so there will be no amount of consumer surplus. So I've told you, monopolies can be divided into two parts. Monopolies can decide either price or output and not both, because it doesn't matter how powerful I am. If I increase the price, the demand will fall down. It will fall down by a small margin, but it will fall down, because if my price goes beyond the buying capacity of somebody, they cannot buy. People die because they don't have money to buy medicine in India, and not only in India, many of the African countries. So I have the option of charging a high price. In that case, the demand will fall down. But if I want to increase the demand for my product, then I have to charge a little lower price. Not too much lower, but I have to charge a little lower. So monopolist can either decide price or output. So in the first case, the monopolist is very powerful and he wants to charge the highest possible price. So consumer knows that he is exploitative. If I want to buy this particular product, I have to pay the higher price. So I'm willing to pay a higher price, and he will charge me a higher price. That will be zero consumer surplus. No consumer surplus at all. But in second case of price discrimination, what will happen? That I will try to sell at a relatively not lower price, relative to what? First degree of price discrimination. So consumers are willing to pay 100 rupees, I may charge 95 rupees, 98 rupees, 97 rupees. I'll not charge 10 rupees. I'll not give 50% discount, 50 rupees charge karega. So there will be some amount of consumer surplus. But the most important kya tha in 3 degrees mein kya tha? Third degree of price discrimination, where discrimination can happen on any case. Right, number of users. Company is buying a software and I have a monopoly in selling that software. If a company is buying, I'm going to charge more money, but if an individual buying, I'm going to charge less money. Different time periods. If suppose during certain time period demand is higher for my product, I will shoot up the price. When the demand is coming down, I will decrease the price. Right, so that is a third degree of price discrimination. On demography, if I'm selling a product used by youngsters in an area wherein 80%, 70% or majority are youngsters, I will charge a higher price. Right, but in that area, if most of them are poor buggers, old buggers, then I will charge a relatively lower price. All right, if I'm selling cosmetic products in an area where more women are there, then I will charge a higher price. More men are there, again I'll charge a higher price, even higher price. Men are spending more money on cosmetics these days than women. Yeah, they are. They are bloody getting waxing done on their feet. Why? Yeah, men are getting done. पता नहीं था आपको? मैं देखा था, मैं देख के I was looking at that and I told my wife, see what you get it done, he is also getting it done. Well, shit. अरे I cannot control myself when I see bleaching कराने के लिए पहुंच गया है. What you'll do? I don't know. So this Karan Johar has made everybody famous. Nothing wrong, get it done. Your life, you can spend the way you want, your money. So now that is third degree of price discrimination. Okay, monopoly over. Oligopolistic market mein, oligopolistic we say up to 10 industries, up to 10 firms are there in the industry. We call it oligopoly. All right. Oligopoly mein kya hota hai? All right. In case of oligopoly, the firms are large. Because if the market is scattered between 10 or less firms, then of course some sellers or many sellers will be a very dominant seller in the market. So small number of large sellers are there, because one individual seller has the power to affect the market by changing their level of output. For example, Jio controls 30-35% of the market. Jio suddenly shut down his business. What will happen? Don't you think Airtel and Vodafone will have a big time? They will increase the fare by 100% next day. If not next day, by 1 week, 10% increase karega har din, right? So then, exploitation will begin in that case. If ITC says I'll not produce cigarette in India, 70-75% controlled by ITC, do you think the companies have capacity to meet that kind of demand? No. So again, the price of cigarette will shoot up to 50-60 rupees per, cigarette. Happy smoking. So now the big companies are very big, control a significant proportion of the market. They can come together to create a very effective barrier. Collusion जिसको बोलते हैं, जहाँ पे syndicate और organized oligopoly कर दिया, there will be a very strong barrier. Why I'm using the word strong? Because in a monopoly you have to fight one seller, but in a oligopoly you have to find the combined might of many sellers. Now remember, when there are only two sellers, it is known as duopoly, but that is a part of oligopoly. Now next is similar characteristic between oligopoly and monopolistic is that similar goods, similar but non-identical goods are sold. But if they ask you a pure oligopoly, then homogeneous goods are sold. Unless they mention pure oligopoly, you will answer the question according to the main point that you written under characteristic of oligopoly. All right. Now another similar characteristic I've told you, non-price competition, where price plays a very important role. Advertisement costs are significantly incurred in the market, as I've told you, given you the example. During that time, which company का example दिया? Coke and Pepsi का. They keep fighting with each other. Complan and Horlicks का, they keep fighting with each other. Ariel and Tide का, they keep fighting with each other. कौन ज़्यादा सादा करेगा? White, Tide या फिर Ariel or whatever. So anyways, they keep fighting with each other. So it's also a non-price competition. Can the business earn supernormal profit? Yes, they may earn supernormal profit. Can it earn in the long run? Yes, they may also earn in the long run. Losses of normal losses can happen at any point in time. But the most important or the unique characteristic of oligopoly, again, you've got double plus and 2 marks here, right? That is kinked demand you get. Kinked demand or indeterminate demand curve. All right. So demand curve is kinked. This is the price and this is the quantity. The demand curve is kinked. It means this leads to price rigidity. Above the kink, elasticity is greater than 1. Below the kink, elasticity is E less than 1. So what happens here? If suppose this is the demand curve for good X. Now good X is price is product at this range, at this level, P0 and Q0. Now what happens if price is increased by A from P0 to P1? You see, quantity demanded falls by a significant or relatively big margin. Why? Because when one seller increases the price, other do not increase the price in the same manner. So when I'm increasing the price, you guys are not increasing the price in the same manner. You are increasing, but I'm increasing the price by 50%. You're increasing by 10-15%. So there is a big price difference. Consumer can find out. Hey, my X ka product khata tha. X increased the price by 50%, but other companies have increased the price by only 10%. What they will do? They will jump the boat. All right. So X will lose a significant proportion of its consumer. As a result, quantity demanded for X will fall significantly. But when X reduces the price, so it means why we call it price rigid. When I increase the price, I am increasing the price. Others are rigid not to increase the price in the same manner. Why? Because they will stand to gain from my action. But when I reduce the price from P0 to P2, let's say I found out that the demand increases from only Q0 to Q2. So now I'm reducing the price by 50%, but the demand is increasing by only 5% or 10% maybe. Why? Because when I reduce the price, now what will happen? You people will begin to lose. Do you want to lose your customer? No. So what you'll do? You will also decrease the price. It means the customer will flow to me only till the time I have reduced the price and you haven't. By the time you very quickly you realize what is happening, you will also decrease the price. So do you think customer flow will come back from you to me? No. So demand curve will bend like this. If I reduce the price and you don't reduce the price, then in that case again E will become greater than 1 and you will lose a large chunk of your consumer. This price rigidity was given by Paul Sweezy. Alright, clear. So this is a plus 2 mark. Remember, above the kink, response of the consumer is more. Below the kink, response of the consumer is less. We call it indeterminate demand curve or price rigidity. Only unique characteristic of oligopoly. And different types of oligopoly I have already explained you. I'm not going to go into that. Just read it. All right. Quick revision note भी mention किया रहेगा उसमें क्या है. उसमें price leadership याद कर लेना. Price leadership is plus 1 again. Price leadership is plus 1. Syndicate and organized oligopoly is again plus 1. Not double plus 1, plus 1. All right. ये क्या हो गया? Now, fifth chapter, business cycle. So remember, from characteristics of business cycle, you're talking about double plus 1 और प्लस 2. राइट. देखो, एक तो 100% आएगा और दो आने का चांसेस भी अच्छा खासा है. राइट. So what are the characteristics of business cycle? First of all, business cycle is a very natural phenomena. Why natural? It's got nothing to do with nature. In a free market economy, rise and fall in the economy continue to happen due to market forces. So business cycle is nothing but natural rise and fall in economic activity. It means the periodic expansion and contraction in the economy. बोले सर, but stages तो चार होता, आप दो क्यों बोल रहा है? Periodic rise and fall में क्यों दो बोल रहा मैं? Stages चार होता है. But if they give you option, which of the following is correct? Business cycle is the periodic expansion and contraction in an economy. Is it true or false? True है. But बोला सर इसमें contraction, इसमें peak और trough तो missing है. Peak and trough are simply the turning point. As I've told you, no economy can be on peak for a very long period of time. Overheating हो जाएगा, collapse हो जाएगा, बर्बाद हो गया economy, hyperinflationary situation हो जाएगा. And no economy can be at a depressionary stage for long. Government will have to do something, otherwise liquidity trap will happen. So the peak or the depression, peak को आप क्या बोलता है? Boom भी और डिप्रेशन को ट्रफ भी आर सिंपली द टर्निंग पॉइंट. सो फोर फेजेस है, बट द major phases are expansion and contraction. That's why we see rise and fall or expansion and contraction. Right. Now it is usually observed in a market economy where government do not control the prices. Next, it has very strong implication or serious consequences upon the well-being of the economy. When business cycle is initiated in any sector, at first that sector will be affected, but eventually it will affect every other sector because everything is intertwined or interlinked. Monsoon खराब होता है, share market भी नीचे गिरेगा. Why? Because 60% of the people, 65-70% of the people are depending on indirectly on agriculture, and 50% directly on agriculture. And if their income falls down, 50% of the people are also buying soap, shampoos, food, cloth, chappals and everything. Then due to fall in demand, the GDP will be adversely affected and everything will come down. So first the farmers will be affected and eventually all other sector will be affected because primary sector is providing the raw material to the secondary sector. Secondary sector का production decrease होगा और secondary sector will say depends on that there is interdependency between secondary and the tertiary sector. Businesses who have taken loan, they will not be able to repay the loan. New businesses will not take the loan anymore to expand. Banks were having hard time to mobilize the money into investment. All right, unemployment will rise and everything will happen. So serious consequences. Can it be predicted? No, it is very difficult to predict business cycle. If anybody says I can predict business cycle, then he is lying. Otherwise, tell me, if I was able to predict कोरोना आने वाला है और सब कुछ, मैं घर बेच के निफ्टी का पुट बाई करके बैठ जाता. करेक्ट. क्योंकि 10-10 रुपए का पुट 3-3 हजार रुपए पे गया था 3-4 दिन में. कैन यू इमेजिन? ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम वन लॉट ऑफ निफ्टी वाज 70 रुपए. तो 700 रुपए का अगर 10 रुपए का पुट है तो 700 रुपए लगा के 3,000 पे गया. तो कैन यू इमेजिन 70 into it means 2,10,000 rupees would have made in 3 days just by putting 700 rupees in one lot. मैं घर बेच के अगर 100 लॉट खरीद के बैठ जाता तो नो बडी कैन प्रिडिक्ट. राइट. तो सारा प्रिडिक्शन. बट यस, understand one thing, that the trend study of business cycle will give us some viewpoint. Businesses rely on business cycle. Why? Because when I check the pattern, there will be some amount of pattern. As I've told you, if I look back 50 years and find out how long expansion happens, and I found out sometime it happened 6 years, sometimes 7 years, sometimes 5.5 years, sometimes 7 years, again 6 years. So pattern मिल गया मेरे को. It means median में calculate करेगा, median आया 6.5 years. If already the economy has been expanding for 6.5 years, will I take any business decision to expand? No, because we have seen that. I'm not saying definitely it will happen, but if last 10 times it has happened, 11 times there is higher mathematical probability. So if I start a business knowing that economy is going up, but is for the downfall of the economy, यहाँ पर मैं कोई business start कर लिया, तो क्या होगा? 1-2 महीना मेरे को बहुत अच्छा मिलेगा, मैं और इन्वेस्ट कर देगा, उसके बाद झूप बंटा हो गया. Clear? So, and if I find out contractionary phase, contraction lies for 3 years, sometimes 3.5 years, sometimes 2 years, 9 months, and so on and so forth. Median आया मेरा 3 साल का. And I find out that contraction has been going on, and we had been already going on for 3 years. 10 times it has happened that around 3 years there is a turning point that happens. Don't you think I will look for signals that tells me that employment data is increasing, GDP slowly started to increase, and then I will make an entry in my business here. So when I make an entry in the business, for 5-6 years my business will grow. I will accumulate enough profit so that when the economy goes down, I can sustain my business. क्योंकि 6 साल में profit अच्छे से कमाया है, I have got a lot of contingency plan. If the economy goes down for 3 years, still I will be able to easily survive. My profitability will come down, but no problem. If I'm entering the business and then profitability will come down, then I'll not be able to sustain. That's why what you don't hear is that 90% or more of the startups fail in India, everywhere in the world. Only we know the successful ones. All right. Only the successful ones we know. Next. So remember, ye turning point. This is the highest level to an economy grow at any particular point in time, and this is the lowest level to which it can fall. And there is no jumping of the sequence. Meaning what? Straight away pick के बाद depression नहीं आ जाएगा. Alright. आप 4th फ्लोर पे है, भले आप सीढ़ी से आएगा या लिफ्ट से आएगा, फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे आपको 3rd फ्लोर 2nd फ्लोर होके आने का है. Will it be possible you can straight away jump from the first floor to the second floor? आप लिफ्ट में कूद भी जाएगा नीचे, तब भी पहले सेकंड फ्लोर, फर्स्ट फ्लोर, एंड डेड. So it is not going to. It is, you will have to come to the second floor and the 3rd floor before you come to. So it means expansion के बाद peak आएगा, उसके बाद ही contraction होगा, and then depression will come, and then you will have recovery. Sometimes it so happens, sometimes no, many times it so happens that economy goes up and depression ज्यादा नहीं होता है, थोड़ा सा होके फिर ऊपर भाग जाते हैं. Alright, and sometimes the economy may fall by a very large margin, then we'll call properly depression हमको बोलते हैं. If the economy falls by a small margin then rises up again, we say recession से recovery हो गया. So always remember, significant fall in economic growth is not depression, it is recession. Recession is the advanced stage of contraction and just before depression. Alright, so significant contraction we call it depression. Alright, next, the most important again, here +1 marks out of that 2 marks that we are talking about. The demand for everything do not get affected in the same manner when there is a change in the business cycle. I've told you what? Demand for everything gets affected, but not in the same manner. There are 2 category of goods, X and Y. X में आता है capital goods and investment goods. दूसरा में आता है luxury goods. And third में आता है durable goods. The demand for these goods will be affected more during expansion because when your income is increasing, you will be attracted to these. But the demand for these will also get affected. Here you have non-durable goods and you have services, but it will be affected less. Likewise, when the economy is going into recession and contraction, you cannot give up the consumption of these goods. Demand will fall down, but in relatively lesser proportion compared to fall in the demand of these goods. So it means good X category, that is capital, investment, luxury and durable goods, will be affected more during any expansion and contraction compared to non-durable goods and services. What happened? non-durable goods and services. Next. Now, these are the characteristics that you have to keep in mind. All right. And business cycle क्या बोला था? Synchronic, it will affect every sector of the economy, not only production and consumption, but employment, interest, and everything. Now the question comes with interest rate and money. Remember, banks have a commodity which is money. If I'm selling this pen, this is my commodity. So if I have more of this commodity, then I want to sell more. So what will I do to sell more? I will decrease the price. But when I decrease the price, demand shoots up significantly. What will I do then? Will I keep selling you at a low price, or will I raise the price? I'll raise the price. So in the same way, when there is increase in the money supply, then the banks will lower the interest rate. When the banks lower the interest rate, what will happen? Consumption will increase. It means aggregate demand is going to rise because people can borrow easily. Bank says, sir, I was giving you a car loan at 15%, now take it at 10%. Housing loan at 10%, take it at 8%. Personal loan at 20%, take it at 14%. So people will go and take more and more loan. They will create demand. Businesses will also be able to take loan easily from the bank because businesses will increase investment to meet the demand. Since the lower interest rate is there, they can comfortably borrow to meet the demand. So businesses also increase their borrowings, there will be increase in investment. So what is happening due to lower interest rate of the bank? People are borrowing more for consumption, businesses are borrowing more for production, and when the demand for loans increases significantly, do you think the bank will continue to provide loan at a lower rate of interest? The bank will going to push up the interest rate. All right. So what you need to know about expansion and contraction याद करने का. Expansion and contraction में क्या होता है? Expansion, economic growth is happening. People's income is increasing. Demand will increase. Inflation will happen. Inflation and growth are directly related. Growth होगा, inflation होगा. But as long as growth is higher than inflation, no problem at all. All right. So people can afford to pay. They'll say, okay, no problem, 10% extra I can pay. I can afford to pay because my income is increasing. Businesses will produce more and more. So demand for loan, when it further increases, the bank will increase the interest rate. Money supply is more, but still interest rate is increasing because the demand for loan is increasing. Growth is happening, inflation is happening, employment is happening, GDP is increasing. And your demand will create production, and that production will further create new employment, and that new employment will create next wave of demand. Like a multiplier, it will go on and on and on. And the economy is growing. Businesses profit is increasing. Government revenue from taxes is also increasing. Sab badhiya, all hunky dory. But the problem is the monster is brewing, that is inflation. Then you reach at the peak. At the peak, now businesses are borrowing to create capital investment and everything is increasing. People's saving is also increasing when the income is increasing. Because if I was saving 20% of my income, consuming 80%, when your income is 1 lakh, you are saving to 20,000 and consuming 80,000. When your income increases to 2 lakh, don't you think your consumption and saving will also increase? Now you will consume 1,60,000 and save 40,000. So everything is increasing. But you reach the peak. At the peak, what happens? Everything will become very expensive. There will be highest rate of employment or zero unemployment, you can say. Inflation will also go to the highest level because when I'm creating demand, the businesses are also creating demand for what? For intermediate goods. So when intermediate good demand will increase, then the providers of the intermediate goods, the raw material suppliers, they will increase the price. Businesses will borrow more money, will say no problem, I can borrow more money at a higher rate of interest, I can buy raw material at a higher price. Why? Because people are willing to pay a higher price. मैं यहाँ पे मेरा 20% cost increase हो रहा, मैं 25% price increase कर देगा. I can do that. But at some point in time, businesses, people will say that enough is enough. Something has become too expensive. I can pay 2,000 rupees for a jeans. I can pay 3,000 rupees for a jeans. But how can I bloody pay 5,000 rupees for a jeans when I know that normal price is 2,000 rupees? People will say no. So remember, लोगों ने ही पीक पे बैठाया था इकोनॉमी में और लोग भी ही गिराएंगे. When people will say too expensive, demand will fall down. Businesses will have unsold stock. When businesses will have unsold stock, then businesses will cut down their production. When it means they will require less number of labor. It means some people will lose their job. and those who lose their job, they will further decrease the demand. Now the way you went up in a up cycle, the same way you are coming down in a down cycle. Some businesses profit will come down, other businesses they will start incurring losses. When businesses are incurring losses, the investment will come down. Money supply of course will come down, because nobody is borrowing money. Nobody wants to borrow money, because people see things that everything is expensive, and people are losing the job, economy is going down, who the hell will borrow? All right. So government revenue from taxes will also go down. So all bad, bad, bad. And businesses and banks will go through liquidity problem, not liquidity crisis, what depression mein hoga. It means it will increase the non-performing asset for the banks. पूरा flow chart आपको बना के दिया था, वो याद कर लेने का, expansion and contraction में. Alright. So what will happen then? What will happen? Businesses will have non-performing asset and business liquidity problem will happen. So if this continues to go on, economy will go into depression. Depression mein kya hai? Economy suffer from highest level of unemployment. That is the lowest level to which economy can go. It is where the GDP growth has turned negative. In contraction, GDP is increasing at a diminishing rate. So पहले expansion में GDP was rising 5% GDP, base year से 6% GDP, 7% GDP, 12% GDP, ये हो रहा है, expansion हो रहा है. So now after this contraction begins, so we are still increasing, but 12%, then 11%, then 7%, then 5%, then 3%. So growth हो रहा है, but the rate of growth is falling down, contraction हो रहा है. And if this rate becomes negative, -1% GDP, -2% GDP, it means that is depression. Negative growth हो गया, base year से कम generate किया मैं resources in the country. Highest level of unemployment will happen. Business shutdown will happen due to abnormal losses. Banking crisis will happen. Bank will fail. Depositors' money, the bank will not be able to repay. The government revenue from taxes will significantly go down, and the entire economy is into depression. Liquidity trap में आ गया economy. Clear है? Indicators का question definitely double+1. Indicator. So what is economic indicator? Economic indicator, remember, all three indicators are used simultaneously, not one. Only one indicator will not help me much. So one is lagging, another is coincident, third is leading. Lagging indicator will tell me what has happened in the past. Well, sir, what will I know by knowing what is in the past? If you don't know what has happened in the past, you will not be able to find out a pattern. Correct? When you are not able to find out the pattern, you don't know when the shift will happen in the change in the economy during the current time period. So as I've told you, we have seen that economy, whenever it contracts by around 3.5 years, उसके बाद expansion होता है. It has happened 20 times over, 25 times over. Right now, economy is also has already been going into contraction from last 3 years. It means pattern tells me that contraction का period, maximum period reach कर गया. It means recovery can happen at any time. But the thing is, I don't know whether recovery has started or not. So the lagging indicator has given me the pattern. Historical analysis मैं कर लिया. But right now, what is the situation with the economy? I cannot know. I can know if I look at coincident indicator. So I will start looking for coincident indicator, meaning for the signs and symbols of when the economy is rising. So every month I will look at the government data to find out, अच्छा unemployment जून में increase हुआ, जुलाई में भी increase हुआ, अगस्त में भी थोड़ा थोड़ा increase हुआ, but हो रहा है. GDP data is also increasing, money supply थोड़ा थोड़ा increase. All this data is available on the internet. Alright, NSSU का वेबसाइट में चले जाओ, CSO का वेबसाइट में चले जाओ, RBI का वेबसाइट में चले जाओ, alright, लेबर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का वेबसाइट में चले जाओ. All these data are available. Now businesses find out that unemployment slowly started to come down. GDP little by little, by 0.2%, 0.3% has begun to rise. Business profitability is increasing. Money supply थोड़ा थोड़ा बढ़ रहा है. So what the coincident indicator tell me? That economy has started to recover. It means जो नीचे आ रहा था ये turning point शुरू हो गया है. So I have combined two indicators. One told me that dude, anytime the change is happened. Second told me that the change has started to happen. And the third will tell me whether the change in future will continue to happen and at what level it will happen. I found out during that time government has proposed to allow 20 different sectors, 20 different companies from different sectors to increase their FDI in India. I found out government has proposed that we have 300 more airports in India. I've heard that Tata Steel is saying that I will expand the capacity of steel production. I've heard that Coal India is about to become the biggest coal producer in the entire world. It has already become. So all these things are what? It's telling me what is going to happen in the future. I've heard that Adani is setting up so many power plants already borrowed from the bank, and work in progress is huge, wherein in the next 10 years Adani says that I will be able to produce let's say 50,000 megawatts of solar energy in India. What does this indicate? These are leading indicator. ये बता रहा है क्या हो रहा है और उसका implication क्या होगा. So now I've combined the lagging, coincident and leading indicator that will tell me अब तो growth होने का ही होने का है. I will initiate my business here. If I'm already running some business, then I will increase the production. I will be ready to buy more and more, to sell more and more, because now when I again look at the lagging indicator, I find out that after contraction, expansion happens for around 10 to 11 years. It means 10 से 11 साल मेरे को profit मिलेगा. And I'm entering at the earliest stage of expansion. So these indicators are very, very useful. And again, plus one question you will get from what are the reasons for changes in the business cycle. External, जिसको exogenous reason बोलता है, internal, जिसको endogenous reason बोलता है. I'm sorry, please, double plus one. Right. External, exogenous, or internal, endogenous. What is the difference between internal and external? Internal will affect only that country. Internal can be controlled by internal policies. But yes, if I'm a very big country, then my internal will become everybody's external. Today, China and US have become so big that their internal is everybody's external. US में recession हुआ, India hit होगा. China में problem हुआ, India hit होगा. China Taiwan का war हो गया, तो Taiwan बर्बाद होगा, US will get affected. US gets affected, India gets affected. So that's a different thing. That is an exception. You have to become so big. But usually for the remaining 99% of the countries in the world, उनका इंटरनल मेरा इंटरनल नहीं है. श्रीलंका में इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस हुआ, हमारा जब क्राइसिस चल रहा था उस ईयर हमारा जीडीपी ग्रोथ 1.5% से उठा. राइट. डिड वी गेट अफेक्टेड? पाकिस्तान में इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस हो रहा है, क्राइसिस आ गया, हमारा भी थोड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्शन हो रहा है. डिड वी गेट अफेक्टेड? नो. वेनेजुएला में 25 लाख% इन्फ्लेशन हो गया इन 2018. व्हाट हैपेंड? डिड इट हैपन इन इंडिया? नो. नाउ इंटरनल can be controlled. So internal क्या होता है? Changes in aggregate demand, increase or decrease in government expenditure. Remember, increase in government expenditure will do what? They can also ask you this. Will lead to increase in GDP or decrease in GDP? Increase, because when government spends, people earn. Doesn't matter. Government ऐसे करके पैसा उड़ा भी दिया ना, then also GDP will increase at some point in time. Because people will get the money, they will start to buy goods and services from it. So GDP will increase. So increase in government, decrease in government expenditure will affect the economy as well. Inflation, money supply, interest rate will affect our economy. Can we control all these factors? Yes, we can control all these factors. Monetary policy can control the money supply. Government policy can control consumption, aggregate demand, tax increase कर दिया, tax decrease कर दिया, increase government expenditure, decrease government expenditure, and so on and so forth. All these things. External we cannot control. Ukraine और इंडिया का वॉर हुआ. There is there's somebody saying that Modi ji war रुकवा दिए. Whatever happened, but whatever happened, not possible. What I'm saying, two countries are fighting, India gets affected. Israel and Iran का problem हो रहा है अभी. You see, it will affect the oil industry very hard. Oil price will rise because the supply will come down. And when oil increases, price increases, every country in the world will be affected, because every sector will be affected, whether it's automobile sector, aviation sector, shipping sector, सब affect हो जाएगा. Shipping costs, let's say for example, if a shipping company have to pay 50% more or even 30% more for its diesel, because ships run on diesel, they don't run on nuclear energy. So don't you think transportation वहां से आपका increase हो गया, shipping cost increase हुआ, then the goods will come to here, then carriage outward inward cost will increase, distribution cost will increase. It means just like that the price of the good that you are buying will increase by 20%. Can you control it? You cannot control it. War, you cannot control it. After war, devastation happened. Then you build the economy. Right. So post-war reconstruction, again, it will lead to increase in the growth. But if I cannot avoid war, the consequence of reconstruction is the reconstruction is nothing but a consequence of war. So that is also external. Can I control technology? The answer is no. कौन बोला रे? Can any Indian company say, for example, that I will not spend money on research and development of building electric vehicles? Can anybody say? अगर महिंद्रा बोल दिया, टाटा मोटर्स बोल दिया, मारुति बोल दिया कि मैं पैसा नहीं खर्च करेगा, मैं एक भी गाड़ी नहीं बनाएगा, आई डोंट अप्रिशिएट दिस electric technology, what will happen? You'll find only Chinese electric cars in India. All right, only Chinese electric cars. So if you are not appreciating the technology, don't think others don't. The benefit of technology to your country will go to China. You will become a dependent on China. When there was time for the government to give money to Indian companies to spend on research and development for mobile phones, when Nokia was creating ripples in India, government was sleeping. Right. But what does South Korean आपने बोला नोकिया तो जायंट हो गया, ये तो पूरा मोनोपोली क्रिएट कर देगा वर्ल्ड. साउथ कोरियन गवर्नमेंट भर भर के लोन दिया. राइट, लोन दे ग्रांट दिया भर भर के. व्हाट? बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स टू यूनिवर्सिटीज. आई वांट द बेस्ट माइंड हियर, बेस्ट साइंटिस्ट बढ़ाओ, प्रोड्यूस करो. एंड देन it gives a lot of subsidy to Samsung. And what has happened, you see? Today, Nokia is nowhere near Samsung. I mean, 1% भी सेल जो Samsung का उसको Nokia बीट नहीं करता. Don't you think if the, now you say, sir, companies को इतना grant क्यों देगा? Can you imagine how much of employment Samsung has generated? So if government would have given the same thing, done the same thing, would have chosen, महिंद्रा को बोला था, मुकेश अंबानी को बोला था, आओ जाओ जाओ यहाँ बैठो, मेरे को इसमें चाहिए, इसमें एडवांसमेंट, आई वांट अ मोबाइल फोन, यू गाइस कम अप टुगेदर, सम स्ट्रैटेजी बनाओ, जितना पैसा चाहिए मैं देगा, जमीन करने के लिए धंधा चाहिए मैं देगा, मेरे को यहाँ पे 1 करोड़ मोबाइल इंडस्ट्री में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करने का. Then don't you think today some Indian company would have also created the same amount of ripple that Samsung is creating today? Correct? And whatever government has given the freebies to the businesses, the government, the economy would have recovered even more than that. All right, forward and backward linkages hoga. So technology is important. If you appreciate it, you go with it, no problem. If you don't go with it, don't think others will not do it. So it is again, it is external. Population growth, you cannot control it. All right, people cannot control it. How you can control it? so you see, so I mean, each one Indian state you'll find is bigger than many countries in the world. Many countries in the world, छोटा छोटा state. So see, we are almost equal to South Korea in terms of population. और कर्नाटका और साउथ कोरिया का एरिया देखेगा, कर्नाटका इज लाइक 30 or 40% मोर एरिया देन साउथ कोरिया. More area. It means 1 point some South Korea can fit. But where is Samsung, Hyundai, Haier, Kia? ये सब कहाँ का ब्रांड है? वहीं का ब्रांड है. So all these are external that you cannot control. That's over. Now let's move on to national income. I'll give you 2 breaks today. 1 half-an-hour break you will get at 10 o'clock, and then 10 to 10:30. Then 1:30 to 2:30 you will get your lunch break. All right. What happened? We'll see. We'll see. It depends upon how far I cover. All right. Now, national income. So I will be sharing this handout at the end of the class today. I'll just show it to you. So first of all, आपको जो handout में आप mark करते जाना कहाँ पे +1 कहाँ पे -1 लिखने का, ये क्या हो गया. Why it's coming like that? All right. Anyways, first part is missing, so I'll just tell you here. First of all, the concept of national income was introduced by Richard Stone and Simon Kuznets. All right. Not important. They may or may not ask, so we are not going to mark anything here. Now we say that national income is the most important macroeconomic aggregate. Why macroeconomic aggregate? Because it talks about the economic activity in every sector of the economy, whether it's primary, secondary, or tertiary. Then what is national income? In broad way, if you define national income is the total market value of goods and services produced within the domestic territory in an economy in one accounting year. If a farmer is producing 1 ton of wheat and it is going to sell at 10 rupees per kilogram, so 1 ton into 10 rupees will be added to the GDP. When you are a CA, you are catering to 20 auditing clients in a year. Each client is given you 2 lakh rupees, so 40 lakh rupees is the market value of your services. It will be added to the GDP. So everybody, whatever is there, they're selling in the market, their market price of the commodity multiplied by the number of units sold will be added to the GDP in the tertiary, secondary and primary sector. Now, why national income is important? Importance or significance of national income. Significance ये है कि national income will tell us, national income is short term aggregate, so it will tell us where we were, where we are and where we are going also. Because if I see a downtrend in the national income, then we can say, okay, from there we have come here and we can further go down. So it will tell us what was, what is and where we could go. So when you know what is happening to the economy, what is the change of trend in the national income, both the businesses and the government can take an initiative. All right. Say for example, I am an investor. I am Amazon. I want to choose which country I should increase my investment. I have already invested in Brazil, in Argentina, in in Chile, in वियतनाम, इन म्यांमार, इंडिया में भी इन्वेस्ट किया. अभी मेरे को कहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाने का है. एंड व्हेन आई प्लॉट एवरीबॉडीज नेशनल इनकम, आई फाइंड आउट दैट ये है नेशनल इनकम वियतनाम का, ये है नेशनल इनकम इंडोनेशिया का, ये है नेशनल इनकम पाकिस्तान का. ऑलराइट, ये है नेशनल इनकम श्रीलंका का, ये नेशनल इनकम है भूटान का. ऑलराइट, और ये नेशनल इनकम है इंडिया का. So, no, that's, see, हमारा, I'm very bullish about this country. You don't know, right? जल्दी से ये बन जाओ जो बताया था how to make money, उसमें लग जाओ, right? It will work. Don't worry. I'll be in that group like forever till the day I die. So any question, even after 10 years you ask, I will answer. So now what happens? Now what this trend tells me? Tell me. देखो एक broad view लिया. Where is the economy right now? It does not matter. Let's say right now India is going down. Will I say it is bad? Even when it's going down, it is better than all this economy. Because the short cycle it's going down, but the long cycle is up. Alright, the long cycle is up. So I will wait for the change, and when the change happens, then boom, I will enter investment and it will be continued forever. Not forever, but for a very long period of time. So this trend analysis help us, the government, to know how we change the policy, to the businesses to know how much of money should I invest in this particular economy. So that's why you see Amazon has chosen to invest significant, I mean highest amount of overseas investment if Amazon has ever made, it has made in India. All right, it has made in India. And that goes same with Walmart. Walmart का आपको physical store नहीं दिखता है, but you don't know 74% of Flipkart and Myntra is owned by Walmart. Correct? Those who don't know, Flipkart is an Indian company, but 74% is owned by Walmart. तो आप जो भी खरीदता है Walmart से खरीदता है बेसिकली, फ्लिपकार्ट से नहीं खरीदता है. फ्लिपकार्ट नाम है, उसके पीछे उसका बाप बैठा है. So why they have done it? ह्यूज, मुंह बोला पैसा दिया, सचिन बंसल और बिनी बंसल के पास गया, वो बोला आपका वैल्यूएशन ऑफ द कंपनी इज हियर, ठीक है, आई वॉन्ट यू टू गाइज आउट, बिकॉज इफ यू विल रिमेन देन यू विल ऑलवेज क्रिएट ट्रिपल, ये क्यों करा वो कर, बिकॉज यू आर द फाउंडिंग मेंबर, तो आपका कंपनी का वैल्यूएशन इधर है, मैं आपको इतना पैसा देगा, लेना है? बोला हाँ लेगा मैं, बिकॉज बिनी बंसल एंड ये देखो अगर मैं इसके साथ, दे अंडरस्टूड वन थिंग, वेरी स्मार्ट गाई, दैट देखो वॉलमार्ट सोच लिया आने का, ये तो आएगा, अगर मैं इससे टाई अप नहीं करेगा और इसको बेचेगा नहीं, टाई अप नहीं बेचेगा नहीं, if this will buddy can start with another company, he will go to मोटा भाई and tie up with मोटा भाई मुकेश अंबानी, तो बेच दो, and $1 billion he got, they got $1 billion, just to tell you they invested not even 20 crore in the business, and during that time when they sold away, $1 was 70 rupees, so 7,000 crore rupees each one they got, and they moved out. And before that, when Flipkart was started, the initial members of the company, even the security guard was given some stock option, उनको भी कुछ stock option दिया था, कुछ shares, it was not listed, it is not yet listed, but you have to purchase the equity. That security guard itself made 100 crore rupees. गवर्नमेंट बोला मैं आपको भी देगा भाई, दे दो अपना शेयर, ऑलराइट, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड बोला मेरे को नहीं पता क्या है शेयर, तो वो लोग बोला कि आपके अकाउंट में जो दिया मैं कंपनी का होल्डिंग है 0.01% जो है, दे दो इनको, तो दे दिया, 100 करोड़ मिल गया. कैन यू इमेजिन अ सिक्योरिटी गार्ड मेकिंग 15,000 रुपीज अ मंथ, 100 करोड़ मिल गया, क्या करेगा, पागल हो जाएगा वो, पागल हो जाएगा, राइट. सो इट हैज हैपेंड, सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. It will help us government to take corrective action as well. It will help us to figure out where the employment is. It will help us determine investment. So it will also help us understand the standard of living when we calculate per capita income. So all these factors makes national income a very very important macroeconomic indicator. Clear है? Now significance से आपको one question they may or may not ask, plus minus 1. Now, remember here, from here, of course, you will get plus 1. Different concepts of national income. क्या बोला था, सुनते जाओ. United Nations created a system which every country should follow, because if every country is following the same process of calculating national income, then one country's data will be comparable with another country. Not only that, that country's data today can be comparable with that country's data at the past, in the past. But if you keep changing your method of recording, then your own data will be unreliable. So India's data of today cannot be compared with India's data of 10 years back, because your method of calculation is completely gone haywire. So every country have to follow this UNSNA. The boundary, a production boundary is created. Every economic activity within the boundary is considered as a part of the national income, just like accounting standard. If there is no accounting standard, then don't you think accounting record will go haywire? Auditor पागल हो जाएगा, ऑडिटर का बाल हमेशा खड़ा रहेगा ऊपर में, बोलेगा ये कंपनी क्या किया, ये कंपनी क्या किया, कोई अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है. सो यू फॉलो द मेजर ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड. And then they say that national income can be measured in 3 ways. First is product method, that is also known as value added method, expenditure method and income method. तो मेथड से आपको न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चन आएगा या थियोरिटिकल क्वेश्चन कुछ भी आ सकता है. नाउ जीडीपी, what is GDP? GDP, remember, is always measured at market price. When we'll discuss the numericals, we'll say that most of the problem when you are solving, you are first trying to figure out that what is the GDP at market price. Once you get the GDP at market price, everything becomes very easy. So either you calculate GDP at market price and then you can calculate GNP at market price, GNP at factor cost, NNP at factor cost and so on. If they have already given GDP at market price, then from there you begin your journey. Then GDP is market price, so it is the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory in one accounting year. Right, market value. Now remember here, GDP excludes transfer payment. transfer payment, financial transaction, and non-reported output generated through illegal transaction. What must not be included in GDP, you should also know. Let's say, for example, not all financial transaction. Like, let's say, for example, I purchased stock from the secondary market. NSE, BSE se kharida. Should it be added to national income? The answer is no. Why? Because when the first time it was purchased, when IPO came for Reliance Petroleum, then it became Reliance Industries. It was already added to the national income. Now, simply you are buying from somebody and you are transferring the money to them. He will, use the money to buy some other share. So unless somebody takes the money out and purchases something from that, it should not be accounted for in the national income. Right? GDP is fact the gross and illegal transactions. So non-reported. If you are not reported, how can you figure it out? GDP in fact the gross domestic product market price, because the value of goods and services determined by the common measuring unit of money is evaluated at market price. Now here यहाँ पे आप क्या लिखा है? If I want to find out what is value added, value added क्या है? Value added. So total value of output minus intermediate consumption. I purchased a cotton. मैं purchase किया cotton worth rupees 1000 and I did value addition. I made a value addition and I sold a cotton shirt at rupees 5000. So what is my value addition? What is my value addition? My value addition is not 5000, क्योंकि 1000 के ऊपर मैं एक्स्ट्रा ऐड किया ना. एक्स्ट्रा कितना ऐड किया? 4000. Somebody who purchases, now there is a wholesaler, he purchases this shirt at rupees 5000 and he sells it to a retailer, at rupees 8000. Now he has not done any value addition which is tangible, but he has provided services to the retailer, because retailer will not have contact with the company, wholesaler will have contact. Wholesaler will get a better price. If the retailer goes, company bhaga dega, because retailer is not a bulk buyer. So now a wholesaler has added a value of 3000. Now this retailer has purchased it at rupees 8000 and to final consumer is selling at 10,000. How much you are paying? 10,000. So value addition done by retailer is 2000. तो इसको मैं क्या करेगा? 2000 यहाँ value addition, 3000 यहाँ value addition and 4000 यहाँ value addition. We add value addition, that will get the total value addition in the economy. This is how we try to figure out the national income or GDP using value added method. So value of output minus intermediate consumption. So yeah, it's mentioned here, GDP at market price is value of output in the domestic territory minus value of intermediate consumption, that will give you GDP sigma value added. Now there are points that you must keep in mind. What are the points that you must keep in mind? First of all, we only take the value added part, not the final commodity. It means from the total output we will deduct the intermediate consumption and will take value addition to avoid double counting. Clear? Second, क्या है? Intermediate consumption consists of value of goods and services consumed as input in the process. They mentioned you. Now, other things that you must know, that first of all, what we do is that what should not be taken as a part of the GDP or national income. Doesn't matter when you're talking about GDP. What did I tell you? To remember, how easy to remember? Because +1 यहाँ भी लिखना पड़ेगा. What should not be added to the national income? आएगा double +1. What should not be added as a part of the national income? Illegal transaction. Alright. Non-economic transaction. What is a non-economic transaction? Donation, charity, transfer payment. Alright. Unemployment allowance, scholarship. All these are transfer income. It may become a part of private income, we'll see, or personal income, we'll see again later on. But it will never become a part of national income or GDP. Why? Because only economic activity must be considered. There will be give and take that is happening, or it must be related to earning of livelihood. Because if I'm making a tea for myself in the house, that is not economic activity because that is not related to my livelihood. But if a farmer is tilling his soil and he is tilling not for hobby, all right, but he is doing it for livelihood, it should be added to national income. It should be added to national income. स्मगलिंग, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग, वो सब अवॉइड कर देगा. इसमें लॉटरी बिजनेस, विंडफॉल गेन, इन्वेस्टमेंट इन इक्विटी शुड आल्सो नॉट बी इंक्लूडेड because there is no quid pro quo in this case. Second hand sale of machinery should also not be added because if I purchase a machinery worth 1 crore and use it for 10 years, the machinery is fully depreciated. My asset value zero ho gaya abhi. And I sell that, but physically the machine exists. If I sell it at scrap at 2 lakh rupees, should this 2 lakh rupees added to national income? No. No, that is your revenue and your income, no problem. आप उससे पिज्जा खरीद सकता है. But it should not be added to national income. Why? Because if you add this to national income, then it will lead to double counting. Asset तो आप 1 करोड़ का ही create किया, उसको आप कैसे? Same logic in balance sheet. If you have purchased the machinery worth 1 crore, after you purchase 1 year after that, the value of the machinery increases to 2 crore. क्या अपना बैलेंस शीट में चेंज करेगा उसमें जाके? नहीं चेंज करेगा ना. क्यों? Because you have not paid 2 crore. You have paid only 1 crore. Carry forward of stocks from the past will also not be taken as a part of national income. So next, intermediate GDP covers all production activities recognized by SNA as production boundary. The production boundary covers production of almost all goods and services. It means services भी लेते हैं under the national industrial classification. Non-economic activities are never accounted for in the national income. And national income is a flow measure because we try to find out the changes in the national income. Remember, in case of your accounting can be divided into two ways. I mean, 4 different transactions can be taken care of: direct, indirect, capital, and current. In case of national income, direct, indirect differentiation is not made. Only it's capital or current. That's it. Capital expenditure on machineries and real assets, and current expenditure on manufacturing, sales, wages, salary, and everything, rent, interest, profit, सब कुछ है उसको include करेगा. Now, nominal GDP and real GDP plus double plus 1 to 2. Alright, I don't know whether they'll ask 2 or not, but double plus 1 to 100%. Now, what is a nominal GDP as opposed to real GDP? So remember, point by point याद रखने का. Nominal and real. Real is calculated at base year. Base year. So when I say base year, it means a past year. So it will not include the effect of inflation. So no inflation effect will be there. And nominal is also known as current GDP because it is measured at current year price. Current year price पे measure करता है. It will include inflation effect. So now this nominal GDP can increase even when there is no increase in quantitative output. Alright, my cost of production increases. As a result, I increase the price of the product which was selling at 100 rupees. Now I am selling at rupees 120. Alright, I have simply increased the price. As a result, what will happen? My sale value will increase in absolute terms. Correct? My sale value will increase, my revenue will increase. But can I say country is growing? Or simply I have inflated the price? Because country is growing when you produce some extra unit. Because when you produce extra unit, it means extra employment you must have generated. Extra raw material you must have purchased. But here, it is added to national income because you are producing. But you are not increasing your quantity of output. So nominal GDP can increase even when there is no increase in quantitative level of output. I'm not saying it will increase. I mean, it can increase due to both reasons. Increase in output and increase in inflation. So that becomes misleading. That's why we look back at real GDP and then compare the nominal GDP. So in this case, there is no effect of inflation. It means the GDP will only increase when there is increase in output. When there is increase in output. So the difference between the real and nominal is inflation. And bigger the inflation, further away will be the nominal and real GDP. lower the inflation, closer will be. If there is no inflation होता है, then real will be equals to nominal. Clear? Then remember, we measure, we try to find out what is the real GDP from the nominal GDP or the nominal GDP from the real GDP. We use for this, in this case, what is known as deflator. So what is GDP deflator? GDP deflator is used to deflate the nominal GDP to find out what is the real GDP. Alright. Or to inflate the real GDP to find out what is the nominal GDP. So basically deflator is nothing but itself the price index. And the value of deflator will always be equals to 100. So if the value of deflator is 100, it means what is the level of inflation? 0. There is no inflation. Anything above the deflator will indicate the level of inflation. So if the deflator value is 120, rate of inflation is 20%. If the deflator is at 80, then there is deflation, not inflation. So let's take a look here. Right. So GDP is measured at market prices and sensitive to change in the price level. By the same physical output will correspond to different GDP level if average level of market price increase. If price rise, GDP measured at market price will also rise without any real output. And GDP as constant prices, the value of domestic product in terms of constant prices or chosen base year. In case GDP at constant prices will change only when there is change in the physical unit. Now here is given the deflator value. Deflator कैसे find out करने का है? Nominal GDP by real GDP into 100. So this is a linear equation. अगर मेरे को real GDP find out करने का तो क्या करेगा मैं? Real GDP is nominal GDP by GDP deflator into 100. Correct? So this is the value here. Alright. And if I want to find GDP deflator, if I want to find, let's say, a nominal GDP, then what we have to do? GDP deflator into real GDP divided by 100. So if you know one value, then everything is easy. But you don't need to know the formula. Alright, let's see here. यहाँ पर आपको क्या दिया? We have covered this also, but let's see. That nominal GDP in 2014 and real GDP is same. So it means inflation is 0. Zero inflation है. Base deflator value 100 है. But here, nominal GDP is 800, real GDP is 650. So what does it indicate? Nominal ज़्यादा है real से, मतलब inflation है. Inflation है, इसका मतलब value of deflator will be more than 100 or less than 100? More than 100. So more than 100 है, तो मेरे को क्या करने का है? आपको higher value denominator लेता है, higher value numerator लेना है. Higher value numerator, lower value denominator. So formula गया भाड़ में 800 by 650 into 100 कर दो, आपको 123 मिल जाएगा. Same logic here. If I look in 2019, now what is happening? Real is 1240, nominal is 1700. It means inflation है. इसका मतलब 100 के ऊपर वैल्यू आएगा. 100 के ऊपर वैल्यू आने का मतलब क्या है? It means 1700 should be divided by 1240 or 1240 divided by 1700. Multiplied by 100, you get the value. But if I say this, this is let's say 1800 and this is 2000. अभी क्या हो गया? Real ज्यादा है, nominal कम है, मतलब disinflation हुआ. It means value of GDP should be, deflator value should be less than 100. It means now we'll divide 2000 by 1800 into 100. Clear hai? Next, you see, nominal and real GDP of a country's particular year is 3000 crores and 4700 crores. So nominal है 3000 and real है respectively बोला ना, nominal and real. तो real है 4700. तो अभी क्या आप बताओ? हाँ, तो इसमें क्या इन्फ्लेशन है या डिफ्लेशन है? डिफ्लेशन. द वैल्यू शुड बी लेस देन 100. करेक्ट और नॉट? वैल्यू शुड बी लेस देन 100. तो क्या करेगा? 4700 डिवाइडेड बाय, सॉरी उल्टा कर दिया, 3000 divided by 4700 into 100. whatever the answer you are getting, that will be the value of the deflator. क्या हो गया? नॉमिनल 3000 है, रियल 4700 है ना. रियल इज मोर देन नॉमिनल, नो. So there is deflation, no. So deflation, will you get lower than 100 or more than 100? Lower than 100. तो अगर मैं इसको 4700 by 3000 into 100 करेगा, will you get lower than 100? तो मेरे इन्फ्लेशन हो गया ना, कितना आ रहा है 47/3000 इंटू 100 करो ना, नहीं 47/3000 150. डू यू थिंक 50% इज द इन्फ्लेशन ईयर? if 50% inflation hai, then what will happen? Real, if it's let's say 1000, nominal should be 1500. But do you think nominal is more or real is more? Real is more. It means there is a display inflation hai or deflation bolega. So you will do this. What value you are getting? 63. ये wrong है. हाँ नहीं 156 नहीं रहेगा रे, वो गलत है. 63. So that will be the answer. Understood? इजी बाबा, आपको रटने का नहीं है, वो गंदा हैबिट लग गया रटने का. नॉमिनल इज मोर देन रियल, इन्फ्लेशन इज देयर, यस और नो. डिफ्लेटर वैल्यू क्या होगा? मोर देन 100. इट मींस न्यूमरेटर विल बी मोर देन डिनोमिनेटर. इनटू 100 करेगा तभी तो आएगा 100 के ऊपर. रियल इज मोर देन नॉमिनल, डिफ्लेशन हुआ है, so it means the value of deflator will be less than 100. So numerator will be less, denominator will be more. अभी फॉर्मूला क्यों याद करने का है, कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया तो. यहां पे देखो आप पूरे, फाइंड आउट नॉमिनल जीडीपी, रियल जीडीपी इज 450 and 120 is the price index. If 120 is the price index, it means 20% inflation हुआ है ना. So what was the value for deflator? Deflator का क्या वैल्यू था? Nominal by real into 100. So you have to find out. So आपको प्राइस इंडेक्स दे दिया है कितना? 120. नॉमिनल कितना है? फाइंड आउट नॉमिनल जीडीपी. सो एन को रखेंगे. रियल जीडीपी इज 450 into 100. फाइंड आउट द वैल्यू ऑफ एन, वट एवर यू गेट. तो आप ऐसे भी कर सकता है, एक फॉर्मूला रख लो, देख लो, नॉमिनल बाय रियल इंटू 100, जो जो वैल्यू आया पुट करके निकल गया वैल्यू, सिंपल इक्वेशन में. करेक्ट. हाउ मच यू गेटिंग? व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ एन? हाँ 540. देखो आ गया यहां पर, सिंपल वट एवर. फोर्थ वन, you see again what they have given. Suppose nominal GDP in 2010 and then you have given 2018. So nominal, real and deflator. Suppose nominal GDP of a country in 2010 is 600. So 600 है. Price index is 100. Deflator 100 है. रियल कितना होगा? रियल कितना होगा? अयो अयो अयो. When deflator value is 100, there is no inflation. तो ये 600 ही होगा ना रे. Do not panic. Think and answer. Because in that examination, you will be under stress. Alright. So deflator value is 100, real equals to nominal. Clear hai? Then they said price index is given, base year is 100. Now let the nominal GDP increase to 1200 crore. तो अभी ये क्या हो गया? Let me change the color of the pen. So 1200 crore is the nominal GDP and the price index is 110. Then what is the real GDP? अभी देखो, अगर tell me logically, you tell me, if price index is 110 and nominal is 1200, will the real be more than nominal or less than nominal? Less than nominal, no, क्योंकि when inflation is there, nominal is more than real. So क्या वैल्यू आएगा? अगेन सिंपल लॉजिक है. आपको क्या बताया? डिफ्लेटर का वैल्यू क्या था? नॉमिनल जीडीपी बाय रियल जीडीपी इंटू 100. तो डिफ्लेटर 100 दे दिया, नॉमिनल आपको पता है 1200, रियल इंटू 100. So what is the value you are getting? This value you must get 1090 when you solve for R. Correct? Sorry? Sorry. Deflator is 110. Sorry. Mistake. Deflator is 110. You mark it 110. ये पेन अभी नहीं काम कर रहा है. So gross national product. Now what is the difference between domestic and national? It doesn't matter when I'm talking about gross domestic product, and what is the difference between gross domestic product and gross national product, or when I'm talking about net domestic product and net national product. So here the word national plays an important role, and here domestic plays an important role. So the difference between these two is net factor income from abroad, NFIA. Now what is NFIA? NFIA is not export and import. NFIA is the difference between what Indian businesses, let's say if I'm talking about India, what domestic or Indian businesses earning abroad and Indian citizens earning abroad minus what foreign companies are earning in India and foreign individuals are earning in India. That is the difference. Now remember, domestic, as I've told you, within the domestic will take everything that happens in our country. Whoever produces does not matter. So when we are talking about domestic here, so within the domestic and national, if I talk about, then within the domestic will take income earned by Indian companies. We will add income earned by Indian citizens. We will add income earned by foreign companies or foreign businesses. Indian companies नहीं, sole proprietor भी हो सकता है. Foreign businesses. And we will take also income earned by foreign citizens in India. So it means when we talk about domestic, territory matters. हो गया, किचन बंद कर दे अब. So when we talking about domestic, who does not matter, where it happens it matters. So even if an alien comes and produces in our country, it will be our GDP. So foreign companies producing in India, Indian companies in India, or Indian businesses in India, foreign citizens in India, Indian citizens in India, all will be added to the GDP. But we will not add these two. We will not add what? Income earned by Indian companies abroad. So Indian businesses working abroad and Indian citizens earning abroad. We will not add that. Why? Because they belong to us, but the activity doesn't happen within our domestic territory. So if I'm talking about national, the difference is what? In case of national, we will add this one. We will add this one. It means Indian businesses earning in India, Indian citizens earning in India. But foreign businesses earning in India, we have to subtract. Foreign citizens earning in India, we have to subtract. Indian businesses earning abroad, we have to add. Indian citizens earning abroad, we have to add. So when we make this distinction, it means we are doing what? We are making an adjustment between this and this. That will give us NFIA. तो national में कहाँ हुआ वो मतलब नहीं, कौन किया वो मतलब. In case of domestic, territory matters. In case of national, to which to which country the company is registered or to which country the citizen belongs, that matters. So in case of national, whatever is mine I will add. Wherever it happened does not matter. If I go and work abroad, India's GNP. If Reliance Industries set up a business abroad, then again India's GNP, but not India GDP. Right? But Nestle producing in India, not our GNP, their GNP. Foreign citizens, Wipro ka CEO is not an Indian, so any income earned by him is not our GNP but our GDP. So when we make this difference, then what will happen? GDP will change into GNP. So if I suppose right here, if I want to calculate GNP at market price of factor cost, does not matter. If I want to calculate GNP from the GDP at market price, then I have to add NFIA. Even if I write here factor cost, GNP at factor cost, that will be GDP at factor cost plus NFIA. So it means if I want to calculate GDP from GNP, then what we have to do? If I want to calculate GDP at market price, then from the GNP at market price I have to deduct NFIA. This adjustment of NFIA will make the change to domestic to national and national to domestic. All right, clear hai? So So the definition exactly remains the same. GNP is nothing but the market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory in 1 year after adjusting for NFIA. So it means if NFIA is positive, if suppose NFIA you have positive, then GNP will be greater than GDP. If NFIA is negative, then GDP will be greater than GNP. Alright, plus 1 mark over here. Alright, clear? Plus 1 mark. Difference between GNP and GDP or NDP and NNP. NFIA का पूछेगा. So NFIA is the difference between aggregate amount that a country's citizens and companies earn abroad and the aggregate amount that a foreign citizens overseas companies earn in that country. Now, you see, national is domestic plus NFIA. GNP includes, important here, GNP includes earning of Indian corporation overseas and Indian residents working overseas, but GDP does not include this. GDP excludes the net factor income from abroad because we have to deduct it. Then comes the depreciation part. Now, what is depreciation? Depreciation is capital consumption. If I tell you that when you are preparing your trading account and PL account, and the distinction is not made between direct and indirect cost, only difference is made between capital and revenue cost, capital and current cost. So if I ask you what is the difference between gross profit and net profit, from the gross profit if I deduct indirect cost and also depreciation, what you will get is the net profit. But if there is no direct indirect cost distinction made, then the only difference between gross profit and net profit will be depreciation. करेक्ट नॉट. तो अगर मेरे को नेट प्रॉफिट कैलकुलेट करने का है तो ग्रॉस से माइनस करेगा डेप्रिसिएशन या प्लस करेगा? माइनस करेगा ना. एंड इफ आई हैव टू कैलकुलेट, sorry, if I have to calculate net from gross, you have to deduct depreciation. But if I have to calculate gross, then to the net we have to add depreciation. So it means if we know now that net is equals to gross minus depreciation. That's it. So it means if I want to find out net domestic product at, let's say, market price, then from the gross domestic product at market price, we have to deduct depreciation. If I want to calculate, let's say, net national product at factor cost, then from the net domestic product at factor cost, sorry, net national product, gross national product at factor cost, we have to deduct depreciation. So it means if I have to calculate gross rather than net, then don't you think depreciation will be added? Right. That's it. So you see here, net domestic product at market price is the measure of market value of final goods and services produced in a domestic trade of a country, normal resident, non-residents accounting here, minus depreciation, less depreciation. The portion of capital stock used in the process of production depreciation must be subtracted from the final sale because depreciation represents capital consumption, therefore cost of production. Alright. Then comes what is known as market price and factor cost. So again, market price and factor cost pay plus 1 you can get. So what is the difference between market price and factor cost? When I want to calculate market price and factor cost, the difference between them is net IDT, net indirect taxes. बोलो sir, indirect taxes तो पता, but what is net indirect taxes? What is net indirect tax? Just hold on. Hello. Yeah. What is net indirect taxes? Net indirect taxes is adjustment that you make between IDT and subsidies. So tell me, when I'm paying market price, when I'm buying this pen, what am I paying? I mean, I said if I'm paying market price, then what am I paying? I'm paying for the cost of production. I'm paying for the profit margin, that is value addition done. and I'm also paying the indirect taxes because in the price of the goods taxes are included. But am I paying subsidies? No. So मैं क्या pay कर रहा है? I'm paying the cost plus I'm paying the profit plus I'm paying the tax. So this is the total value of output, cost of production plus profit. उसके ऊपर मैं tax add कर दिया. So is this the market price? No, it is incomplete. If the government is giving subsidy, then subsidy we don't pay. Who pays? Government pays. So don't you think if the government is paying subsidy, for me market price will fall? Because just like if taxes are increased, then I have to bear a higher burden to pay. And if subsidies are increased, then the government is saying, I will bear some of your burden. So don't you think market price will reduce by the amount of subsidies given? So I have to subtract the subsidy. When I subtract the subsidy and add indirect taxes, we say we have made an adjustment for net indirect taxes. So it means if I want to calculate GDP at market price, then to the GDP at factor cost, we have to add net IDT. So it means GDP at factor cost, what am I paying? IDT. What I am not paying? Subsidies. So they आपको मिल जाएगा ये GDP at market price. So if I want to calculate factor cost, just the opposite. If I want to calculate GDP at factor cost, then my GDP at market price minus net IDT. तो उल्टा करने का है. तो what will I do? GDP at market price minus IDT plus subsidy. Just linear equation है. That is the difference. Alright. So now they will ask you two types of taxes. They may or may not, बहुत rare chance है, but understand, don't put a plus minus over there. So what is a production tax? What is a product tax? Product taxes are those taxes which are imposed on the price of the product, that is on value addition. जैसे GST है, customs duty है, value added tax है, all these, sales tax है, all these are all the product taxes. It means if I am selling a product at 100 rupees and government says GST is 10%, then I have to pay 10 rupees on that. But if the price increases to 200, then I have to pay 20 rupees. If the price decreases to 90 rupees, then I have to pay 9 rupees. Correct? Clear? So that is a product tax. So if I increase my output, then I have to pay a higher tax. Percentage same रहेगा, but total value of output is more, no? So I was producing 1 crore market value of the goods. So 1 crore पे 10% government को 10 lakh मिला. And somebody is producing 10 crore, then you have to pay 1 crore as tax. But there are taxes which are not directly linked to production. You will incur the tax whether you produce or you don't produce. If you produce more, then your taxes will not increase. If you produce less, the taxes will not decrease. For example, I have a transportation company, I have to pay for the permit. So truck का मैं permit ले लिया. Once in a year I have to pay, let's say 20,000 rupees. Now my truck runs for, makes a 1,000 trips or 100 trips or 0 trip. I will not have to pay even 1 rupee more. Excise license लेने का है. Excise tax जो है, that is product tax. Excise license I have to pay. I have to take from the government. That is not linked to my level of output. So pollution tax, excise license, permit charges, these are all considered as taxes on production or production tax. Now golden rule आपको याद था मैं जो बताया था? Very, very important, because from this golden rule you're talking about double plus 2 question minimum, wherein they will ask you whether, remember ये दो क्वेश्चन ऑलरेडी उसमें से जो हम मार्क कर चुके हैं, मतलब फैक्टर कॉस्ट, मार्केट प्राइस का डिफरेंस, डेप्रिसिएशन का, सो ओवरलैप है ये, बट दे विल आस्क यू समटाइम्स मे बी इवन 3. So and that will help you remember the equation as well. So what did I tell you? Just remember 3 things, that the difference between national and domestic. तो national and domestic का difference क्या है? NFIA. Correct? If I am calculating national, remember national बड़ा है तो मैं क्या करेगा? Add NFIA. From the domestic, if I am calculating national, I have to add NFIA. From the national, if I am calculating domestic, then I have to deduct NFIA. Easy. Then second one, the difference between market price and factor cost. What is the difference between market price and factor cost? That is net IDT. So if I am calculating market price, I have to do what? I have to add net IDT. It means what I have to do? I have to add IDT and I have to deduct subsidies. Whereas if I am calculating factor cost from the market price, then I have to less IDT. It means what I have to do now? I have to deduct IDT and I have to add subsidy. And third one is what is the difference between net and gross? Difference between net and gross is depreciation. So if I am calculating net, I have to less depreciation, I have to deduct depreciation, and if I am calculating gross, I have to add depreciation. Now this will make our life very easy, because now you can make your own equation. If suppose if I write here GDP at market price, then equals to GDP at factor cost, फिर क्या आएगा? If I write here NNP at factor cost equals to NDP at factor cost, what will come? If I say GNP at market price equals to, let's say, NNP at market price, what will happen? If I write here NNP at factor cost and NDP at market price, what will happen? Or if I write NNP at factor cost equals to, or let's say, yeah, NNP at factor cost, if I want to write GDP at market price, what will happen? So what you have to find out, it doesn't matter n number of equations you can write. So this is enough to understand everything. Easy way to know the equation, that simply what is common on the left and the right hand side उसको cancel कर दो, तो वो adjustment नहीं करने का. Gross is common. It means we don't have to make adjustment for depreciation. Domestic is common. It means I don't have to make adjustment for NFIA. And if suppose net और domestic रहता, then NFIA में करता. Gross domestic है, gross national रहता, then NFIA. What is the difference between them and what you are calculating? Market price. So what will I have to do? I have to add net IDT. Correct? Add taxes and deduct subsidies. Now again, factor cost is common. It means net IDT is gone. Net national, net domestic, net common. It means depreciation is gone. What is the difference? National and domestic. National और domestic का difference क्या है? NFIA. What we are calculating? National और domestic? National. तो क्या करेगा मैं? NFIA add कर दिया, खत्म. Again here market price is common. It means net indirect taxes are gone. So again gross national and net national. National is common. It means NFIA is gone. What is the difference? Difference is gross and net. We are calculating gross. So what we have to do? Add depreciation. If it was net calculating, deduct depreciation. यहां पर क्या है, आप देखो, यहां पर net national product, net domestic, net common है. It means taxes are gone. Sorry, depreciation is gone. Then net national and net domestic. National और domestic का difference है. We are calculating what? National. So plus NFIA करेगा मैं. और क्या difference है? Factor cost and market price. We are calculating what? Factor cost. So what we have to do? Minus net IDT. हो गया. और लास्ट वाले में देखो सब डिफरेंट है. तो नेट ग्रॉस तो क्या करेगा? माइनस डेप्रीसिएशन. नेट नेशनल, नेट कैलकुलेट कर रहा है ना, वी हैव टू डिडक्ट डेप्रीसिएशन, विल नॉट ऐड. नेट नेशनल ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक, वी आर कैलकुलेटिंग नेशनल प्लस NFIA. And what is the difference? Factor cost and market price. We are calculating factor cost. What you have to do? Minus net IDT. Do you need to remember the equation? No. Clear hai? If you simply just remember this three things, in fact remember भी करने का जरूरत नहीं है. You know national is bigger than domestic. Gross profit और net profit का difference, you know, depreciation is there, and market price, you know, I pay taxes, I add, I don't pay subsidies, I deduct. तो प्लस करेगा मार्केट प्राइस के लिए, माइनस करेगा फैक्टर कॉस्ट के लिए. क्लियर है? ऑलराइट. Now let's go back. This gross domestic product factor cost we have already covered here. Everything covered. Now gross domestic product at market price is factor cost. GDP at factor cost calculate करने के GDP minus indirect taxes plus subsidy किया. Now this thing can be written as compensation to employees plus rent, interest plus profit, that is operating surplus plus mixed income of self-employed plus depreciation. Right. तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ याद रखने का सिंपल, अगर आपको कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है, अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई आई हैव प्रोड्यूस समथिंग, जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट मैं प्रोड्यूस किया, बट इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ प्रोडक्शन आई मस्ट हैव इनकर्ड अ लॉट ऑफ कॉस्ट. करेक्ट. सो I have been compensating to employees labor cost. Operating surplus में I would have paid rent, I have to pay interest, I have to pay also dividend profit जो मान के मैं dividend as a dividend I have to pay. Mixed income of self-employed professional को मैं जो pay करता है, and then depreciation we are adding. So understand simple. Compensation to employee दिया, operating surplus में rent, interest plus profit, RIP rest in peace. सो एम्प्लॉय को पैसा देके मार दिया मैं. इजी वे. सो पैसा दिया, कॉम्पेंसेशन टू एम्प्लॉयज, देन आई किल्ड द एम्प्लॉयज, आई सेड रेस्ट इन पीस. कॉम्पेंसेशन प्लस RIP एंड देन मिक्स्ड इनकम. मैं उसके लिए उसको बॉडी हटाने के लिए प्रोफेशनल को बुलाया, उसको जो दिया मिक्स्ड इनकम. And then of course we are calculating depreciation, we are calculating gross, so we have to add depreciation. If suppose here, if I compare the gross domestic to net domestic at factor cost, what difference do you find? Only depreciation is not added because net में depreciation नहीं होता है. Now if suppose if I change this to, let's say net domestic product के जगह अगर मैं यहाँ पे लिखता NNP at factor cost, then what change will you bring to the equation? You tell me. If NDP at factor cost में लिख दिया वहां पर NNP at factor cost, then what change should I bring to the equation? I'll have to add NFIA. Don't you think if I add NFIA, it becomes from NDP at factor cost, it becomes NNP at factor cost. And if I deduct NFIA, if suppose if I add NFIA and if I add depreciation, what it will become then? GNP at factor cost it will become. Clear hai? Alright. Per capita income, remember again, per capita income, now in the examination they do it, but why they do it I don't know. Usually per capita national income is measured at NNP at factor cost, correct? Why we measure at NNP at factor cost? Because government may increase the tax, and by increasing the tax the market price of everything will increase because indirect taxes are included. So can I say if suppose I was selling something, my sale value was 1 crore rupees. Government said when I was paying 10% of tax add करके 1 crore था. Government बोला GST में increase कर दिया 20%. And as a result, I have to increase my selling price to 1.10 crore. So national income तो बढ़ गया, बढ़ा के नहीं. But have I produced anything? Or simply tax has inflated the national income? Tax has inflated the national income. So if we take tax into consideration, our national income would beat every other country's national income in the world. Correct? Alright, if we calculate NNP at market price, when all other countries are calculating an NNP at factor cost, tax has increased at a bombastic level in the last 7-8 years. Right or wrong? So can I say India तो हो गया विश्वगुरु? हमारा NNP देखो US से भी बराबर आ गया है, 3 ट्रिलियन से सीधा 8 ट्रिलियन पे जंप कर दिया. But don't you think it is deceptive? Your country seems to be growing, but there is no growth. Alright. So you see, when we were studying as a student, हम एक फ्लैट पे रहते थे, so we used to pay the maid to clean the house. अम्मा एक आती थी, very old lady, तो हम लोग बोलते थे नहीं यार employment है, क्यों ये करेगा. She was 75 years old. She used to mop. Now one of our guys said, no, I cannot afford, अम्मा मैं नहीं पे करेगा, मैं ऐसे ही रहेगा, मैं झाड़ देगा. And what this bugger used to do? Used to take simply the dust and put it under his bed. Now the room looks clean, but if you look under the bed, you know, if I put anybody under the bed, that will die in just 10 minutes. So much of dust is there. So in the same way, if the country looks good because national income is high, but you are including it tax also part, then everything seems to be good. But is it really good? The answer is no. So that's why we measure at NNP at factor cost, not at market price. Because GDP market price तो मैं measure कर लिया, हर चीज market price थोड़ी measure करेगा. Then you will say, sir, but when you are measuring at NNP at factor cost, इसमें तो subsidy included है, तो ये भी तो factor cost में subsidies are included, market price से deduct करता है, but subsidy include करेगा तब भी तो ये बढ़ेगा. Correct question है. But subsidy कितने चीज पे गवर्नमेंट देता है? टैक्स तो सब पे है, टैक्स मेडिसिन पे भी है. डू यू गेट सब्सिडी इन एवरीथिंग? डिड गवर्नमेंट से दैट आई विल पे यू हाफ द फी फॉर ज्वाइनिंग यशस एकेडमी? स्कूल का फी का सब्सिडी मिला क्या आपको? नहीं. तो गवर्नमेंट इज पेइंग नॉट इवन, I mean 1% subsidy on everything. Only for the poor people the subsidy is given. So that's why we choose NNP at factor cost. National income will only be denoted. GDP we always measure at market price. Now that's why the value of GDP is highly deceptive. तो कल को अगर कोई बोलता है कि GDP of India has increased by by 1%, take it with a pinch of salt. टैक्स है उसमें. But if the government says the GDP has fallen down, can you imagine? The tax has increased, market value of the goods and services has increased, still the GDP is falling, the situation is very bad. Alright, clear? So of course short term में, long term is growth hai. Short term में situation could be little bad, so no problem. But if they ask you per capita income, nothing mentioned, then it will be NNP at factor cost divided by total population. Whether they say per capita income or per capita national income, but they have to mention per capita GDP. Government or any other body is not interested in per capita GDP because per capita GDP will increase just by increasing the taxes. So if they mention per capita GDP, then we'll take GDP, we measure at market price divided by total population. Alright, so first priority will be this when you get the question. Now, the difference between personal income and private income, personal income and national income, very important. Again, double plus 1 mark. Alright, from the theory part, question numerical से तो आएगा ही है. So, difference between national income and personal income. I'm spending more time over here. Theory जो है उसमें मैं कम time spend करेगा क्योंकि इसमें आपको ज़्यादा scoring है and numericals भी है. So on every chapter I'll not spend the same amount of time because externalities और ये सब में public goods का private goods का important segments I'll touch and go. जहाँ पे आपको add करा देगा कहाँ +1 plus कहाँ double +1 है. Alright. So now pay attention here. So what is the difference between national income and personal income? National income focuses on this word, earned, whereas personal income, the focus is received. Now in national income, we add every income that is earned, whether you have received or not. Alright, so what we do, national income, we do what? We add everything that is earned, whether received or not. Whereas when I am talking about personal income, we add everything received, whether earned or not. अभी मैं वॉक करते जा रहा है, मेरे को ब्रीफ केस मिला जिसमें 1 करोड़ रुपया है. You can imagine anything in the world, right? Hypothetically. So you got it. Is it a part of national income? No. Can you say I have earned it? मैं बोला मतलब कैसे अर्न किया, क्या किया तू? I can understand a thief stealing something. He may say that I have earned it. Still, that's illegal activity, should not be added to national income. You cannot say, sir, मेहनत किया ना, डकैत है, मेहनत किया, बाइक पे जा रहा, सोना का चेन लेके भाग गया. So economic activity should be included. One student asked me, बोले ये इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी तो है, बट इलीगल इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी है. Alright, you will be sent to jail. So even if you have worked hard, you have employed people, pay them salary every month to snatching the chain, it should not be added to the national income. Why I am giving this example? It happened to my wife. She was getting down the cab, she was talking on the phone, bike पे आया, phone लेके चला गया. So when she came, she told me somebody just snatched my phone. I said, one student asked me about national income, she got angry. I am telling you about my phone is snatched. And we do, what can I do now? Phone is snatched. Is there anything I can do? So he said, have you lodged a complaint to the police? Well, yes. Then I'm helpless. When I'm helpless on anything, why should I think about it? देखो एनर्जी है रैशनली एक्सप्लेन करने का. So she called me, you are a psycho. I tried to explain her entire day. What can I do to get your phone? Tell me one thing that you believe I can do to get the phone. Can I go where the phone was snatched and roam around? लोगों से फोटो दिखा के पूछता ये फोन का फोटोग्राफ देखा है, and your wife, this is my wife, इसका ही फोन लिया. She again got angry. Alright. So, but the thing is, people have to become rational. You say you become too rational, that is idiotic. नहीं कर सकता मैं, क्या कर सकता है? मैं गिर गया, हाथ टूट गया, ठीक है, रिग्रेट. अभी 10 दिन थोड़ी रोएगा मैं, टूट गया ना, मेरे रोने से क्या होगा? You cannot, right? So that's why my wife says, कोई मरेगा तू जाना मत. You'll be kicked out over there. So one of my friends' grandfather passed away. That bugger was 97 years old, and my friend is crying. Ha ha ha. मैंने बोला, मैं मन में सोच रहा और कितना. Are you crying because सेंचुरी नहीं मारा? Alright, कभी तो जाएगा ना. I can understand that somebody who is young, 12 years, 20 years, 30 years, a bit very bad. Alright, I can regret, I will feel sorrow, I will cry also. But दादाजी was 97, he lived his life. अभी क्या दादाजी को जिंदा रख के टॉर्चर करेगा क्या? So, एक महीना का एक्स्ट्रा पेंशन छोड़ के गए दादाजी, एंजॉय मारी. So I did not tell him this. Cry कर रहा है ना क्या? Indian people are absurd. वो मैरिज वाला भी बात आपको बताएगा बाद में. And I was literally shocked why they are crying. Right. One of my friends, elder sister, she got married. To whom? To somebody who was living on the first floor. She was living on the ground floor. अब घर छोड़ के जा रही, रो रही. क्यों रो रहा है भाई? क्यों रो रहा है? I can understand you're leaving your parent, you're going away. You can cry because distance हो गया. I have to book a ticket to go to different state, meet my daughter, even in the same street, 20 kilometers दूर है, रोएगा every day. But here, mom is making tea, sugar is not there, she can go down and get the sugar from there. Why are you crying? And many people were crying. मैं बोला, मैं पागल है, या तो मैं पागल है या ये सब पागल है. तो कौन पागल है आप बताओ? मैं पागल है. वो लोग पागल. So anyways, and they are still living. It's been 20 years. Alright, my class, स्कूल में था तब गया था, 20 years हो गया, अभी still living. So and I just phone him, is your sister still crying? Alright. So now, received whether earned or not. Now tell me one thing. If I am calculating national income, then what are the things that I have to take into consideration? What are the things I have to take into consideration? I have to take into consideration income, earned and received. Now when you earn something, you have worked hard for it, so you have earned it. अर्नड एंड रिसीव, सैलरी मिल गया, मटेरियल बेचा, पैसा मिल गया, राइट. सो अर्नड एंड रिसीव्ड, इनकम earned but not yet received. It will you will receive it. Now what is income earned but not yet received? Contribution to compensation fund, workmen compensation fund, provident fund, undistributed dividend होता है ना, retained earning हो रहा है, that's all income earned but not yet received. I will add this. What I will not add, so ये दोनों add रहेगा. What I will not add, income received but not earned. Now what is income received that I have not earned? I have not done anything for it. I've got a suitcase lying on the street, income received but not earned. I'm getting pension. What is pension? Transfer income. When I was earning wages or salary, it was added to income earned and received. Now the government is giving me pension because as a part of social welfare. I don't have to do anything else for that. So that is also income received but not earned. Lottery जीत गया, KBC जीत गया. These are all income received but not earned. So we will not take this into consideration. Likewise, when we are calculating personal income, तो क्या क्या ऐड करेगा मैं? First of all, income earned and received ऐड कर देगा. What else I'll add? Income received but not earned, इसको ऐड कर देगा. क्या डिडक्ट करेगा? Income earned but not received, ये नहीं ऐड करेगा. So if I am calculating, let's say, personal income from the national income, if I am calculating personal income from the national income, तो मैं क्या करेगा? नेशनल इनकम में क्या आता जो पर्सनल इनकम में नहीं आता? इनकम अर्नड बट नॉट येट रिसीव्ड, तो आई हैव टू डिडक्ट इनकम अर्नड बट नॉट रिसीव्ड. और क्या पर्सनल इनकम में आने का बट नेशनल इनकम में नहीं आता? इनकम रिसीव्ड, इनकम रिसीव्ड बट नॉट अर्नड. सिंपल, इजी है, नो कंफ्यूजन. ऑलराइट, so that is the distinction made between income and personal income, national income and personal income. Now if I want to get personal disposable income, जिसको DI बोलते हैं, disposable income, then from the personal income I have to deduct income tax. I'll get personal disposable income. So let's go back here to the concept here. GDP per capita is a measure of country's economic output per person. It is obtained by dividing the country's gross domestic product adjusted by inflation by total population, serves as an indicator of standard of living. Personal income. Personal income is the income received by the household sector including non-profit institutions serving household. It is income actually paid out to the household sector but not necessarily earned. आपको ये सब पढ़ने का जरूरत नहीं, जो मैं लिखा दिया that is more than enough. तो यहां पर देख लो आप. Disposable income also we have discussed. अभी आया प्राइवेट इनकम, अगेन डबल प्लस वन. व्हाट हैपेंड हियर? Okay. So now understand one thing. Private income, when I have to look at national income, it includes income broadly. If I want to divide it, it is income earned by the government. So income of government, because India is a mixed economy and government also earns a lot of money, whether it's a dividend income or whatever income from various economic activity. And then you have private income, private income now. Right. तो नेशनल इनकम में गवर्नमेंट का इनकम है और प्राइवेट सेक्टर का इनकम है. Within the private sector, you have personal income already included. So if I want to calculate private income and personal income from the national income, so मेरे को क्या करने का है? National income से मेरे को क्या क्या डिडक्ट करने का है? I have to deduct first government's income. Alright. So when I deduct government income, I will get income of the private sector. But we know that national income does not include what? Transfer income. But private income and personal income include transfer income. So it means, can I say that this is personal income, transfer income is not included? Yes. So I will add transfer income. अभी transfer income बहुत तरह का हो सकता है. Transfer income could be donation received. Transfer income can be unemployment allowances given by the government. These are all transfer income. So transfer income का भी net off में करेगा. So if suppose whether we are getting transfer income from within the country, outside the country, donation received will be added, donation paid will be deducted. So if Indian government gets donation or what we call it as a grant from some country, it will be added. But if Indian government gives grant to some country, like for example we have given little bit to Sri Lanka and also to Bhutan, so it will be deducted. So net में add करेगा इसमें. Alright. So transfer income I have added. Plus we will add also within the transfer income, that is interest on national debt. Now why we are adding interest on national debt or public debt? Because when the government borrows from the public, all right, how the government will repay? I am buying a government bond, 10% interest pay. After 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, whenever redemption will come, the government cannot increase the tax to pay me, because people will protest. बोले क्यों भाई, वो आपका बॉन्ड खरीदा, राइट, आप मेरे से क्यों टैक्स पैसा लेगा? इट मींस आई एम पेइंग इंटरेस्ट टू हिम. तो गवर्नमेंट से ठीक है, कैन आई मेक यू पे इंटरेस्ट टू हिम विदाउट यू पेइंग द टैक्स? तो मैं आपको टैक्स की जगह आपको बॉन्ड सेल करेगा. आई विल सेल यू द बॉन्ड, I will get this money and then I'll use this money to redeem that bond. So it means again you are paying interest to him, correct? But has he provided any services to you? The government has provided. So don't you think you are exchanging money between yourself, between the public? So it will be added as a transfer income on national debt. So when I do this, still you have not got private income, because private income में क्या आएगा? प्राइवेट इनकम आपको मिल गया, बट आपका प्राइवेट इनकम हाउस होल्ड के पास जाएगा तो पर्सनल इनकम होगा. सो नाउ इन ऑर्डर टू, दिस इज योर प्राइवेट इनकम. नाउ आई वांट टू कैलकुलेट पर्सनल इनकम. पर्सनल इनकम के लिए व्हाट डजंट गो टू द हाउस होल्ड? नो, नॉट इनकम टैक्स, कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स माइनस कॉर्पोरेट आईटी, नेट प्रॉफिट पे जो पे करेगा. What else doesn't go to the household? Retained earnings. So minus retained earnings. तो इसको माइनस करके जो भी है वो हो जाएगा पर्सनल इनकम. It will be personal income, whatever value you get. Now from here, if I want to get disposable income, then I have to do minus income tax. That's it. Correct? So यहां पर आपको ये पूरा दे दिया है. And let's solve a problem here. First, solve a problem. I have already shared the handout with you guys. No, this one. I think I have shared with you guys. Acha, non-Yeshas students are present today. How many? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got the handouts, printed handouts for you guys. You can take it when we start with the next unit, next chapter. I mean, chapter 7. You people have already got the handouts, no? You bought it now, today. So now, let's take a look here. Everything I've solved it here. So because there is no time to discuss, solve the questions here. So kitna question number hai? 3 hai. So you see here, they have asked you to calculate NNP at factor cost, NNP at market price, GNP at market price, and GDP at market price. So what we have to calculate? First, you calculate GDP at market price. तो GDP at market price कैसे calculate करेगा मैं? Compensation to employees, ये मैं ऐड करेगा मिक्स इनकम. कॉम्पेंसेशन कहां है? टू एम्प्लॉइज, ये मैं ऐड करेगा. प्लस ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस में ऐड करेगा. मार्केट प्राइस है तो नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस भी मैं ऐड कर देगा. करेक्ट. एंड कंजम्पशन ऑफ फिक्स कैपिटल भी ऐड कर देगा. आई विल गेट जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस. तो यू सी हियर इज डन. तो compensation to employees I've added, operating surplus added, mixed income added, consumption of fixed capital that is depreciation added, and net and taxes I've added. 4950 आ गया. Now you've got GDP at market price. You have got GDP at market price. Hey, pay attention, Ray. You have to get NNP at factor cost. When you bring NNP at factor cost, you'll get everything else. Because in the question, what they've asked you, NNP at market price, GNP at market price. एक तो मिल गया, GDP at market price निकल गया. So if I want to get GNP at market price, what do you have to do? Add NFIA. NFIA negative है तो डिडक्ट हो जाएगा NFIA. When you do that, you will get the value. कितना वैल्यू आ जाएगा? आया था कितना वैल्यू यहां पर? 4950. So 4900 हो गया. Now we do what? Next क्या बोला है आपको? NNP at market price करेगा. नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट, नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट ग्रॉस से. तो मैं क्या करेगा यहां पर? डेप्रिसिएशन वी हैव टू डिडक्ट. तो डेप्रिसिएशन इज हाउ मच? कंजम्पशन ऑफ फिक्स कैपिटल 400 वी हैव डिडक्टेड. तो एनएनपी एट मार्केट प्राइस वो आ जाएगा आपका. करेक्ट. एंड देन लास्ट में क्या करेगा मैं? एनएनपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट करने के लिए क्या करेगा? माइनस नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस. तो you got GDP at market price and you have to convert it to NNP at factor cost, and GDP at market price you have got how much? 4950. 4950 you have got. So if you want to convert it to factor cost, minus net IDT. If you want to convert it to national, plus NFIA. And if you want to convert it to net, minus depreciation. When you do, you'll get your answer. Clear hai? Now in the question you see, to confuse you, they've given rent and profit also. But we know this rent and profit is included in the operating surplus. दोनों ऐड कर देगा तो डबल काउंटिंग हो गया ना. So be careful. Next question. Following data estimate national income and personal income. So what we have to calculate पहले? NNP at factor cost, because you are trying to determine what is personal and private income. So beginning point क्या है? NNP at factor cost from the national income. You find out national income, deduct government income, add transfer income. That will become a private income. Deduct corporate income tax and deduct return earning. That will become personal income. Deduct personal income tax will become disposable income. So national income at market price दिया है. NNP at market price is given 1891. Now if I want to get from NNP at market price, NNP at factor cost कितना आ जाएगा मेरा? 1891 minus net indirect taxes. Correct. So it means I have to deduct 175. I have to add 30. Exactly. You see, this is done here. So ये ब्रैकेट नहीं रहेगा. minus 175 plus 30 ब्रैकेट रहेगा तो दोनों माइनस हो जाएगा. Right. So 1746 you have got. Now in that 1746, what you have to do now? Deduct all government expenditure, government income. Income from property accruing to the government minus हो जाएगा. Then saving of non-departmental enterprise. Government का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का डिपार्टमेंट होता है, नॉन डिपार्टमेंट भी होता है, दोनों गवर्नमेंट का ही बोलते हैं, ये भी माइनस हो जाएगा. Interest on national debt, what will do? Add. Current transfer from government, we will add. Current transfer from rest of the world, we will add. और कुछ है क्या? नहीं है. तो ये ऐड करने के बाद मेरे को क्या मिल जाएगा? प्राइवेट इनकम. एंड फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट इनकम, if I deduct saving of corporate sector, that is nothing but retained earning, एंड डिडक्ट कॉर्पोरेट इनकम टैक्स 25-50 रुपीज डिडक्ट कर देगा, तो मेरा आ गया पर्सनल इनकम। क्लियर है? इजी। एग्जैक्टली सेम थिंग इज डन हियर, यू सी everything. I'll share this with you guys later on. I think I've already shared. All right. Now find out the value of depreciation. अभी ये क्वेश्चन में क्या है, यहां पर बोला find out the value of depreciation and they've given what? GDP market price of a country in a particular year is 1100. GDP at market price equals to 1100. तो ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट दिया है, NFIA क्या दिया? 100. Then value of net indirect taxes, net IDT, they've given 150 crore, and national income, NNP, at factor cost, they've given 850 crore. Now tell me, what is the difference between NNP at factor cost and GNP at factor cost? Depreciation is the difference. So if I find GNP at factor cost and then subtract it from NNP at factor cost, will I not get the value of depreciation? Correct or not? So हम लोग को GNP at factor cost पहले निकालने का है. Correct. So GNP at factor cost कैसे निकालेगा? GDP at market price दिया है, तो GNP at market price कितना हो जाएगा? 1100 and plus 100, so that is 1200 will be your GNP at market price. Correct. And now GNP at factor cost कितना हो जाएगा? 1200 minus net indirect taxes, how much? 150. That will be 1050. Correct. So now your NNP at factor cost is given as how much? 850 equal to GNP at factor cost कितना है? 1050 minus depreciation. So what will be the value of depreciation? 200. Yes or no? Got it or not? Huh? Hero? Huh? 200 you will get. Alright. That's what you have got over here. 200. अभी next question में similar है. Let's solve some other question. आप देख लेना क्या क्वेश्चन में बोल रहा है, देखिए एक बार. नहीं दिया. 9th वाला देखते हैं. Next question you'll solve. Question is missing over here. In the book is given. You can see. ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. सर्कुलर फ्लो ऑफ इनकम Keynesian में करेंगे, वो कवर हो जाएगा. This is very important. Different methods of measuring national income. So understand here. First, तीनों मेथड का सुन लो, क्या क्या ऐड करने का. एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ऑलराइट, बट क्वेश्चन यू विल गेट वन क्वेश्चन, न्यूमेरिकल क्वेश्चन और इक्वेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम वैल्यू एडेड, from income method and from expenditure method. Under the value addition method, what we do? We divide the entire country into three important sectors: primary, secondary and tertiary, and the value addition done in each of these sectors, when we add up, we get the total national income using value added method. So in order to get the value addition in the primary sector, what we have to do? Total value of output in the primary sector minus intermediate consumption. Same way to the secondary and same way in the tertiary. We add up. When we do that, we get GDP at market price. And then if you want to get NNP at factor cost from that, then you have to again add NFIA, deduct, deduct net indirect taxes, and then you have to deduct depreciation. Clear hai? Under income method, what we do? Income is also known as, income method is also known as what? Distributed share method. क्यों बोलते हैं? Because whatever I am spending, incurring as expenditure in production of this pen, I am paying to the various factor inputs. Whoever is providing me factor input, I am paying to them. So when I add the expenditure all the time going to their side, that is income earned by them, that will give me income earned by all the providers of factor inputs. When I add everybody's income, that will give me income through income method, national income through income method. Expenditure method is important. Now under expenditure method, this is also known as income disposal method. Why do we call it income disposal method? Because whatever you earn, you are going to spend. Whether a businessman earns profit, he will re-spend this into the business, or whether you are an individual, you are earning some salary or whatever, you are going to spend it. So somebody's expenditure will become somebody's income. How do we calculate? Here you have three things. First, private final consumption expenditure. In this case, we'll take what? The total expenditure incurred by the private entities household in the consumption of final goods will be added up together. So what we do, if 1 million units of this pen is consumed in India and each of the market price each unit is 5 rupees, then 1 million into 5 million will be added to the expenditure side. So that is expenditure method. If 1000 ACs are sold every day for 365 days, so 1000 ACs into 365 days into average price of each AC is 40,000 rupees, that will be added to the national income. Correct? So under expenditure method. But government also spend money. Now the problem with the government expenditure is that it cannot be measured because government services do not command a market price. If I go to Apollo hospital, I can find out, I can audit their books of account. I can say, okay, you have these 10 beds. ये 10 बेड डिलक्स रूम को जाता है और एक बेड का पर डे ऑक्यूपेंसी आप 5000 चार्ज करता है. तो 10 बेड्स into 5000. How many days it was occupied? Let's say it was occupied for 80 days in a year. Multiplied by 80, I've got it. I've gone to another room. This is extra deluxe, super deluxe room. एक दिन का 50,000 लेता है. ऐसा 3 रूम है. So let's say hypothetically I'm saying this. So 1,50,000. Now 1,50,000, how many days all these rooms were occupied? So that multiplied, I'll get the value. But if I go to government hospital and ask a patient, भैया कितना दिया? बोला कुछ नहीं. So does it mean that government is not spending if he is not spending? Do you think the doctors are working for free in government hospitals? No. So government services and government expenditure do not command a market price. Very difficult to calculate because the price of this good is not determined according to market forces of demand and supply. So we cannot multiply it by the number of units. So what we do, whatever is the total expenditure incurred by the government, we add up together everything. And we say that is the total expenditure incurred by the government. That is the second thing. So private final consumption expenditure plus government final consumption expenditure plus gross domestic capital formation. It means expenditure incurred on machines, real assets and everything added together. When I have done this, fourth one will also be coming. Now that will be exports minus import. Export will be added, imports minus will be deducted because exports are injections and imports are leakages. When I do this, I'll get GDP or national income through expenditure method. As simple as that. So you see, अभी यहाँ पे वैल्यू एडेड मेथड में क्या बोला है? वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन. आपको ये रट्टा मारने का जरूरत नहीं है. सिंपल. इफ आई से वैल्यू ऑफ आउटपुट माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन, ट्रेडिंग अकाउंट बनाया आप लोग सब. इफ सपोज इफ आई राइट हियर ओपनिंग स्टॉक is 10,000. Closing stock is, let's say, 5,000. Sales is, let's say, 5 lakh. Or let's say, 5 lakh ले लो sales. 5 lakh. Now my question is, Baba, if I opened this with a stock of 10,000 and still 5,000 is left, then where from the sale came? Correct? That is nothing but purchase. And what is purchase? That is your intermediate consumption. में purchase कोई सेल में है ना. कॉटन खरीद के कॉटन शर्ट बना, शुगर खरीद के मिल्क खरीद के केक बना, और एक प्लास्टिक खरीद के टॉय बना. So now let's say purchase is worth ₹3 lakh. तो मैं क्या किया, अगर मैं सेल्स को ऐड करेगा क्लोजिंग स्टॉक में और ये दोनों डिडक्ट कर देगा, So sales plus closing stock minus opening stock minus intermediate consumption, what you will get is your gross profit. This is nothing but value addition. Understood? Simple. This is value addition because I'm not going to sell for free. Will I sell for free? The answer is no. So profit is nothing but a value addition is done. So that's why the value is given here. Sales plus change in stock. It means plus, remember, plus closing stock and minus opening stock है, क्योंकि सेल से माइनस कर देगा इसको प्लस कर देगा, गड़बड़ हो गया फिर तो. अंडरस्टूड? सेल्स प्लस क्लोजिंग माइनस ओपनिंग, when you get that is the change in stock and minus intermediate consumption. So you get your national income in that way. So now you don't have to remember one more thing. Don't get confused, Re Baba. When I say GVA at market price, you call it GDP at market price. Same है. रमेश और सुरेश वो भी नहीं है, सेम है, दोनों सुरेश है. So you call this GDP, I call it GVA, I call it GDP. You call it NVA, I call it NDP. So value addition ही तो हो रहा है when this is produced. Alright, so don't get confused here. Income method, we have already covered this. देखो अभी क्या बताया था आपको, वहां पे NDP एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट कर रहा था तो क्या था, NFIA नहीं था. यहां पे NDP एट फैक्टर NNP एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट कर रहा है तो NFIA आ गया. एन एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड, राइट, प्राइवेट फाइनल, गवर्नमेंट फाइनल, ग्रॉस एंड नेट एक्सपोर्ट्स यू हैव टू ऐड. अभी बताओ इसका क्या आंसर होगा. कैलकुलेट नेट नेशनल इनकम बाय वैल्यू एडेड मेथड. सेल्स 700 प्लस क्लोजिंग स्टॉक 400 माइनस ओपनिंग स्टॉक 500 माइनस इंटरमीडिएट कंजम्पशन परचेज दिया है क्या, या माइनस 350. व्हाट यू विल गेट? तो ना कितना, 250. 250 you have got. This is your GDP at market price. अभी फैक्टर कॉस्ट में लाने का क्या करेगा, ग्रॉस को नेट नेशनल बनाने के लिए क्या करेगा, ऐड 30. नाउ ग्रॉस से नेट करने के लिए क्या करेगा, माइनस 150. मार्केट प्राइस को फैक्टर कॉस्ट करने के लिए क्या करेगा, माइनस नेट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस. सो व्हाट आई डू, माइनस 110 प्लस 50. व्हेन यू डू दैट यू विल गेट नेशनल इनकम बाय फैक्टर कॉस्ट. हाँ, 70. So that would be your answer. Let's see over here. 70, you've got the answer. All right. ये बोलो आप एक बार. You have to calculate operating surplus. Sales दिया है, compensation employees, intermediate consumption, consumption of fixed capital, mixed income, everything have given. Easy. बोलो. Try to do it. Try to do it. Rough work में कहीं. जैसे डेप्रिसिएशन लिखा था वैसे लिखेगा ना. मिक्स्ड इनकम ऑफ सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड, कॉम्पेंसेशन टू एम्प्लॉइज प्लस ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस. ऑपरेटिंग सरप्लस को एक्स कर लो. इग्नोर दिस रेंट एंड इंटरेस्ट. I'll finish this unit, then I'll give you a little breather before I start with the next one. Wow. Yes. Huh? 50, everybody is getting 50. 1500. Everybody is getting 1500. That is correct. If everybody is getting, that is correct. What you have done? Now, many of you must be searching for opening stock and closing stock. नहीं दिया तो zero मान लो ना. Alright. You don't, if it's not given, consider it zero. So, first calculate. कहाँ गया यहाँ पर? 1500. हाँ. GV at market price, that is nothing but GDP at market price, value of output minus intermediate consumption, sale plus closing stock minus intermediate consumption. यहाँ पर आ गया आपका 3400. Then it's easy. Once you get GV at market price, then you have to get GDP at factor cost, then NDP at factor cost, and then NDP at factor cost. You see, compensation employees, operating surplus, mixed income, and X man kick. Solve it. All right. After this problem, we'll look at the limitations. अभी बताओ इसका क्या? Very simple. You have to find out national income value added method. NNP at factor cost you have to find out. Output minus value added 1800. Value of output minus intermediate consumption 2000. Value of output minus intermediate consumption 1000. Correct. तो आपका हो गया GDP at market price is 4800. अब इसको नेशनल इनकम लाने के लिए क्या करेगा? ग्रॉस को नेट करेगा, डेप्रिसिएशन माइनस कर दिया. नाउ डोमेस्टिक को नेशनल करेगा, नेट नेशनल इनकम माइनस में, सो माइनस हो जाएगा ये. एंड देन मार्केट प्राइस को फैक्टर कॉस्ट करने का है, सो माइनस 300. यू विल गेट योर आंसर. 4000 यू गेटिंग? yes, 4000. एंड देन all the remaining problems you can solve easy है, सब मैं शेयर कर चुका है. System of regional accounts, remember here supra regional sectors plus minus 1. I explained you what is supra regional sectors. So there are some economic activities that is spread between different regions. The income generated by that activity cannot be added to one particular sector. So government puts it as or calls it as a supra regional sector. The benefit of this sectors will be given to every other sector. I mean to the entire country. Limitations आप देख लेना, बहुत आसान है, कोई explain करने का जरूरत नहीं है. It's very very easy. Alright. Any point that you did not understand? And remember, it's not a subjective paper, so I'll not ask you what is limitation. So I'll say which of the following can be considered as a limitation of national income. So I'll tell you, you tell me. GDP per capita does not disclose the level of income inequality. True or false? GDP per capita does not disclose the standard of or income inequality. True. It does not disclose income inequality. Likewise, illegal incomes, they affect the national income, but they are not included. So again, wrong data हो गया. Non-monetized sector is there, barter trade हो रहा है. It is an economic activity. But the thing is, I have given potato to get tomato. What is the price of tomato and potato? I cannot. If that potato or tomato is sold in the market, I can say 10 kilogram of tomato sold at 20 rupees, so 200 rupees added to national income. But मैं आपको potato देके tomato लिया, तो national income में क्या add करेगा? Potato debit, credit, tomato credit, no. But it should be added, but it doesn't command a market price, so we don't take it. Non-economic indicators, which is important for the country. Alright. So that is missing. It means political participation, right to criticize the government, freedom, women empowerment. All these things are never accounted for in the national income. People say that ये देखो सऊदी अरेबिया में बहुत अच्छा लाइफ है, नो प्रॉब्लम, स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग इज गुड एंड एवरीथिंग. कभी एक बार शेख के ऊपर जोक्स ट्रांसफर कर दो, डर तो इतना लगता है कि व्हाट्सएप नहीं चलता है वहां. करेक्ट. कि शेख का वीडियो बना के कौन शेयर कर दे पता नहीं. And they don't allow WhatsApp or over there. What they're scared of, I don't know. But anyways, you cannot criticize them. You will disappear. All right. Here you can criticize the government. Correct. Of course, you cannot. You're not supposed to use unparliamentary language. But even for the prime minister, said no, he is not a good prime minister. He is bad prime minister. He is a good prime minister. कुछ भी बोल सकते. कितना गाली पड़ा मनमोहन सिंह को. All right. You're not supposed to, but you can have the right to criticize without using unparliamentary language. So that is also an indication of a good economy. But in China, if you do the same thing, कोरिया में जाके हेयर कट करा लो. The supreme leader thinks that he is mocking me. You will disappear along with your hair. All right. Yes, they kill people for no reason over there. Right. So these things, you go to Colombia, there even government entities, they chop people off. All right. They had found a government facility wherein they were keeping people who were resenting against the government, and they have big kind of a grinder. They used to put people into that, grind कर दो एकदम, ketchup निकल जाएगा. Can you imagine? It was recently found. Last year only it was found. So at least these kind of things doesn't happen. ऐसा नहीं है पुलिस आपको चलो ग्राइंडर में ले जाएगा मैं. Right. So you can participate in politics. Of course there is a nepotism, but yes, हो जाएगा. Right. Economic bats are not included. You see what happened in Delhi. Correct. Growth हो रहा है, but pollution भी बढ़ रहा है. So that is not included. क्या हो गया? So that is also not included in the national income. Moreover, क्या problem चल रहा है यहाँ? अर्जेंट नहीं दिया अभी तक कल का. So again, sometimes it becomes very difficult to figure out what is the correct value addition, because the same commodity can be used as a final product by somebody and same commodity can be used as a intermediate good. If I purchase a car for my personal use, that is the final product, it should be added. But if I purchase a car, if suppose for providing transportation services, then car is an intermediate good. The services that I'm providing is a final product. So from the total value of output, I have to deduct intermediate consumption, that is depreciation for the car. So government doesn't know, and people are also, they're smart, they're running the business. बोला घर का वाईफाई, घर का electricity, सब business expenditure. So if the electricity in the house, if you are consuming, that electricity is final product. But if I'm using it for my business, then understood. Let's say you are a CA, you are working. Let's say what you are a CA. Let's say so you have become a CA. You are working in your office. Electricity bill that comes to you, that is not your final product. That is intermediate goods. What is your final product? At what price you are selling or charging to the auditor? So charging to your client, you are the auditor. So you are getting the money, that is your final value of output. So total number of clients in a 1 year is given me this money. Now intermediate consumption minus करेगा, rent में minus करेगा, employees को जो पैसा दिया minus करेगा, electricity consumption minus करेगा, all other expenses minus करेगा, then what I'll get? This is my value addition. Because if I made 50 lakh rupees and I've incurred a cost of, let's say, 10 lakh rupees, then total value of output is 50 lakh, but intermediate consumption is 10 lakh, so value addition is only 40 lakh. Correct. But उसमें मैं अपना घर का बिल भी डाल दिया, then mistake हो गया. So that is again problem. Smuggling, gambling, they will affect an economic activity, but these are never included in the national income. All these things. Moreover, when we suppose we have taken some commodity in the base year, we have taken some commodity in the current year, and try to find out inflation, but there could be a possibility some commodities taken in the base year is not available in the current year, or we have updated the basket. अब basket में 20 new commodities are added and you are comparing with the base year में वो था ही नहीं, then don't you think again it will give us a wrong idea of national income? On top of that, People are not literate, so they are not recording the data. It's not easy for the government to house and how much of income you are earning. So all these things are nothing but the limitations and problems associated with national income. All right, clear hai? Now देख लेना एक बार ये. Now Keynesian theory. Now this will be a part of the handout that I'll be sharing with you guys later on as a part of ये क्या बोलते हैं quick revision note, because the handout it contains only from chapter 7 onwards. Now Keynesian theory, very important. Now Keynesian, remember, he developed this theory in 1936, known as General Theory on Employment, Interest and Money. Not again important. He gave deterministic model. Hey, quite right. What you're doing with the chalk? Chalk or chewing gum? Okay. So now pay attention here. Throw it outside, don't stick it in the class. हाँ, ये अंडर द टेबल वो नहीं करने का. मेरा क्लासरूम में पूरा अंडर द टेबल पूरा. So now two sector model, 3-sector model and 4-sector model. He gave a deterministic model. All right, 2, 3 and 4-sector model. They may or may not ask you some question with regard to the assumption, but in a 2-sector model, there are only household and firms. Government sector do not exist, neither the external sector where export and import happens, it doesn't exist. So only 2-sector model may household at one place and the businesses at another place. But there are assumptions taken. What are the assumptions taken? First, that the method of production technology remains constant. Secondly, the price of factor output and factor input also remains constant. Inflation doesn't happen, because he gave a short-term model, and when inflation happens, what will happen, he also mentioned. Third, what he mentioned is that investment is determined autonomously or exogenously. So in the short run, it is assumed to remain constant and it will not get affected due to the change in the interest rate. Next, he said that there will be no corporate saving. It means entire profit earned by the business will be either put back into the business for expansion or it will be distributed as dividend to the shareholders. These were the assumptions taken. 2, 3 and 4-sector model, this assumption. Now circular flow of income, very important, double plus 1. Under circular flow of income, Keynes said that household and firms, it means expenditure and income will equalize in an economy, always. So he said that household own all factor inputs and which are provided by the household to the firm. So input gaya business ke paas. If I have given my labor, I will receive wages and salary. If I have given my premises where businesses are performing their activity, I'll receive a rent. If I have loaned my money to the bank and the bank has given money to the firm or directly bought debentures of the firm and bonds issued by the firm, then I will receive interest. If I purchase the equity share of the company, then I will receive dividend. So factor input gaya yahan and factor payment is made to the household. When the household is receiving the factor income, so remember, factor payment made by the firm become the factor income for the household. So एक तरफ payment आया, दूसरा income बन गया. Now what will I do with this income? This will become my consumption expenditure. So it means my income will eventually become my expenditure and that will eventually become the revenue of the firm. And when the firm is getting back the money, then the firm will supply me the goods and services. And this way things will work out. You have become a CA, you are working in a business. So the business, it means you have provided your factor input, that is labor. You will receive a professional fee or a salary. With this money, what you will do? You will buy pizza, you will buy a house, you will buy a car. So it means the money will go back not to the same business but to businesses. So that will become their revenue income. And then you will receive the goods and services. It means everything will equalize. Well, sir, then how everything will be equalized? Because let's say, if the businessman is giving me 1 lakh rupees and when I spend this 1 lakh rupees, then the business will make a margin of profit. So business will not give me 1 lakh rupees worth of goods and services if I spend 1 lakh rupees. The maximum retail price is 1 lakh, but the cost of production could be 90,000. Correct? तो कहां से इक्वलाइज हुआ कैसे इक्वलाइज हुआ? This extra 10,000, how will it come to me? In the form as dividend, it will come to me. Correct? So it will always equalize. So in the end, what we say, that factor payment made to the household is the household income. This the household expense. This will become total revenue receipts for the businesses or the firms, and that will be equal to the value of output. Very important. Now equilibrium. Now understand here, listen very carefully. Under Keynesian model, equilibrium is determined. I mean, national income is only measured at the point of equilibrium, not at any other point. Only at the point of equilibrium, only we will measure the national income. Now, at the equilibrium, what we say? That aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. Now remember, demand side is always the expenditure side and supply side is always the income side. Clear? Now aggregate demand consists of two components, that is C plus I, where C stands for consumption of consumer good, I stands for consumption of investment goods. Now this C, we can also call it as aggregate consumption. Aggregate consumption. When I say aggregate consumption, it means C is made up of something. C is made up of C equals to A plus BY. Now what is A plus BY? Now this A is your autonomous consumption. Autonomous consumption. B is your marginal propensity to consume, or you can say proportion of income that you're spending on consumption. And Y stands for your income. So aggregate consumption, remember we say consumption is a function of income. So can we say that there is a direct relationship between consumption and income? Meaning what? If there is increase in consumption, that will be increase in consumption. Increase in income, increase in consumption. But now question is, increase in consumption is not happening due to A, because this remains constant. Increase in consumption is happening due to BY. BY together is known as induced consumption. Why do we call it induced consumption? Because it is induced by the change in my income. Now does A never change? No, I will never say it will not change. In the short run, it will not change. And Keynes has given a short run model, because we have learned that when the income increases, people can become irrational, and even A, which is a necessary consumption, their consumption may also increase. But here we'll assume it to remain constant. So A is the minimum that a household have to consume no matter what is their level of income, because without that the person is not going to survive. So if my income is increasing, let's say income is rupees 10,000 and the value of B or value of A is rupees 3,000. So and the value of B is 0.4 or 0.5 ले लेते हैं. So what is the value of my C? That is 3,000, that is A, plus BY, that is 0.5 into 10,000. So 3,000 plus 5,000. So aggregate consumption is 8,000. Now if my income increases to 20,000, if income increases to 20,000 and everything remains same, it means A is again 3,000 and B is 0.5. So what will be the value of C now? Again 3,000 plus 0.5 into 20,000. So that will be 3,000 plus it will be 10,000. So 13,000. So C is increasing from 8,000 to 13,000. But is it increasing due to A? Because A is constant at both the places. It is only increasing due to increase in the value of induced consumption, that is BY. Now the question is again double plus 1. that if your income is 0, then C will always be equals to A. Because if your income is 0, then if I want to find out C, A is 3000 plus B is 0.5 into 0. So the value of C is 3000. So when income is 0, then C cannot be 0, otherwise you will die. Correct? So C will be equals to A. So can we say that the C curve, the aggregate consumption curve, will begin from the same point as the autonomous consumption curve? So if suppose if I have to draw the consumption diagram for the household, on the y-axis will take expenditure, on the x-axis will take income, which is denoted by y. Now the A curve cannot begin from the origin because it means A is 0. So A will begin from here. This is your A, and this is, let's say, rupees 3000. That will remain constant. It means whether your income is 0 or 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 does not matter. Your consumption, autonomous consumption will not be 0. Autonomous consumption will not be 0. Now this is your consumption curve. This is C, which is a function of y. Correct? Now what happens here? If your income is 10,000, then your aggregate consumption is how much? 13,000. पहले कितना था? 13,000 था नहीं, 8,000 था. But in this 8,000, 3,000 is your autonomous consumption. Right? But if your income increases to 20,000, then your consumption is 13,000. But in this consumption again, A is 3,000. So induced consumption is only 10,000. So but C contains both induced consumption and autonomous consumption. Now the question comes, sir, why is it a straight line? It is a straight line because proportion of B remains constant. Alright, because if suppose you see my income has doubled, correct? 100% increase in income, and what is the increase in induced consumption? It has doubled. If I write 30,000 here, it means 3 times than before. So what will be my induced consumption? 15,000. 3 times हो गया कि नहीं? So it means there is a proportion. So that's why it's a straight line. Then we say this, the degree or the angle made by this, it depends on the value of B. Because if the value of B is more, then will your C increase more sharply or less sharply? More sharply. तो ये लाइन कैसे हो जाएगा? ये लाइन ऐसे भाग जाएगा. करेक्ट? कि थोड़ा सा इनकम इंक्रीज हुआ, कंजम्पशन बहुत भाग गया. And if you are a miserable individual who always wants to save money, then your B consumption will be like this. Here B is maybe 0.2, 0.3. Correct? Alright. So the angle of this consumption curve is determined by the value of B. Greater the value of B, more will be the angle. Lesser the value of B, less will be the angle. Alright. Clear hai? So you see here, everything is mentioned here. I've explained it to you all. MPC now. Marginal means change of 1. Alright. So marginal propensity means frequency to consume. Propensity means frequency. C means consumption. It means at what frequency my consumption is increasing when the income increases by 1 unit of a rupee. That's why the word marginal. Alright. It means if suppose the value of B is 0.6, then for every 1 rupee increase in Y, my consumption, additional consumption will increase by 60 paisa. But if the value of B is 0.2, then for every 1 rupee increase in income, it will increase by only 20 paisa. So here if the income increases by 1 lakh, my consumption increases by 60,000. And here if the income increases by 1 lakh, my consumption will increase by 20,000. So marginal propensity to consume, if I want to find out, we'll write change in consumption by change in income. All right, change in consumption by change in income, or simply you can say what will be the change in consumption when income increases by 1 unit of a rupee. So marginal propensity to consume double plus 1. Right. Now just like consumption, saving is also a function of income. Saving is also a function of income. So here you have plus minus 1. मीन्स हो सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है. पहला प्रेफरेंस एमपीसी को ही जाएगा. Why? Because understand, when income increases, not only your consumption increases, but also your savings will increase. So it means if suppose B का value है 0.4 और 0.6, then S का value कितना हो जाएगा? 0.4. So if my income is 1 lakh, I am consuming 60k, it means I am saving 40k. But if my income is 2 lakh, then I am consuming 120k and I am saving 80k. So consumption saving is also a function of income. So if I want to calculate marginal propensity to save, then what I have to do? Now I have to find out that how much will be the change in saving when income changes by 1 rupee. So that will be delta saving by delta income. Or we can also write it as 1 minus MPC. We can also write that. Both way is fine. Because we know income is saving plus consumption. So saving is income minus consumption and consumption is income minus saving. Because income का क्या आप करेगा? या सेव करेगा या कंज्यूम करेगा? बोलेगा सर मैं डोनेट करेगा. That is also consumption. You are not consuming, you are consuming what? You are consuming the happiness that you want, that you get when you are donating your money. Now remember, under national income will not add that, but under Keynesian theory we will add. Keynesian they understand one thing, that even if government is giving you free money, when you are not adding it as a part of national income, don't think that it will not be added. Because when that person receiving a pension or unemployment allowance, when he will go and buy that thing, that is added, no. So every bit of money spent by the government, doesn't matter how the government spent, it is going to induce some kind of consumption from in the consumer side. It doesn't matter how the government is spending the money. गड्ढा खोदने वाला example दिया था ना. Now just like marginal propensity to consume, you have marginal propensity to, average propensity to consume and average propensity to save. Again इसमें minus plus 1 आएगा, दोनों में कोई एक आ सकता है, नहीं भी आ सकता है. So remember, when I wrote MPC, I wrote delta change in consumption by change in income. When I remove this delta, it will become APC. Understood? Total consumption by total income. So APC shows consumption per unit of income. MPC shows changes in consumption due to change in income by 1 rupee. Likewise, I can also calculate APS. Now when we are calculating MPS, क्या था? Change in saving by change in income. When I remove this delta, this will become APS, total saving by total income. That is the difference between the two. All right. Now let's go to the concept here. ये बहुत easy question हम बाद में देख लेंगे. Equilibrium under two sector model. So you see here. So in this diagram, what you see, simple diagram कैसे बनाने का, आपको कुछ बनाने का तो है नहीं, सिंपल है. एक फाउंडेशनल डायग्राम है, उसके ऊपर सब बिल्डअप होता है. तो पे अटेंशन. On the y axis will take expenditure, on the x axis will take income, and this is your aggregate supply curve. AS, that is C plus S. Now this is your consumption and this is your aggregate demand, that is C plus I. This is your AD. And at this point, you have achieved equilibrium. So this is the point of equilibrium that you are achieving at Y. Because at this point, what is happening? Aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. So when I compare the green and the red line is the supply curve, green line is the demand curve. Now the supply curve makes a 45-degree angle. Why? Because under Keynesian model, income and expenditure will eventually be equalized. So 90-degree right angle को 45 से किया तो 45% here, 45-degree here. All right, not percent, degree. So 45-degree angle it's making. Now understand, if I mark a point over here, what is the situation? मेरा supply यहाँ पर है, but मेरा demand यहाँ पे. There is excess demand over supply. Now also understand, if there is excess demand over supply and I'm increasing the supply, it will further increase the demand. Wow. How? Because when I'm increasing the supply, I'm using the resources from the household. So household will get more income. So will they not create demand? Yes. So as I increase my supply, you see, from here to here, the demand also increases from here to over here. And at this point, it is equalized. Now beyond this point, you have, this is your aggregate supply and this is your aggregate demand. So businesses will have unsold stock at this point. So what the business will do? Business will decrease their production. When they decrease their production, supply will go down. But don't you think demand will also go down? Because household flow to the household will decrease. So under Keynesian model, we will only measure the national income at the point of equilibrium wherein aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. Now the question comes. Again, this question is plus 1 mark. So will there be full employment or less than full employment at the point of equilibrium? No, you cannot say. Maybe, may not be. यहीं पे हो गया minus 0.25. If suppose an economy is producing at equilibrium, pay attention now. This thing is also. Right. Due to this, it is not. Alright. Two sides now. Now it will be fine. Because when I'm putting that, it's going down, I have to shout. So now what happens here? Pay attention. So now we are going to look at that. Yeah, I was discussing, sorry. Yeah, full employment or less than full employment. It may be, may not be. But if an economy reaches full employment at the point of equilibrium, then production beyond that point is not possible. Not forever, but at that point in time. It will take some time for the economy to increase its productive capacity. So, at the point of equilibrium, if the economy has achieved full employment, and still if the demand increases beyond that point, we know supply cannot be increased, it will create what is known as inflationary gap. So उसमें inflationary gap में क्या होगा आपका? So now again same way, this is your aggregate supply C plus S, and this is your aggregate demand C plus I, and this is your equilibrium national income Y and E. Now there is an, when demand increases, there is an upward shift in the aggregate demand curve, shift हो गया, and it hits the supply curve over here. When I drop down a line over here, I see that Y1 मेरे को मिल गया यहाँ and E1 है. But the question is, demand has increased from this point to this point. Correct? Demand increase हो गया. Can the supply be increased? Supply cannot be increased. So this will lead what? This will lead to increase in the price. Because if I know I cannot produce more than this unit, my factory is running at full capacity, but still people are demanding more and more. What will I do? I'll raise the price. Inflation will happen. So it will create what is known as inflationary gap, and this change in national income is not the real change, it is the nominal, right? So wherever here I have seen, let's say mark this point A and this point B, यहाँ से कोई भी point raise करेगा, wherever it hit the new demand curve, that will be your inflationary gap, right? But other way around can also happen. What if the economy achieves equilibrium, but full utilization of assets do not happen? It means the economy is underproducing. So what happens here? If the economy should be producing where and consuming at this point, that is C plus I. But due to fall in demand, there is a downshift in the aggregate demand curve. So the economy can meet this kind of a demand and equilibrium here. But when the demand falls down, downward shift happens. So what will happen here? This a new equilibrium is created. Y1, E1. Supply cannot be increased beyond maximum point. But can it be decreased? Yes. When the demand should be here, but the demand falls down over here, don't you think sellers will have unsold stock? They will decrease the supply and further demand will decrease. So now you are achieving equilibrium where at a lower level of income. So this creates what is known as deflationary gap. So wherever is your new demand, current demand curve, and you take a point up higher here, wherever should be the demand, uska gap jo hoga, that is will show you deflationary gap. Clear hai? So inflationary and deflationary gap is mentioned here. हाँ, अभी क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत ज्यादा आएगा. So understand one thing you have to understand here. हाँ, income, and because under circular flow of income, eventually income and expenditure will just like trial balance. Your net profit is different than gross profit. In your PL account, debit and credit side equalize, but only when you put the net profit value, correct or not? Then it will equalize. In the same way, trial balance be equalize हो रहा है. Does it mean your expenditure and income are exactly the same? Yes, it is the same. That's why it is equalizing. Your debit side and credit side has to be the same, but still you are making profit. So in the same way, eventually, in case of circular flow of income, the household के पास जो जा रहा है और firm के पास जो जा रहा है, दोनों equalize हो जाएगा. And that's why when it makes a 45-degree angle, then one side expenditure, other side income, they will have to equalize. That's why 45-degree angle बना रहा है, because right angle is 90 degrees. Right? Now, under Keynesian model, we measure national income only at the point of equilibrium. And at the point of equilibrium, where we are measuring national income, aggregate demand equals to aggregate supply. Can I write also y equals to C plus I equals to C plus S? And if I take this side, can I say y will always be equal to C plus I? Correct or not? So can I also say y equals to C plus I, that is A plus by plus I? बोल सकता है. तो आपको सिर्फ यही पुट करना है यहाँ पर. So they have given marginal propensity to consume and to save you have to calculate, not given. Y is 2500. So can I write here y equals to A plus by plus I, and y is given 2500 equals to A कितना दिया है 300, B I have to calculate, y is given 2500 plus I is 100. Can I find out the value of B? Yes, 2500 minus 400, 2100. So B equals to 2100 by 2500. कितना हो गया 0.84. So if B is 0.84, then marginal propensity to save will be equals to 1 minus B, that is 0.16. Easy. Same way. All right. Autonomous consumption given y equals to A is 100 plus by 0. MPC S दिया है 0.8 हो गया MPC. ए प्लस बी वाई, तो प्लस आई 200 हो गया। तो आपको क्या करने का, इनकम दिया है क्या, कैलकुलेट नेशनल इनकम, वाई होगा, बी क्यों लीजिए मेरे को। तो 0.2 y इक्वल्स टू 300, y विल बी इक्वल्स टू 1500 हो गया, इजी। सेम यार, यहां पे देखो, आप बताओ फटाफट। वी नो दैट y इज c प्लस s, करेक्ट। तो s कैन आई से y माइनस c, ऑलराइट। सपोज कंजम्पशन ऑफ एन इकोनॉमी इज गिवन एज दिस। अच्छा, इन्वेस्टमेंट दिया, इसका जरूरत नहीं है अभी आपको, इन्वेस्टमेंट का एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू नहीं दिया, they have given a functional value of investment. So again, same way, what will be, you have to find out what is the value of y. You know y equals to a plus by plus I. So a plus by to c hota hai, that is 20 plus 0.6 y plus 10 plus 0.2 y. So 0.6, 0.2, 0.8 y, 0.8 y minus y is 0.2, y equals to 30, y equals to 150. Easy. Here, all this thing we have done. Do we need to do this? Easy है ना? बिगर प्रॉब्लम में हम ध्यान देंगे। हाँ, ये एक बार कर लो, इस काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम दे कैन गिव यू। डोंट लुक एट द सॉल्यूशन दैट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड बिफोर। अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग हियर, कैन आई से दैट aggregate demand equals to aggregate supply, C plus I equals to C plus S। अगर C C कैंसिल किया, I equals to S हो जाएगा ना। तो what is the value of Y, you can easily find out, correct। तो S is minus 10 plus point, तो I का क्या वैल्यू 50 है, तो I can say 50 equals to minus 10 plus 0.2 Y, correct। So the value of Y is 0.2 plus equals to 60, Y will be equals to 5 times, that will be 300, and if income increases to 5 crore, new I will be how much, new I will be equals to 55, and that way you can solve। income increases by 5 crore, यहाँ पे बोल रहा है investment increases by 5 crore, now I will be equal to 55, so we know S equals to minus 10 plus 0.2 Y, we know I is equals to S, so I'll put 55 here now, minus 10 plus 0.2 Y, so again now 0.2 Y equals to 65, so Y equals to 65 divided by 0.2, 325 na, got it। सेम वे क्वेश्चन नंबर 8 भी आप कर सकते। इन्वेस्टमेंट मल्टीप्लायर, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगेन इन्वेस्टमेंट मल्टीप्लायर प्लस माइनस 1 मार्क, सॉरी नॉट डबल, सॉरी डबल प्लस 1 मार्क, राइट। तो वेरी हाईली लाइकली, नॉट हाईली लाइकली, डेफिनेटली। तो व्हाट इज इन्वेस्टमेंट मल्टीप्लायर, मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट भी बोलते हैं, मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट भी बोलते हैं। हियर विल ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट हाउ डू यू थिंक the income will investment in how much income will increase due to change in autonomous investment, that is denoted by investment multiplier। So due to investment multiplier, what will happen, that the national income will increase in greater proportion than the increase in autonomous investment, and the value of multiplier is denoted by the letter K। So if the value of K is 5 times, then an investment increases by 100 crore, then the income will increase by 500 crore। And why does it happen? I've explained it to you, ripple effect है ना। People are becoming doctors, people are becoming CAs, when they will provide the services, they will receive income, With this income, they will consume, but they are only adding to the service sector, whereas creating demand in every other sector. When you create demand, somebody's consumption will generate employment for somebody else. So businesses, in order to meet your demand, they will first borrow more from the banks. When businesses borrow more from the bank, demand for loan will increase. The bank will want to attract more investment, so more deposit from public. The bank will give you more interest on your deposit, correct? So you can also grow your capital, but with this money, the businesses will produce and they will generate employment. Those people who have got the employment, they will create next wave of demand. Just like a ripple effect, we call it. When you throw a pebble of stone in a swimming pool or in a pond or a tank of water, the point of contact is one, but the ripple will be felt all across. Clear hai? So investment multiplier. So how can we calculate K? We can calculate K by finding out what is the change in your income and what is the change in your investment. Delta Y by delta I. Delta Y by delta I. Clear hai? So if you draw the diagram here, so simple diagram है भाई. Simple क्या diagram है? ये again आपका supply curve है. This is the supply curve, aggregate supply C plus S, and this is your initially this is your C plus I. So you achieve equilibrium at E1 where income is Y1. But then what happens? There is increase in autonomous investment from I by delta I. So as a result, what will happen? You see, your income increases from Y1 to Y, and the equilibrium makes an upshift from E to E, E dash to E. So due to increase in autonomous investment by this margin, the national income is increasing by this margin. So when I compare the increase on the y-axis and compare the increase on the x-axis, where the increase is more? Along the x-axis. So it means, can I say income is increasing by 20% even when the investment is increasing by 10%? So it means there is a multiplier. If there is no multiplier, then you see income will increase by the same margin as the increase in investment. So remember, multiplier value cannot be 0. But if the value of K is 1, then is there a multiplier? If the value of K is equals to 1, is there a multiplier? No. It means if income increases, if investment increases by 1000 crore, income will also increase by 1000. Clear? Now, the value of K, again, double plus 1. Relation between K and MPC और MPS, दोनों में से largely MPC से आपको क्वेश्चन आएगा. There is a direct or a positive relation between K and MPC. An example I have given you. You choose any developed country. One thing common you will find in every developed country, the rate of consumption is very high. कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहेगा. ब्लैक फ्राइडे कभी, ईस्टर, वो ईस्टर में ही आता है ब्लैक फ्राइडे, नो, आई सपोज, व्हाटएवर, चलता रहेगा. ये हर महीना कुछ ना कोई डिस्काउंट ऑफर, एंड ऑफ मॉनसून सेल, बिगिनिंग ऑफ विंटर सेल, एंड ऑफ समर सेल भी आ गया है ना, एंड ऑफ समर सेल, बिगिनिंग ऑफ विंटर सेल, बस सेल करने का है. तो रेट ऑफ कंजम्पशन इज वेरी वेरी हाई, वेरी वेरी हाई, एंड ड्यू टू विच द इकोनॉमी ग्रोज. तो अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग, वन स्टूडेंट आस्क्ड मी, सर, मेरे को लगा मेरा फोन कैसे आ गया. तो one student asked me, sir, if people will consume more and more, the country will grow. I said, yes, but if just little while ago you said that if you spend more, you will remain poor. I said, yes, you will become poor, country will become rich. You have to understand. So if everybody do not consume, then the country will not grow. You have to be among the smart people will say, मैं consume तो करेगा बाद में. आप सब जो दूसरा लोग कंज्यूम कर रहा है, वो लोग का पैसा इकोनॉमी को ग्रो करेगा, मैं सेव करके उसका पूरा बेनिफिट ले लेगा, उसके बाद आप लोग गरीब हो गया, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का फिर टाइम आया गरीब होने का, फिर वो लोग कंज्यूम करेगा, तब मैं कंज्यूम करेगा धीरे धीरे. So if you spend too much, then country will of course become rich, but you will become poor because your profit will go to Mukesh Ambani, Adani, or Swiggy or Zomato or whatever. Understood? Clear? So higher the MPC, more will be the growth in the country's economy. National income will increase. So I can calculate the value of K. We can calculate using MPC. We write 1 by 1 minus MPC. MPC को B हम लिखेंगे तो K is 1 by 1 minus B. Now, if suppose the value of B is 0.6, then what will be the value of K? 1 by 1 minus 0.6. So that will be 1 by 0.4. So what will be the value of multiplier? 2.5. But if I increase the value to 0.8, B ka value, then what will be the value of multiplier? 1 by 1 minus 0.8 to 1 by 0.2, so that will be 5 times. So imagine, I have increased my consumption by only 0.2, but at what rate the economy has grown? Just 100%. Clear? क्योंकि देखो परसेंटेज टर्म में आप कैलकुलेट करेगा तो मेरा बी में कितना चेंज हुआ? व्हाट इज 10% होता था 0.6, 20%, 30% अराउंड, कितना 20%, 25%, बट माई कंट्री इज ग्रोइंग बाई 100%. मल्टीप्लायर है स्ट्रेट अवे. अंडरस्टूड? क्लियर? तो एमपीसी एंड investment multiplier has a direct or a positive relation. Higher the MPC, more will be the multiplier and vice versa. But MPS will have negative relation because if I do 1 by 1 minus MPC, that is nothing but MPS, no. So it means अगर मैं आपको बोला है MPS, if MPC is 0.6, MPS is 0.4, तो मैं 0.4 से तो डिवाइड किया. Right or wrong? Here if I said MPC is 0.8, it means MPS is 0.2. 0.2 से तो डिवाइड किया. So it means I can find out K by 1 by 1 minus MPC किया था, यहाँ पर 1 by MPS कर दे. And there is an inverse or negative relation between MPS and K. Clear है? Understood? Right. So thing is mentioned here. देख लें और आप. Everything I have explained. Now leakages क्या है? Very important. Alright, plus 1 mark, not double plus but plus 1 mark. What is leakage? Leakage, it will reduce the value of investment multiplier. So leakage क्या करेगा? Investment multiplier का value को reduce कर देगा. Alright, so multiplier will not perpetually work. Eventually it will die down. When it will decrease, what is the reason? Together all the reason is known as leakages. पहला, consumption is increasing when the country is growing, but majority of the consumption is financed from import. Will the country grow? So multiplier value will come down. Demand is increasing, but the current demand is met from the stocks carried forward in the past. If the businesses had not carried forward unsold stock, then the current demand, to meet the current demand, they will have to increase the production that would have generated employment. But now businesses have a lot of unsold stock. So whatever the demand is rising, it's been met from unsold stock. Current production is not increasing. Again, multiplier value will come down, or it will not increase. If I have taken a loan and I bought a house, when I took the loan and bought a house, multiplier को मैं कर दिया ला. Now most of my income goes towards payment of loan. So this money is not going to create any new demand for me. So demand will come down, MPC will come down. So that is again leakage. Understood? If suppose government increases tax, when the government increases tax, disposable income will come down and marginal propensity to consume will also come down. The value of multiplier will also come down. In a high tax environment, countries cannot grow. So that's why government will have to reduce taxes so that people will get. In fact, government have to understand that by reducing taxes you are increasing consumption and your tax return will increase rather than decrease. You are taking 35 GST on a on a bar of soap, let's say for example, and people are saying मैं दिन में 2 दिन में एक बार नहाएगा, 3 दिन में एक बार नहाएगा. If you reduce the GST to just 5%, are you losing 30%? No. When you reduce the GST, and if the price of soap will fall down by 30%, demand may increase by 60% or 50% or 40%. In fact, you will make more revenue from taxes. So taxes also act as a leakage to consumption. If suppose most of my income I am using it to buy stocks, then also it will not lead to increase in the consumption. करेक्ट. मेरे जैसा अगर कंजम्पशन रहेगा जो सिर्फ स्टॉक खरीदता है, सामान नहीं खरीदता, कोई सामान खरीदना है तो पहले स्टॉक खरीदेगा, प्रॉफिट से फिर सामान खरीदेगा. So that's what I do. That's what my motto. Any extra expenditure I have to incur next year और नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट ईयर, मेरा प्लानिंग अभी से स्टार्ट हो जाता है. कौन सा शेयर है जो 52 वीक हाई पे है और लो पे है, लो कहां से ब्रेक किया, अच्छा स्टॉक है, कंपनी का प्रॉफिट है, खरीद लो, ये खरीद लिया, बस ठीक है, मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट अभी प्रॉफिट आएगा, देन उसको बेचेगा, थोड़ा सा टैक्स पे कर देगा, बाकी प्रॉफिट से आई एम कंज्यूमिंग. सो इट मींस आई एम नॉट कंज्यूमिंग माय मनी, आई एम कंज्यूमिंग somebody else's money. So to make me poor it will be very difficult. The only way I can become poor is walking on the street and some bus runs over me. मर गया, अभी खत्म. If somebody else will not do a multiplier, then it's going to go away. So you people, if they are buying stocks and bonds and everything, then the country will not grow. You will grow. That's a different thing. You will grow. So मेरे को ब्लैक फ्राइडे अट्रैक्ट नहीं करता, वो करेगा. आफ्टर 5-7 years आई विल कंज्यूम, आई विल ओनली कंज्यूम देम. सेव भी करेगा बट कंज्यूम करेगा. बट राइट नाउ अभी टैंक को और 10% फुल करने का, मेरा वाइफ का टैंक पूरा फुल कर दिया मैंने. So now when she purchases everything, whenever she says you do you like this shoe, मैं समझ जाता है कोई डिविडेंड आया उसको. Right. So now if people are buying stock, then it will not. Moreover, what happens when the economy has already reached its maximum potential? Peak पे है economy, peak पे है economy, and demand further rises. Can this demand be met? No. Further increase in demand, you will do what? Only raise the prices. Inflation will increase. So all these together act as a leakage. Right. Now let's look at the questions here. In an economy, investment expenditure is increased by 400 crore. So delta I is 400 crore. Marginal propensity to consume is 0.8, B is 0.8. Calculate total increase in income and saving. You have to find out Y क्या है and S क्या है. So first of all, what is the value of multiplier? 1 by 1 minus 0.8. ये है ना, B दिया ना, आप इसे पूछ. So that will be 5 times. So if investment is increasing by 400, then income will increase by 400 into 5 times. So that will be 2000 crore is the new income. फिर saving कितना होगा? 80% you are consuming, it means 20% you are saving. So that will be 400 crore will be your saving. Easy. Increase in investment by 40 crore. Delta I is 400 crore, sorry. Lead to increase in national income by 600 crore. Okay. ये बोला है डेल्टा आई जो है वो 400 करोड़ है एंड डेल्टा वाई जो है वो 1600 करोड़ है. So it means value of K is 4 times. So you have to calculate MPC. So K, if you know, is 4. We know K is 1 by 1 minus B. तो K का वैल्यू कितना निकाला? 4. 1 by 1 minus B करेगा आप तो कितना आ जाएगा? 4 minus 4B equals to 1. तो minus 4B equals to, that will be minus 3 हो जाएगा ना. माइनस माइनस कैंसिल, B will be equals to 3 by 4, 0.75. इजी. सेम क्वेश्चन है, ये करके बताओ. क्वेश्चन 12. मेंटली भी आप कर सकता है. सपोज कंट्री इन्वेस्टमेंट इंक्रीजेस बाय 100 crore. तो व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ के? वैल्यू ऑफ के कितना है? 1/1 माइनस 6, 0.4, 0.4, तो कितना हो जाएगा? 2.5. 2.5 होगा ना? नहीं, 2.5. तो I is 100, so Y will be 250 crore. बस हो गया, इजी. Now determination of equilibrium in a three sector model. बहुत simple, understand here again. In a three sector model, apart from household firm, you have in between them government as well, and government intervention is taken in the form of two. तो क्या होता है? That is government expenditure, which is denoted by G, and taxes, that is denoted by T. G is considered as injection into the economy. An increase in G will lead to increase in Y and vice versa. Whereas T, direct taxes, not indirect taxes, is considered as leakages. So increase in T will lead to decrease in national income. So there can be three outcomes here. So either G is more than T, you have deficit budget, or T more than G, you have surplus budget, or G equals to T, you have balanced budget. It is assumed that G will always be equal to T. Under Keynesian model, not everywhere. G will be equal to T. But the question is, even when G is equal to T, still increase in G will lead to increase in national income. Why? Multiply. Balanced budget. Balanced budget. So G equals to T, balanced budget, due to multiplier effect. Because let's say when government increases G by 1000 crore and multiplier is 8 times, then this 1000 crore will become 8000 crore. Right? But when the government is taking the tax, government is taking how much of tax? Same what is government has given. So now when the government is increasing the T, तो आप बोलेगा सर तब भी तो multiplier होगा. Government if it takes away 1000 crore, 8000 crore होगा. But tell me one thing, when the G will come, your income will increase, then only government will take the tax. By that time, don't you think multiplier value will come down by that time? So when the government is taking a T of 1000 crore, T किया government 1000 crore, by that time multiplier will may come down to K equals to 5. So when the government takes away T of 1000, it means government is taking away a total money from the market is 5000. Don't you think 3000 will be the increase in the national income? So under government, the aggregate demand under three sector model will be denoted by C plus I plus G minus T, and aggregate supply is C plus S. C plus S. Alright, aggregate demand is equals to aggregate supply. But for by convention, what we do? We write C plus I plus G and we'll move to T to the other side. C plus S plus T it will become. And only difference you will find here is that if you draw the diagram, you're building over. क्या है? अभी आपका क्या आया? ये T plus S plus T, that is your aggregate supply. This is T, this is C plus I, and this is C plus I plus G. This is your equilibrium, national income, and this point. And if I take this point here from C plus I, your income before government intervention would have been E dash and Y dash. So even when government follows a balanced budget, still increase in government expenditure leads to increase in income of the household, income of the country. All right, so let's go here. Everything is mentioned. C plus S plus T यहाँ लिख लो, missing है, and you will write it. हाँ, अभी क्वेश्चन आया, क्वेश्चन में you have to be very careful. Now again, double plus 2 questions to 3 questions you can get from 3 sector model from the numericals. It could be even 3. So, from numericals, only numericals 3. Other things you will get from 3 sector model also. Right. So, now if suppose, what was the difference? Pay attention now. What is the difference between income and disposable income? The difference is due to tax. So can I say disposable income is income minus tax? I can say that, correct? But in a 2 sector model, when government is not there, can I say Y will be equals to YD? But in a 3 sector model, we cannot say. So in a 3 sector model, if I want to find out the value of C, which I know will be A plus B YD now, YD is disposable income. So can we write here C equals to A plus B YD? It means B Y minus T. So value of C will become A plus BY minus BT. And once you find out C, everything becomes easy. So let's take a look here. Pay attention. Suppose we have the following data about a simple economy where C is 10 plus 0.575 YD. I is 50, G and T is 20. C is consumption, I is investment, disposable income. Okay, G is government expenditure and T is tax. We have to find out national income and the value of K. So first of all, we have to find out the value of C. First of all, YD कितना हो जाएगा ये? Y minus T. T is how much? 20. So C equals to A plus BY. A क्या है? 10 plus BY 0. B's value is 0.75. YD. YD क्या है? Y minus 20. Can I say A plus B YD? So C will be equals to 10 plus 0.75 Y plus, minus, that will be 15. So can I say C will be equals to minus 5 plus 0.75 Y? Now if you want to find out income, we know income is C plus I plus G. So C is minus 5 plus 0.75 Y plus I is how much? 50 plus G is how much? 20. So ये Y को लेफ्ट साइड शिफ्ट कर दो, Y minus 0.75 Y, that is 0.25 Y equals to 50 plus 270 minus 65 आ गया. So Y will be equals to 65 divided by 0.25. How much you getting? 260 is the value of Y. If I want to find out the value of multiplier, K is 1 by 1 minus B, 1 by 1 minus 0. कितना? 0.75, no. So that will be 1 by 2.5, 0.25, that will be 4 times. Clear है? याद है या भूल गया? Now एक एक चीज करके ऐड करता जाएगा and they can ask you question from anywhere if your concepts are clear. So as I've told you, remember, you have 8 days. Your examination is what? From 10th of January, right? 12th of January. So you have 1 month time. But the thing is, you are giving 8 days of time, and in 8 days you are revising the entire subject, the most important part. My question is, if in 8 days you do self-study at home, will you be able to cover the portion that we are covering in the class? Will you be able to sit down in the house for, अच्छा ठीक है 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लेके फिर वापस, half an hour का ब्रेक लेके फिर वापस? You will not be able to do it. So even if you know the topic, please do not miss. Whether it's accounts, whether it's maths, whether it's whatever, this is the best thing for you for to happen. Right? यहाँ पे आपको फोर्स रिवीजन हो रहा है, नहीं भी करना चाहो तो बैठेगा, नींद आएगा क्लास में बैठो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, आधे घंटे में नींद चला जाएगा, फिर से आप कॉन्सेंट्रेट करेगा. Right? So now transfer, remember, income do not depend only on tax, it also depends on subsidy that I get from the government. So income will increase by the amount, decrease by the amount of taxes, and will increase by the amount of subsidies given. So if I want to find out what is disposable income, then from the income I have to deduct tax, but I have to add the transfer income that will get YD. So sometimes they'll ask you after, let's say in the question, if they ask you there are taxes and transfer income, what is the correct equation denoting the aggregate consumption? And they will give you the equation. Now if you try to rote learn, you will forget. अगर मान लो आपको नहीं, आपसे मैं पूछा कि there is transfer income and there is taxes, C का करेक्ट इक्वेशन चूज करो, चार इक्वेशन दे देगा. Alright, wherein they will say that C equals to A plus BY minus BT plus BTR plus BT minus BTR minus BT minus BTR. What you have to choose? तो सिंपल क्या, C क्या रहेगा, मैं A प्लस B YD, YD का वैल्यू पुट कर दो. C will be equal A plus B Y minus T plus TR. C will be equals to A plus B Y minus BT plus BTR plus BTR. Whichever equation shows this, mark that is the correct option. Understood? Here is transfer income. Right, transfer income, unemployment allowance, pension, donation, charity, voluntary contribution. Right, वो बिल ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट चेयरमैन आके बोला कि हाँ ठीक है, पॉवर्टी हटाने के ले लो एक $50 million. राइट, मार्क जकरबर्ग आके बोला कि हाँ ये भी ले लो, गिवन डोनेशन, चैरिटी. So it could be anything, transfer income given by the government. So now they have to ask you, suppose structural economy is given this one, transfer income भी दिया आपको, you have to find out the national income. So if I want to find out, first of all, what is YD, what is YD? Y minus T कितना है, 100 plus TR कितना है, 50. So can I say YD is Y minus 50? If I want to find out C, then in 100 plus 0.75 YD, that is Y minus 50. So they can also ask you what is consumption. So C equals to 100 plus 0.75 Y minus 37.5. Right. So C will be equals to minus 37.5 है ना, that will be 62.5 plus 0.75 Y, and Y will be equals to this 62.5 plus 0.75 Y plus I is 200 plus G is 100. So Y will go back here, it will become 0.25 Y equals to 362.5. So value of Y is 362.5 divided by 0.25, whatever the value comes. 1450. Easy. Right. हाँ, यहाँ पे आपको टैक्स मल्टीप्लायर बोला, मल्टीप्लायर नहीं, बी केयरफुल. राइट, अगर क्वेश्चन में आपको मल्टीप्लायर और टैक्स मल्टीप्लायर का कंफ्यूजन है तो दोनों निकालो, जिससे मैच करे ऑप्शन वो मार्क करो. ये बकवास करता है आईसीआई. भाई सीधा बोल दो ना के चाहिए, बिकॉज इफ यू सेइंग मल्टीप्लायर इज के, बट इन दिस क्वेश्चन द आंसर हैज बीन गिवन एज द वैल्यू ऑफ टैक्स मल्टीप्लायर. that is 1 by 1 minus b plus bt. राइट, तो यहाँ पे अब दो तरह के टैक्स आता है. One is lump sum tax, one is proportional tax. I've given you the idea. Lump sum tax will not increase or decrease. The liability will not increase or decrease due to change in the tax. This concept of lump sum tax doesn't increase. I've told you during that time, due to World War it happened, everybody had to contribute to the war effort of the country. So zero income में भी आपको tax pay करना पड़ेगा कुछ. But proportional tax, this is always denoted as a percentage of income or a proportion of income. So proportion, even if it remains fixed, then also if my income increases, my liability of tax will increase and vice versa. So now if I want to find out what is tax multiplier, इसका formula क्या है tax multiplier का? 1 by 1 minus b plus bt. कैसे इसका derivation होता है मैं आपको बता दिया. I'll not go into derivation now. So if I want to find out national income, first of all find out what is the value of yd. yd is y minus t, that is 25 minus 0.1 y, correct or not? So yd will be y minus 0.1 y, that is 0.9 y minus 25. ये yd हो गया. If I want to find out what is the value of c, c का क्या वैल्यू है? c equals to 75 plus 0.5 yd, that is 0.9 y minus 25. So c will be equal to 75 plus 0.9, that is 0.45 y minus 12.5. So c will be equals to, that will be कितना हो जाएगा रे? 62.5 plus 0.45 y. So y will be equals to how much? That is c, that is 62.5 plus 0.45 y plus I is 100 and g कितना दिया है? So I is 80. I is 80 and g is 100. तो y यहाँ चला गया 0.65, sorry 55 y equals to 180 plus 62.5, that will be 142.5, right? So value of y will be 142.5 divided by 0.55, 440.9. If I ask you what is calculate tax multiplier, तो tax multiplier क्या हो जाएगा? 1 by 1 minus b is 0.05 plus bt. b is 0.5 into t is 0.1. So whatever answer you get, that will be the value of tax multiplier. Clear hai? Easy. Which one dear? Where I have not taken? 0.9 minus 25 here. Where? Right hand side, this side. हाँ, क्या किया मैं? The mistake is done. I've opened up the bracket. 0.5 into 9.9 y and 0.5 into 25. Half of 25 is 12.5, no? Because there is a bracket, you are multiplying it, no? So 0.5 into 0.9 and 0.5 into minus 25. So half of 25 is 12.5, no? Got it? Do this question and then you can go for the break. बोलो, फटाफट बताओ. कर लिया फिर से करो. Don't look at the solve. You have done it, do it again. Now, after this chapter, we'll not spend much time on chapter 7. बहुत इजी है, सिर्फ पढ़ने का है, क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंट हम लोग डिस्कस कर लेंगे. स्ट्रेट अवे विल जंप टू मॉनेटरी दैट मनी सप्लाई एंड मनी डिमांड जो थियरीज है, राइट. How much? YD पहले नियम याद रखो, सीरियली जाओ, YD C एंड देन Y. और 420 आएगा शायद. YD is Y minus T, that is 25 minus 0.1 Y plus TR, that is 50. YD will be Y minus 0.1, 0.9 Y plus 25. That is your YD. T will be 100 plus 0.8 YD, that is 0.9 Y minus 25. T will be 100 plus 0.72 Y and 80% 25 minus 20. So C will be equal to 80 plus 0.72 Y. What is the value of Y? T, that is 80 plus 0.72 Y plus I is 200 plus G is 100. So Y minus 0.72 Y, that will be 0.28 Y. नहीं, तो कितना हो जाएगा? 28 Y equals to 380. Y will be equal to 380 divided by 0.28 Y. Huh? 1057.14 to 413. ये कैसे आ गया? हाँ? Which one? A. What is you saying? Y equals to, oh 0.9 Y minus, तो यहाँ पे ऊपर में मिस्टेक हुआ है. 0.9 into 72 point plus 0.89 is 72. 0.72 Y ठीक है, करेक्ट है ये. Here Y minus 25 minus 0.1 Y plus 50. Hey, क्या रे, क्या बोल रहा है? YD equals to Y minus 25, that is Y minus 25. Just hold on. हो ये एडिशन मिस्टेक है. प्लस 25 हो गया, एक जगह मिस्टेक हो गई, सब गड़बड़ हो गया. वही बोला क्या मिस्टेक है. आई हैव एडेड इट, सॉरी डिडक्टेड इट. तो यहां पर प्लस हो जाएगा T इक्वल्स टू 100 प्लस 0.72 Y. Y क्या हुआ अभी? तो ठीक है ना? ओवर हेयर दैट इज 0.1 Y I missed. YD equals to Y minus 25. Hey, you people are just hold on. मैं खुद डेसिमल पॉइंट इधर उधर लगा के मेरा हैंड राइटिंग में खुद समझ नहीं रहा है. तो YD is Y minus T. So Y minus T is how much? Minus T is minus 25. अगर ये माइनस करेगा, प्लस क्यों करेगा? अयो रामा. T, tell me one thing here. Let me explain you. ये आप लोग प्लस करके लाया वैल्यू, माइनस होगा वो, तो फिर प्लस क्यों बोल रहे आप लोग? The answer was correct only. So y minus 20, those who are getting confused when this minus or plus होगा, simple logic है. Y minus t, तो y minus t करेगा मैं, तो 25 plus 0.1 y लिखेगा यहाँ, plus 0.1 y, तो अगर मैं ब्रैकेट खोलेगा तो नेगेटिव हो जाएगा ना, तो इसीलिए दोस्त, that's why we have done it. So y is yd is y minus 25 minus 0.1 y plus 50 किया था ये, तो मिस्टेक कहां हुआ, तो दिस विल बी y plus 25 plus 0.1 y, so yd will be equals to y minus 0. y plus 0 point है, माइनस रहेगा ना रे, y minus 25, लेट मी डू इट हियर बाबा, मेरे को हैंडराइटिंग मेरा समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. उफ, c is 100 plus 0.8 yd and y is yd is y minus चुप रहो अभी, y minus t is 25 minus 0.1 y and plus tr is 50, यही है ना. तो अभी yd में निकालेगा तो y minus 0.1 y is 0.9 y and plus 25, तो मेरा मिस्टेक कहां हुआ था, ये माइनस 25 कर दिया था मैं, तो c will be equal to 100 plus 0.8, जीरो ना, हाँ 2 मिस हो गया था क्या, मैं लिखा था 25, इज डिसअपियरिंग. 100 plus 0.8 yd, y is 0.9 y plus 25, c will be equal to 100 plus 0.72 y plus 80% 25 is 20, c will be 120 plus 0.72 y, क्या गया, so now y will be equals to c, that is 120 plus 0.72 y plus i का वैल्यू कितना दिया, हाँ 100 एंड g का वैल्यू कितना है, सही वैल्यू बोला ना, तो y minus 0.72 y will be equal to 2 plus 3 320 आ रहा है ना, 420, क्या हो गया रे, 300 420 0. Then 28 y equals to 420, y will be equals to 420 divided by 0.28 y, 28 कितना है 1500. Now let me check what the hell may I made mistake here. Acha, I got it. Got the idea? So understand, it can happen to anybody when you don't understand your own handwriting. Many a times I've gone to the shopping mall and I've written 10 things and I've not know that what are the 7 things that I've written. So I had to show it to भैया क्या है ये, देखो मेरे वाइफ का हैंडराइटिंग बहुत खराब है, you please tell me what it is. So what I want to tell you here, if your logic is correct, you don't have to remember the formula. आप अटक भी गया under any circumstances, you just erase everything and solve it, resolve it, you will get the answer, right? So now 4 sector model will quickly finish off. उसमें आपको सिर्फ import और different types of import add करके 2-3 1-2 सम में वो करेंगे हम, and straight away we'll skip to, quickly will cover the 7 chapter and 8 में हम demand money and supply money में उसका थोड़ा सा निगेटिव, right? So we'll meet at 2:30, all right, 1 hour lunch break. So 4 sector model, so apart from household firms and government, you have import and export sector. So remember here that exports or X are considered as injections into the economy. are considered as injections into the economy. So it means increase in the export will lead to increase in the national income or GDP, or here in case of Keynesian model, increase in Y. Whereas imports are considered as leakages or withdrawals or outflows. So increase in the import quite will lead to decrease in the national income. So you will have two situations here. First, either you will have export more than import. In this case, you have net injections. So when you have net injections, it means equilibrium will be achieved at a higher level of income. Whereas if M more than X, then you have net import or net withdrawal. So in this case, income will decrease. First case, income will increase. So in the second case, income will decrease and national income will be achieved at a lower level. Equilibrium will be achieved at a lower level of income. Now in a four sector model, if I see aggregate demand and aggregate supply side, on the aggregate demand side, you have C plus I plus G plus X minus M plus X minus M. And here on the supply side, you have C plus S plus P. That will be the point of equilibrium. As simple as that. So it means if suppose if I have to draw again a diagram talking about equilibrium, this is your aggregate supply curve C plus S plus T. Initially, this is your C plus I, then you have C plus I plus G. So let's point out here Y1 or E1, and then you have C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So this is your aggregate demand. So you see, in this case, you can say that compared to the two sector model where we used to achieve equilibrium, that is at the point where C plus I plus G equals to C plus S plus T, after the involvement of the or inclusion of the external sector, export import, we are achieving equilibrium at E level where income is Y, that is a higher income. It means there is net exports in the economy. But how does a diagram look like when there is net import? You see net import का diagram यहाँ पर आपको दिया. Now you are achieving equilibrium at this point rather than at this point. Correct? So what happens here? This is your aggregate demand curve, and you see up till this point you have exports more than import. So C plus I plus G X minus M lies above the C plus I plus G. But at this point you find that this C plus I plus G overtakes C plus I plus G X minus M. I've given you the equation over there to understand that at the point of equilibrium, you'll find that C, when there is excess export than import, then C plus I plus G curve will be lying above the C plus I plus G curve. ये देखो यहाँ पर अगर मैं बोलेगा यहाँ पर आपको at this point if I ask you where is the C plus I plus G curve, you see down below it has, right or wrong? So it means you have net positive or net export. But in this diagram, if I ask you at this point, where is C plus I plus G curve? Above this, no. Over here it is. So is there net export or net import? There is net import. So equilibrium is achieved at a lower level of income. Even if you forget a diagram, just understand that equilibrium will be achieved at the point where C plus I plus G X minus M equals to C plus S plus T. What you have to remember are the problems. तो यहाँ पे दो तरह के प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, there are two types of import. One is usual import that is denoted by M. Another is induced import. Induced import that is denoted by MY. What is the difference between import and induced import? You see, as the income of the people in a country increases, they will also prefer to buy something that is a foreign made product. If I go back 70s, 80s and 90s, what was the usual import? Import में क्या आता है भाई? Oil, natural gas, life saving medication, technology, यही सब import होता है. So as the country grows over a long period of time, M will increase. Alright. But MY will increase and decrease very sharply in even the short run. Why? Because when people's income increase, they will prefer to buy imported commodities as well. Tell me, how many people used to get imported car in India in the 1970s and 80s? Rarest of the rare. Right? ले दे के साल में 20 से 25 कार इंपोर्ट होता हो. And today, how many foreign cars are imported? Rolls Royce, Bugatti, and this and that. कितना import होता है? Thousands and thousands of cars are imported. Right? How many people used to buy in the 80s that an apple grown in Washington or a Fuji apple grown in Japan? How many people? How many people used to consume foreign chips and foreign chocolates compared today? Do we consume? Yes. People income increase, they have a behavior that bahar ka hai to acha hai, and so they think that it will improve their standard of living. So MY will increase. So MY is linked to the level of income in the economy. So both imports have to be reduced if I want to find out net export. So net export मेरे को निकालने का है. Then what you have to do? From the export, I will have to deduct both M and MY. Or can I write here export minus M minus MY? Huh? So that will give me either positive export or net import. If export is more than import, then you will get trade surplus. If imports are more than export, you will get trade deficit. Alright, simple hai. So let's take a look at the problem. Here they have given consumption. Consumption is C equals to 40 plus 0.5 YD. T they have given this tax is what tax is proportional tax hai ye. A is 0.1 Y, I is 60, G is 40, X is 50 and M is 0.5 Y, 0.05 Y. Clear? So it is induced import. So if I want to find out what is net export, net X मेरे को निकालने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? I have to from the export minus import, that is 58 minus 0.05 Y. That will give me X minus M. Correct? Now they have given you this is, so YD will be Y minus 0.1 Y, 0.1 Y, Y minus 0.1 Y. So if I want to find out consumption here, consumption equals to C equals to A plus BYD. A is 40 plus B is 0.8 YD, that is Y minus 0.1 Y. Correct? So that is your consumption. So C will be equal to 40 plus 0.8, or Y minus 0.1 Y is 0.9, 0.9 into 8, that is 0.72 Y consumption aa gaya. Now straight away everything is easy. Y equals to C, that is 40 plus 0.72 Y, A plus BY, plus I is 60 plus G is 40 plus X minus M. X is 58 minus M, that is minus 0.05 Y we have to do. तो y यहाँ पर है, y यहाँ पर है, दोनों को लेफ्ट साइड शिफ्ट कर दो. तो y minus 0.72 y plus 0.05 y equals to 40 plus 60, 100, 140 and 58, 198. And यहाँ y कितना आया? 0.33 y equals to 198. So the value of y is 198 divided by 0.33. Straight away tell me what is the answer? 600 is the value of y. Now they have given that if net export increases, now you have to find out इक्विलिब्रियम लेवल ऑफ इनकम. नेट एक्सपोर्ट कितना हो जाएगा अभी? नेट एक्सपोर्ट इज एक्सपोर्ट माइनस इंपोर्ट. एक्सपोर्ट वी नो इज 58. Import is how much? 0.05 into 600. So how much it will be? 30. So x minus m will be 58 minus 30. That will be. Now in the next thing, if they are saying if export increases to 6.25, तो यहाँ पर आपको क्या करने का? 58 की जगह if you have to put 64.25 and solve again. Clear? Next. Now also remember one thing. If they ask you what is a foreign trade multiplier, we know that imports are multiplier. कोई भी आपको k का वैल्यू से निकल जाएगा. Foreign trade multiplier tells us what will be the impact of import upon the multiplier. And we know increase in import will lead, import is leakage, will lead to decrease in the value of multiplier. So if I want to find out foreign trade multiplier, then 1 by 1 minus b, ये तो था k का. But if I add anything in the denominator, don't you think the quotient will come down? So denominator का value बढ़ जाएगा. Clear? So in this previous sum, if I wanted to find out what is foreign trade multiplier, what will be the answer? Previous sum में import was 0.05y. तो FTM कितना आ जाएगा? 1 by 1 minus 0. कितना था b का value? What was the value of b? 0.8. 0.8 and plus 0.05. That will be the value, whatever answer you get is the value of foreign trade multiplier. Next problem is even easier. तो देखो, कंजम्पशन दिया, इन्वेस्टमेंट दिया, गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर दिया, टैक्स दिया, एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट दिया. नाउ दे हैव नॉट गिवन टैक्स. टैक्स इज 0. सो इट मींस वाईडी को कैलकुलेट करने का नहीं, सीधा सी में पुट कर दो आप वैल्यू एंड यू कैन इजीली. क्लियर है? I've shared the handout. Those who have not got it, they can take it from the students who got it before. Now we'll begin with chapter 7. Please do remind me to share the quick revision today when before I leave. Otherwise, I'll forget again. Now, in public finance, this is very easy. Tell me anything that you have not understood in this particular unit. I'll cover that only. Anything that you haven't understood. Foreign trade multiplier and export import say plus again double plus 1 you can mark it over export sector. Richard Musgrave का ध्यान रखना. This you're talking about double plus 2. Alright. What is resource allocation, income redistribution and macroeconomic stabilization? Alright. These are the three important functions of Richard Musgrave. Reasons why market will fail we have already covered. देखो ये सिर्फ पढ़ लेना, इसमें there is nothing for me to explain. Alright, we have already discussed. It's not that I have not discussed it. Easier है. So straight away सेंटर एंड स्टेट फाइनेंस पे आ जाओ एक बार. ऑलराइट, रिमेंबर आर्टिकल 246 इज रिलेटेड टू डिमार्केशन ऑफ पावर बिटवीन द यूनियन एंड द स्टेट. और 3 लिस्ट होता है, स्टेट लिस्ट, यूनियन लिस्ट एंड कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट. इन द यूनियन लिस्ट ओनली सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कैन मेक लॉज. इन द स्टेट लिस्ट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कैन मेक लॉज. इन द कॉन्करेंट लिस्ट बोथ कैन मेक लॉ, बट what they will ask you, whose decision will prevail? If there is a conflict, central decision will prevail. 280 related to finance commission. What is the purpose? Now again, that is double plus 1 again, finance commission. What is the purpose of finance commission? Finance commission is created to determine the allocation of resources between center and state. I've told you before that most of the revenue income from taxes, including also the dividend income from the public sector undertaking, it goes to the central government. So state government will always be dependent on grant to the state from the central government. So the chief minister of each state will talk it out with the finance commission, and depending upon the grant demanded by the different state, the finance commission will give its recommendation to the finance ministry. Now the finance ministry can accept or reject the recommendation of the finance commission, but it will not completely reject. If suppose Karnataka says I want 50,000 crore, finance commission says no, 50,000 is not, it's too much, 40,000 crore आपको मिलेगा, and recommended to the finance commission that 40,000 crore they do. Finance commission, finance ministry. Finance ministry said 40 crore is not good. I'm going to give only 30 crore, 30,000 crore. So it depends finally on the finance, but recommendation is given by the finance, right? So distribution, the finance commission helps in maintaining fiscal federalism in India by performing following functions: distribution between the union states of net proceeds of taxes, determination of principles of grant in aid, and to make recommendation to president on the measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of state and supplement the resources of panchayats and municipalities. Simple, there are two funds with the government of India. One is known as consolidated fund of India, one is known as contingency fund of India. Every income received by the government, whether dividend from the public sector undertaking or tax revenue, direct or indirect, penalty, fine or whatever, even government borrowing, except public accounts, everything goes to the consolidated fund of India, and every expenditure is incurred out of the consolidated fund of India. But the question is, who controls the consolidated fund of India? If they ask you, is it the government or is it the parliament? The answer is parliament. Of course, when the government is in power, then government can easily make by simple majority that how much of money can be withdrawn from the consolidated fund of India. But it is not prime minister, it is neither the government, it is the parliament. I've mentioned this long time back, but you have forgotten, that's a different thing. And there is contingency fund of India. Now contingency क्या होता है? If there is some crisis somewhere, tsunami आ गया, earthquake आ गया, forest fire हो गया, कुछ भी हो गया, landslide हो गया, you need urgent money. The state may need urgent money. The state government may not have that amount of money, and the parliament is not in session. So the president can allow the withdrawal from the contingency fund of India, and this money will be spent. But whenever the government will come to power, I mean come to power in the sense parliament will come to session, then this must be passed, that whatever you have spent. If the bill is not passed, then permanently the contingency fund का balance उतना ही रह जाएगा. But if it is passed, then if suppose government has spent 150 crore from the contingency fund of India, then if the bill is passed when the parliament comes in session, what will happen? 150 crore from the consolidated fund of India will go back to the clear. So what is important are the important points you see. GST introduction date they can ask you 2017 1st July को launch हुआ था. GST subsumed the majority of indirect taxes. पहले excise, service tax, sales tax सब कुछ खत्म हो गया. अभी सिर्फ GST है. Customs and excise है थोड़ा सा on certain commodities. Now there are two components of GST. SGST, state GST है, and central GST. For all matter, the rates of tax will be equal. Meaning what? If government says that 28% is the GST, then 14% will go to the state government, 14% will go to the central government. Correct? But you say, sir, state government को तो पैसा मिल रहा है. नहीं, imagine Karnataka is getting GST only from Karnataka. Karnataka is getting, if suppose on a sale of water bottle 20 rupees का bottle बिक रहा है, government saying packaged drinking water पे 12% GST दे. So it is only getting 6%, 12% का GST, 6% to Karnataka government, 6% to central government. But central government is earning half the GST from every state. On top of that, IGST भी आ रहा है. So most of the revenue will go to the government. So states government will always be dependent on the central government for granting it. Now, IGST is simply a combination of SGST and CGST. Remember, administered and collected by the union government, kept in a separate account and distributed between union and state. So it is collected and kept by the central government alone. This is very important point I've told you. ये सारा point से ++1 definitely you'll get. Keep that in mind. GST compensation is given to the state to compensate for the loss in revenue due to introduction of GST. Only when the GST was introduced, every state was fearful that a lot of revenue from taxes they will lose, because initially there were sales tax and VAT was there. But government said, don't worry, whatever is your loss will be compensated. And in the recent verdict of the Supreme Court, the union and states have equal and simultaneous power to make laws on goods and services. Market intervention or market failure and then intervention. Market may fail due to two reasons. Well, how the market fail? Remember, market can fail due to two. Either overproduction leading to wastage or underproduction leading to unemployment and recession. Both are bad for the economy. Both are considered as misallocation, just like human body. Malnutrition, usko bhi hai, who is, five and a half, half feet height hai, but the weight is only 30 kilograms. Malnutrition, nutrition usko bhi hai, who is 5.5 feet tall, but he is weighing 160 kilograms. Both are malnourished, so both are bad. Both will die. एक बिना खाए मरेगा, एक खा के मरेगा. Right. So it can be demand side market failure or supply side market failure. What is demand side market failure? I want to pay 100 rupees for the pen. There is a monopoly. This is sold at 120 rupees. If it was 100 rupees, I would have been able to buy 10 units. If it's 120, I'll not be able to buy 10 units. I'll buy only 7 units. Under consumption, under production, problem in the economy. But again, I want to pay 100 rupees. You give me a wild discount, 50% off. I'll buy 20 units. What I'll do with 20 units? I'll waste. Then again, there is a market failure. So demand side market failure when the demand of the consumer is not completely undertaken or considered by the sellers to provide. And supply side market failure when the sellers only take into consideration their own cost, not the cost to the society. For example, ITC is not concerned about how many people are suffering from cancer when it is producing cigarette. But if you do not consider, does it matter? Does it mean that damage will not happen? Damage will still happen. But if ITC have to include the sufferings of the society on every cigarette that is sold, one cigarette will be sold at 100 rupees. Nobody will buy or very few people will buy. तो प्रॉफिट उसका डिक्रीज हो गया. तो आईटीसी से देखो भाई, लोग पिएंगे, लोग मरेंगे, पीना है मैं पिलाएगा, और I will continue to produce. I will only consider my direct costs, indirect costs, fixed costs, capital costs. That's it. Society में कितना कैंसर हुआ, मिस allocation, because society may fail not only due to cancer. The place where you are growing tobacco leaves could have been used to produce something else. The laborer who are working in growing tobacco leaves could have gone to produce something better. Correct. All this is nothing but a wastage. And if there is increase in consumption of a demerit good like cigarette, then of course the society is going to, GDP will grow, but society will fail. So there are four reasons for market failure. One is monopoly power. Monopoly से क्या होगा? I am alone to sell. I will intentionally keep a very high price, leading to demand side market failure. People will not be able to buy. Correct. Then I will intentionally underproduce. Why? Keep the price high. It will lead to unemployment. It will lead to fall in the GDP or slow growth in the GDP. Government revenue from taxes will also come down. All these are going to lead to failure in the market. I do not let anybody enter the market. I create a price barrier. If they are not able to enter the market, what will happen? There is no democracy in businesses. Only big businesses are prevailing. Small businesses are non-existent. That is inequality also. This is also a kind of inequality. Then you have externalities. Externalities में आपको बताया था साइड इफेक्ट होता है, थर्ड पार्टी इफेक्ट होता है, नेबरहुड इफेक्ट होता है, स्पिल ओवर इफेक्ट. Externalities से डबल प्लस वन क्वेश्चन. There are four types of externalities. क्या क्या है? एग्जाम्पल आपको लिखा दिया. Right, I'm not going to go into the example. I've given you the example, you have written it clear. Students, you can take that, if you want. So it can be either they will give you example and you to choose. I'll just give you an example. It's negative production externalities. When I produce something, I will affect somebody else adversely in both production and consumption. If I'm producing a lot of steel, then what happens? Smoke is, you will not be able to smoke, get clean air. Delhi mein jo hua tha. So this is a case of negative production externality received by others in consumption. Received by others in consumption, right? And if suppose I'm producing something and due to my production, others' production is affected. Let's say, for example, Pepsi. What happened in Kerala around 10 years back? Pepsi set up a plant and it used all the groundwater to make Pepsi. The complete, you have produced Pepsi, but what has happened? The water table has gone down. The farmers in the nearby area in several villages, they were not able to get access to water. Their crop died. So here the Pepsi bottle is produced, but my action of production has affected somebody else's production adversely. That is the case of negative production externalities received by others in production. Then positive production externalities. Now remember, positive production externalities will not lead to market failure, but they can ask you an example. Positive externalities is good. How when I produce something I will affect some other businesses favorably. Suppose Yeshas Academy, your school and college, what they are doing? They are helping you pass some examination. They are helping you acquire some knowledge. Whether from lower nursery till your college or what ICI is doing? Nothing. One student asked me, sir, my school has given me knowledge, my college has given me knowledge, Yeshas Academy has given me knowledge. What ICI has done? ICI has given you, taken you money. और एक इतना पैसा का क्या करेंगे पता नहीं. Right. Anyways, so now every business will be benefited from the action, from the production activity at your school and college. Are they going to pay anything? Is there any direct link between your school and college and the businesses where you're going to work after you become CA? So that is a case of positive production externalities received by others in production. If I say, how when I produce something, somebody will be affected favorably. Kaise? If I'm producing organic food, I'm not using any fertilizer. So when it rains, what is the reason for groundwater pollution today? Everywhere in the country. What is the reason? Tell me one reason. Fertilizer. No other reason. Fertilizer. 50 years back, wherever in India, I will, dig a trench or a hole और मैं वहां पे बोरिंग लगाएगा पानी आप आराम से पी सकता है. नो प्रॉब्लम. मिनरल वाटर वेरी गुड क्वालिटी ऑसम. यू विल बी हेल्दी. अभी आप बोरिंग का पानी पी के दिखाओ. पहला दिन पिएगा बेड पे जाएगा, दूसरा दिन पिएगा आईसीयू में जाएगा. करेक्ट. व्हाई इट हैज हैपेंड? बिकॉज ऑफ use of lot of fertilizer. But if suppose every farmer is using, or majority of the farmer, or even some farmer are using organic fertilizer, natural fertilizer, so when it rains, the water trickles down. That is not a polluted water. So don't you think everybody will benefit? They'll get clean drinking water. So I have produced something organically and I am not affecting your consumption adversely. You are benefited. Fact. So positive production externalities received in consumption. Negative consumption, how will I affect? How will I consume something and somebody else's production is affected? If I've told you listen to loud music, then other guys will not be able to teach. If I party next to a hospital or if I burn crackers, doctor is performing a surgery, एक bomb फटा भाप, doctor बस खत्म, patient गया, गलत चीज कट गया, वेन की जगह आर्टरी काट दिया, खत्म. So that is the case of negative Consumption externalities received by others in production. I am consuming loud music and doctor's efficiency is adversely affected. But how can I consume something and somebody else's consumption will be affected? Cigarette. If I light a cigarette over here, don't you think everybody will be affected? Correct? So that is a case of negative consumption externality received by others in consumption. Positive consumption. How when I consume something, somebody else will be positively affected. If I buy electric vehicles, there will be less pollution. Everybody will be benefited. Correct? How? So it means consumption हो गया. How can I consume something and somebody else will be affected? It means production में उसको effect होगा. बोलो. When I consume something, how can others' production will be affected? Same education. If you are going to college and you're getting knowledge, then every business who is not related to the college, they will also benefit from your consumption. Okay. Now understand here, private cost and social cost ka difference. Social cost is private cost plus externalities. Here we are talking about negative externalities because positive will not create any trouble. Now, this private cost is only the cost of production incurred by the company. Every type of cost, direct, indirect, everything. Now, if suppose I've given you example before as well, that if I'm producing cigarette and the cost of production of cigarette is rupees 10 and my selling price is rupees 15 including small amount of tax, then the demand for the product is 10 lakh cigarettes every single day. India consumes more than 10 lakh cigarettes every day. So 10 lakh cigarettes. But what about negative externalities? What about the cancer, misallocation of resources, pollution and everything? There are 700 plus chemicals that goes in the manufacturing of cigarette. 700. 700 plus bola, minus nahi bola. More than 700 chemicals goes. You don't know. But yes, go to cigarette company and you see in the manufacturing unit, if you can stand there for 5 minutes, then you are a smoker. No human can stand there for so long. So much of chemical fumes and everything. People, workers who are working in the cigarette manufacturing units, they suffer from disease even if they don't smoke. Even if they don't smoke. So, externality is at 30 rupees mera loss to the society for every cigarette sold. But if ITC adds the 30 rupees, then the selling price will increase from 15 rupees to 45 rupees. Who will buy cigarette? So government will say नहीं, मैं आपको नहीं बेचने देगा. मैं क्या बोलेगा, आपको इसमें ये लॉस टू द सोसाइटी, यू हैव टू ऐड टू योर प्राइवेट कॉस्ट एंड यू कलेक्ट इट एंड गिव मी दिस 30 रुपीज. तो गवर्नमेंट बोलेगा एडिशनल जीएसटी और सिन टैक्स बोलते हैं इसको, सिन टैक्स. यू आर कमिटिंग सिन अगेंस्ट द सोसाइटी, तो सिन टैक्स मैं लेगा. तो सिन टैक्स में लिया 30 रुपीज, तो सेलिंग प्राइस इंक्रीज हो गया 45 रुपीज. डू यू थिंक डिमांड विल बी 10 lakh cigarettes every day? Even if it's inelastic demand, the demand may fall down to 7 lakh. If 7 lakh people are consuming, then don't you think supply will also come down? तो यहाँ हेल्थ बच गया, यहाँ मिस एलोकेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज बच गया, सोसाइटी इज वेल इनफ. करेक्ट. तो social cost is private cost plus external cost. Keep that in mind. Rest of the thing you can read. Public good. Public good I've told you. Example दे दिया था आपको. The most important thing about public good is that pure public good do not exist. Why? Because pure public good will say non-rivalrous होता है and non-excludable होता है. Non-excludable means nobody can be excluded from its consumption. Non-rivalrous means if I consume the public good, I will not impose any additional cost over anybody else. Neither I will take away the benefit available to others. Right? Neither impose the cost. So that is not a possibility. We'll see that. So that is the two most important characteristics of public goods. So याद रखने का, rivalrous plus non-rivalrous and non-excludable वाला concept में इसमें double plus one क्वेश्चन आएगा public goods से. Right? Public goods cannot be rejected. You can crib about it, but you will use it. Tell me how will you reject? You say roads अच्छा नहीं है sir. मत चलो, can you make your own route? Alright, public library is always congested. Can you construct your own public library? Huh? If I say इंडिया में ट्रेन में प्लेटफॉर्म बहुत ज्यादा कंजेस्टेड हो जाता है, no problem. Next to your house, you can construct one platform where the train will stop specially for you. So you cannot reject it, you can only criticize it. And remember, public goods will always be underproduced and underconsumed. Why it will be underconsumed? Because it is underproduced. It's not that people don't want to consume, but there is always lack of supply of public goods. Why? Because private sector do not sufficiently participate in its production. The entire burden falls on the government, and government cannot take the entire burden. Government cannot take. And why private sector do not participate in its production sufficiently? They participate but not sufficiently. अगर गवर्नमेंट इंसेंटिव देगा तो पार्टिसिपेट करेगा, बट गवर्नमेंट सबको इंसेंटिव नहीं दे सकता. गवर्नमेंट विल गो bankrupt because of free rider problem. There is under profit is not there, right? Public goods have collective benefit, and public good do not create any kind of social inequality or economic inequality, because same amount of public good is available to every citizen of the country, right? Then comes private goods. So you see, on public goods, nobody can exercise private property right. But on private goods, but on private goods, I can exercise my private property right. Private goods are excludable. If you do not have the money, I will not give it to you. And it is rivalrous. It means if people consume more private goods, then less will be available to others. So my consumption will decrease the availability of number of units available to others. And if I group of people consume more and more, what will happen? The seller will increase the price. So my action is imposing cost over others. So इसको rivalrous बोलते हैं. You can reject the private good because you are paying for it. So if you are not satisfied, you can go and buy. If I don't like a hotel, I'll go to another. If I don't like a chocolate, I can buy another. Correct or not? So you can reject it if it doesn't meet your satisfaction or desire. Right? Private goods is the one that creates all the inequality. ज्यादा पैसा जिसके पास वो ज्यादा कंज्यूम करेगा, कम पैसा कम जिसके पास पैसा नहीं है. As simple as that. And society will be able to allocate resources properly in case of private. Properly doesn't mean that the society will not be at a loss, but if there is demand, sufficient private good will be put. Tell me, you wanted to buy a perfume, you wanted to buy cloth, you wanted to buy air condition. कभी ऐसा होगा कि आपके पास पैसा है लेकिन मिल नहीं रहा है? Tell me, in the city of Bangalore, whatever you want an airplane, within one day you will get it. If you have money, right? आप ले जाओ. सर मेरे पास 50,000 करोड़ है, 2,000 करोड़ का प्लेन खरीदना है, फोन करो, आपको घर आ जाएगा, आपको उठा के ले जाएगा. वो लोग, आप बोलो माई चेयर पे बैठेगा, बोला ठीक है सर, माई चेयर को उठा के ले जाएगा. They will take you, they will offer you coffee, they will show you, and one day में आपका पैसा. If you have money, you can get every bloody thing in the world that is a private good. As simple as that. Right? One student told me, sir, आदमी खरीद सकता है क्या? मैं बोला आदमी खरीद करेगा क्या? Right? But yes, there was some time back in Europe and Americas during the 17th and 18th century, even human beings were sold and purchased like slaves. So they were also considered as private property, private goods, right? So हाँ, फ्री राइडर प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है प्राइवेट गुड्स में. व्हाई फ्री राइडर प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है? व्हाइट रेड, व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? So there is no free rider problem. What happened? What was the joke? Tell me now. So now, free rider problem will not be there because if you're using it, paying your own money, you will never misuse it. So free rider से plus double one plus question आप देख लेना यहाँ पर. Free rider से, free riders are the ones who don't use but misuse the goods. Their action imposes cost over others. When they misuse and overconsume public goods, the cost for the government will increase, and the government will fail to provide adequate amount of public goods. Private sector also will not provide enough amount of public goods, so because of free rider. So if everybody tries the same strategy, the strategy will fail, because you will be the one who will suffer. All right. Next, this you will see we have already discussed. Let's jump on to the concept based one. Cap and trade. हाँ वही बात. Cap and trade and pollution tax का पढ़ लेना. Double plus one. अरे cap and trade का बहुत important है. Merit goods double plus one. Remember, merit goods will always be under consumed because these are underproduced. So government will take initiative to increase the production of merit goods through various incentives and subsidies. Sometimes government can enforce the consumption of merit goods also. For example, taking insurance, taking vaccination, providing education, compulsory education, and so on. Whereas demerit goods will always be overproduced and overconsumed. So government will, and demerit goods have significant negative externalities. So demerit goods से भी double plus one. Demerit goods also will have, they were overproduced and overconsumed. So the demerit goods का consumption and production government को reduce करने का. How the government will reduce? By taxes, by banning it, negative advertisement, license control, putting spatial restriction, public place में नहीं पी सकता, age restriction, underage children will not be allowed to use it, or so on and so forth. Right? To demerit goods, always remember, steps taken by the government to prohibit not problem. Yeah, price intervention. So either minimum support price double plus one, right, या फिर प्राइस सीलिंग. दोनों में से कोई एक आएगा, दोनों नहीं आएगा. Alright, this or this. Minimum support price, I've told you already, it is adopted by the government to protect the interest of the sellers, and the government will fix a price which is higher than the current market price. Alright, wherein in case of price ceiling, government will fix a price which is lower than the current market price. The intention is to protect the consumers. Right. बजट मैनेजमेंट पे देख लेना आप एक बार. सिंपली consolidated fund of India, one guillotine plus one. What is guillotine? I've told you, there is not enough time to discuss every demand for grant. Just like state government can demand for grant, a minister can also demand for grant. I am an education minister and I said, sir, I need 1 lakh crore rupees because I want to improve the literacy rate by building 200 colleges in India in the next 1 year. Then I am asking for demand for grant. Now what happens? Other member of the parliament could be an opposition or same party will say नहीं. Last year कितना स्कूल बनाया आप? Last year बोला था तब भी 200 बनाएगा. बनाया क्या 200? नहीं बनाया. Last year 50 बनाया. So you will not get 1 lakh crore, you will get only 25,000 crore. So he will introduce what is known as cut motion. Cut kar do. So whatever the demand for grant is demanded by any ministry or any state government, when any member of parliament introduces a cut motion, it is an instrument to reduce the demand from what they have been asking. So नीचे कर दो ग्रांट को. वो पास हो सकता है, फेल हो सकता है. फेल हो गया तो जितना जो मांगा उतना मिल जाएगा उसको. If it's passed in cut motion, then he will get less amount. Guillotine, there is a limited time within which budget discussion have to happen and everything will be done. When the time is nearing its end, the speaker knows that I have 20 demand for grant or 30 demand for grant from different ministry that I don't have time to discuss. So what he'll do? He will put all together and all together एक ही बिल के जैसा वोट हो जाएगा. Those who are with yes say a, those who are with no they say no, nay. Right, हो गया. इसको बोलते हैं गिलिटन. खत्म कर देना सेशन को, combining everything together. Okay, remember finance bill is related to taxes. Right, finance bill introduce hota hai, finance will become a finance act. Finance act will give the power to the government to increase or decrease the tax rate, introduce a new tax or abolish an old tax. So government cannot impose even 1 rupee of tax if finance bill is not passed. and all these bills related to money bill and finance bill, they all are considered as money bill. Lok Sabha has a say, Rajya Sabha doesn't have a say. आपको बताया था ना, कितना दिन रोक सकता राज्य सभा इसको? 14 days. 14 days. Remember the number of days रे बाबा, ये भी पूछ सकता है वो. पूछा नहीं अभी तक लेकिन पूछ सकता है. So Lok Sabha passed the bill, okay, income tax slab rate above 10 lakh, now you have to pay not 30% but 35%. बिल हो गया, एक्ट बन गया, बिल हुआ अभी, ट्रांसमिटेड टू राज्यसभा. राज्यसभा हैज 14 days टाइम टू कंसीडर द बिल. कंसीडर कर लिया, पास हो गया. नहीं कंसीडर किया, बोला रेकमेंड करो, नहीं 35 इज टू मच, रिड्यूसेस टू 32. लोकसभा बोला ठीक है 32, पास हो गया. लोकसभा बोला नहीं 35, पास हो गया. राज्यसभा सिट्स ऑन द बिल फॉर 14 days, अगेन पास हो गया. तो राज्यसभा कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग. राज्यसभा एट मैक्स डिले द बिल फॉर 14 days. 14 days के पहले लोकसभा कुछ नहीं कर सकता. तो दैट इज रिलेटेड टू फाइनेंस एक्ट. देखो टैक्स से रिलेटेड है. देन नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू सब बता दिया, अकाउंट का ही कॉन्सेप्ट है. गवर्नमेंट का नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू क्या क्या है बोलो? नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू, गवर्नमेंट हैज गिवन लोन टू समबडी, गवर्नमेंट इज अर्निंग द इंटरेस्ट, नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू. डिविडेंड ऑफ द पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग, इट्स आल्सो नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू, राइट? sorry, yes, when the government receives donation tax, all these are kind of a non tax revenue. And capital receipt में non debt and debt होता है. non debt capital receipt क्या होता है? India has given loan to somebody, they are repaying the loan. Principal जो है वो capital receipt है, interest is a revenue receipt, correct? So that is principal जो आ गया वो रहा non debt capital. आपको लोन दिया, मैं वापस किया, क्या डेट क्रिएट होगा क्या मेरे पे? No. Or when the government sells away some business, Air India बेच दिया टाटा एयरलाइंस, that is also non debt creating. Debt creating receipts you all know, short term bill, long term bonds, कुछ भी गवर्नमेंट बोरो, सिक्योरिटी, सब कुछ ये डेट होता है. Alright, if they ask you what is the purpose of public expenditure management, ये क्या होता है? गवर्नमेंट क्या करता है? गवर्नमेंट wants to decrease the deficit. Larger deficit is bad for the country. Government will try to reduce the level of taxation, because if you are having deficit and unproductive expenditure, tax will increase. Increase in the taxes will lead to downfall in the GDP. Fewer resources available for use elsewhere. You don't have money, what resources will you have? And greater debt burden in future. You will be facing the burden. Next generation will face the burden. So government have to be very careful why it wants to borrow. What is the purpose of borrowing? Ways and means advances, important, double. It is an overdraft facility, बताया था ना? Wherein when the central government has not enough money, liquidity का problem है, then central government can go to RBI and take an overdraft facility. That is ways and means advances. Type of budgets, बैलेंस बजट आपको करेक्ट करा दिया था यहाँ, जो नहीं किया करेक्ट कर लो प्लीज. बैलेंस बजट इज रेवेन्यू नहीं रे बाबा, रिसीट्स. Receipts are equal to expenditure, thus neither budget deficit nor budget surplus exist. Revenue नहीं, again receipts, यहाँ भी receipts, because receipt में revenue income भी, receipt में revenue भी हो जाता, capital receipt भी हो जाता. Surplus budget, where estimated government receipts are more than estimated government expenditure, यहाँ correct दिया है, right? Deficit budget, where estimated government receipts are less than government expenditure, that is also correct. कैपिटल रिसीट क्या है, रेवेन्यू रिसीट क्या है, पता है? डेफिसिट में रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट एंड फिस्कल डेफिसिट एंड प्राइमरी डेफिसिट आर इंपॉर्टेंट. रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट, रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर माइनस रेवेन्यू रिसीट. एंड फिस्कल डेफिसिट में क्या होता है? हाउ मच ऑफ माई ओन मनी इज सफिशिएंट टू पे माई डेट. तो इसमें क्या करता है, मैं, मेरे को पता है मेरा टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर हाउ मच इज इट, so will I be able to pay my total expenditure using my own money? टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर में क्या है? कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर प्लस रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर. कैन आई पे ऑल दिस यूजिंग माई ओन मनी? माई ओन मनी क्या है? ओन मनी, व्हाट इज ओन मनी? Revenue receipts, any money that I own without a debt is my own money. Revenue receipts plus non-debt capital receipts, यही तो मेरा अपना पैसा है. So we'll try to find out with the money that I have, will I be able to clear all my expenditure? That is your fiscal deficit. Say for example, I given you this example, mark it very important. Let me go a little deeper. You want to buy a car. Let's say rupees 20 lakh का गाड़ी खरीदने का आपको. Cost of a car. In your savings account, savings bank account, you have 2 lakh rupees. You have sold some goods to somebody and you have receivables of 10 lakh rupees. आएगा, ये भी तो मेरा पैसा है. If I receive it, will it create a debt? It is receivable. Right. I have some old or second hand machinery that I can sell. Second hand machinery sell किया, उसमें से मेरे को 3 लाख मिल गया. Right. Now what is the shortfall? 5 lakh. Will I be able to buy the car? So my own money will not help me buy a car. What is the deficit? 5 lakh. So what I'll have to do this for this 5 lakh? I have to borrow. So can I say fiscal deficit equals to borrowing? Fiscal deficit will also be always be equal to borrowing. So fiscal deficit is total expenditure minus total non-debt creating receipt. It means revenue receipt plus those capital receipt that is does not create a debt. Right. So and उससे आपको interest payment minus कर देगा, that will give you primary deficit. Outcome budget important. Outcome budget क्या है? Money will be given to the ministry depending on what is your performance in the past. Right. Health minister बोला मेरे को ज्यादा पैसा दो, demand for grant. Government will say अच्छा, past में आपको इतना पैसा मिला था, have you worked well? How many people's life have you saved? How many hospitals were created? Adequate number was created. Did you match your target? जैसे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में तो टारगेट मिलता है, टारगेट मिल गया ठीक है, मिल जाएगा भाई. टारगेट प्रीवियस में नहीं आया था, आउटकम वाज लोअर देन व्हाट वाज एक्सपेक्टेड, यू विल गेट लेस मनी. सो दैट इज आउटकम बजट. So outcome budget establishes direct link between budgetary allocation and its annual performance target measured through output and outcome indicator. Skeleton, as told you, important है. Consolidated fund important. तो skeleton से तो आएगा, consolidated fund से भी आएगा, contingency पूछ भी सकता नहीं. Public accounts is not. Fiscal policy easy है. इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ फिस्कल पॉलिसी हम देखा था ना, क्या क्या होता है भाई, सिंपल है. फिस्कल पॉलिसी में क्या बोलेगा? फिस्कल पॉलिसी इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ stabilizing the economy. Fiscal policy can be divided into either expansionary or contractionary. Under expansionary fiscal policy, government will adopt during recession. The purpose is to increase the GDP because GDP has fallen down. Then only you want to expand? No. Will you want to expand an expanding economy? बलून फूला हुआ है ऑलरेडी, टू द ब्रिम, उसको और फूको, देखो क्या होता है, फट जाएगा बलून. Right, so government will inflate the economy only when the economy is deflated, no, not when it's already inflated. So recession is happening and government wants to increase the GDP. Government will adopt expansionary fiscal policy. Government will use various tools. क्या करेगा गवर्नमेंट? पहला T को रिड्यूस कर दो, T रिड्यूस कर दिया, YD बढ़ गया, YD बढ़ गया, कंजम्पशन बढ़ गया, कंजम्पशन बढ़ गया, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ गया. करेक्ट. Right. So employment and GDP will increase. If this is not sufficient, increase G. G is what? Government expenditure. Correct. You can do this as well. If you are going through deficit, you want to spend, but you are not able to spend, you can borrow. You borrow and spend. Borrowing government can increase kar dega. Correct. It means overall, can I say government will follow what kind of budget over here? Deficit or surplus? Government will follow deficit budget. So if they give you the question as a part of the contractionary fiscal policy, what the government must do? Pahla, increase G, decrease T, follow deficit budget, all of the above. Yes, but they can also give you increase T, decrease G, follow surplus budget, none of the above. None of the above. When the economy is going through inflation, then government will adopt contractionary fiscal policies. Remember, the purpose of contractionary fiscal policy is not to reduce the GDP, but to reduce the inflation. So inflation has increased because people have more money in their hand and they have created a demand. Their demand cannot be met because productive capacity of the economy cannot be increased in the short run. So what the government will do? Government will adopt contractionary fiscal policy. Government's intention is to decrease the inflation. So government क्या करेगा? Direct tax to increase. If doesn't help, government decrease कर दिया government expenditure. It means government will follow what is known as surplus budget. ये पूरा fiscal, right? But again, limitations of fiscal policy. तो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ फिस्कल पॉलिसी में आपका ये इक्वेशन +1 है, तो टी जी और ये इक्वेशन से आएगा आपको क्वेश्चन. लिमिटेशन ऑफ फिस्कल पॉलिसी $+1 लिमिटेशन देख लेना, एंड स्पेशली लिमिटेशन में क्राउडिंग आउट स्पेसिफिकली अगेन दैट इज $+1. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, क्राउडिंग आउट देख लेना अच्छे से. आई हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड यू ऑलरेडी, so you can read it and understand. These are easy to understand topics. Money market, right? Okay. What is the time? Don't breathe now. 5 minutes if you take it. I can also relax. Let's continue. We are running out of time, so pay attention now. First of all, these things are easy. You can read it yourself. Money is a fiat money. Why we call it fiat money? Everything, medium of exchange, store of deferred payment. I've told you. Future transaction can be settled. Futures transaction can be settled. Store of value, money can be stored for a very long period of time, right? And these are the characteristics of money. Now here you have to understand that a demand for money is a derived demand. Meaning what? We demand money not because of sake of for the sake of holding money. We demand money because we want to have control over other goods and services. But whether gold and silver are real money, because they have real demand. Real demand meaning we demand gold for storing gold. We don't demand gold because we want to buy a car by exchanging. Correct. Now money has opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost of holding money is the interest that is forgone. So before we go into opportunity cost, you have to understand what happens in inflation. Inflation happens due to inflation. What happens? The purchasing power of money reduces. So you have to spend more money to buy the same quantity of goods and services. Your expenditure will increase. So you have to hold more money. You can't help it. If inflation is happening, your expenditure is happening, and you are demanding more money. Demand money means hold more money. So take care of current transaction, whether you are a household or a business. Then of course your opportunity cost is more, but you can't help it. Businessman cannot say that I will not incur business expenditure. I will use all my money to buy bonds because there is a opportunity cost of holding money. No. So if suppose, let's say interest rate is 10% and you have rupees 1 lakh that you are holding as cash, demand for money, then what is your interest forgone? What is your return that you could have earned? Could have earned 10,000 rupees. But if this interest rate increases to 20%, then your return will be 20,000. So can I say that if the interest rate increases, the cost for you holding money will also go up? Which cost? Opportunity cost. Correct? If the bank says tomorrow that I will pay you not 7% but 12% interest on FD, what people will do? Will they demand more money, or will they demand means more money means hold more money, or will they put it in the bank? More money. More money in the bank. So can I say increase in the interest rate will lead to increase in opportunity cost of holding money? So what will I do? I will decrease the demand for money. So can we say increase in the interest rate will decrease the demand for money? So there is a negative relation between interest rate and demand for money, and positive relation between interest rate and opportunity cost. Settle down quickly. और पूरा पीवीआर आइनॉक्स बन गया है, ये तो पॉपकॉर्न मशीन भी लगा देगा एक पॉइंट. पॉपकॉर्न ले लो, नाचोस ले लो. थैंक यू, विल ब्रिंग फॉर मी. So now opportunity cost. But if the bank tells you that I will give you only 2% interest, then what will be your return? 2000. Will you not say to the bank, go to hell? Tell me. It means now if you do not keep your money in the bank, interest rate is decreasing, then what will happen? There will be decrease in opportunity cost of holding money. So will you hold more money, less money? You'll hold more money. There will be increase in the demand for money. So याद रखने का पहले सिंपल लॉजिक है, ज्यादा ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाने का, फेल हो जाएगा नहीं तो. ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट, मेरे को लॉस ज्यादा होगा अगर मैं बैंक पे पैसा नहीं रखा. I'll keep more money in the bank. Demand for money will fall. Demand for money is the money that I'm holding as idle cash. Lower interest rate, I will lose less if I don't keep money in the bank. So I will hold more money because opportunity cost is falling down. So increase in opportunity cost is due to increase in interest rate. In decrease in interest rate, decrease in the opportunity cost. Increase in interest, opportunity cost is more, I will hold less. Decrease in the interest, opportunity cost is less, I will hold more money. Clear hai? Now just bring this to our first theory, that is quantity theory of money, triple plus one, given by Irving Fisher. A very beautiful equation. What he said, that money supply and inflation has a direct relationship. That is the conclusion. And he gave this to the equation MB equals to PT, where M is the supply of money and V is the velocity. What is velocity? How many times the money is changing hand. Alright. If suppose 10 rupee bill is printed by the central bank, if that 10 rupee bill is changing hand 1000 times, can I say that 10 into 1000, that is 10,000 rupees worth of transaction has been done? Because every time it is changing and some transaction is happening, correct? So can I say V will be equals to T? Right or wrong? V will be equals to T. And if the number of transaction is increasing, then don't you think the seller will increase the price? So पैसा बढ़ेगा, transaction बढ़ेगा. Transaction बढ़ा means demand is increasing. If the demand for goods is increasing, sellers will increase the price. That's it. Then Fisher said that I missed out something in this theory. Alright, what he missed out? He said that demand is not only getting affected due to the supply of cash money or high powered money, demand can also be affected due to the credit money created by the bank. So if banks start giving more and more credit cards to everybody, यूएस में क्या हुआ, इनकम नहीं है क्रेडिट कार्ड ले जाओ, इनकम है तो भी ले जाओ, सबको क्रेडिट कार्ड दे दो. अभी मैं इस क्लास में बैठ के सबको क्रेडिट कार्ड बांट दिया, 5 लाख रुपया का लिमिट है. आई कैन बेट माई लाइफ ऑन इट. आपको पता नहीं आप कैसे पे करेगा, लेकिन आप खरीद लेगा कुछ. यू विल बाय. So whether it's actual money or credit money, demand is a demand. The seller will not think that how many people are going to buy the product paying credit card or using credit card or cash. मेरा demand increase हो रहा, I will increase. Correct? So doesn't matter whether you buy an iPhone using credit card or using cash. Apple is going to get the money instantly. You have to, because when you use credit card, what happens? Your bank instantly pays to the seller. You have to pay to the bank at a later date, but the seller is getting instant money. So when there is more credit card issued, more loan issued, then of course the demand will increase, and that will also increase the price level. So he upgraded the equation MV plus M dash P dash equals to PT, where M dash is the supply of credit money and V dash is the velocity of credit money, how frequently you are giving credit in the bank. Both of these, I mean, it means whether it's M dash or V dash, both will increases the transaction. A transaction is a transaction, credit or cash, doesn't matter. So you don't have P dash and T dash. So when the transaction will increase, the demand will increase, the seller will increase the price again. So the conclusion of this theory is there is a direct or positive relation between money supply and the price level. Then we come to the what is known as Cambridge approach. Remember the name of the four individuals: Marshall, Pigou, Robertson and Keynes. They can ask you the name as well. They came up with Cambridge approach, which is also known as cash balance approach. Cash balance approach में क्या बोला? Why people and household hold money? देखो, one thing they have said, and it's there in every other theory, that income is earned during a particular point in time, but expenditure is spread over throughout. आपको सैलरी महीने में एक बार मिलेगा, but expenditure will come on a daily basis, or maybe every other day you'll get some expenditure: grocery bill, electricity bill, phone bill, labor bill, if some household laborers are working. Do you think on the first of the month you're getting salary, on the first of the month all the expenditure will come? No. So you will have to hold some amount of money to take care of your current transaction. Likewise, I'm a businessman. All right, एक बार production cycle हो गया, I've sold the goods. Now the retailers are selling every day, but retailers are not buying from me every day. Retailers have bought from the wholesaler in bulk. मेरा भी बैटरी लो हो रहा है. Yesterday, what happened? I had to take my daughter for Moana movie after the class. Movie book किया, my book किया Moana 2. अभी मंत्री लिखा था, मैं बुक किया, मंत्री लिखा था, मैं गाड़ी स्टार्ट किया, चला गया मंत्री मोल मलेश्वरम. वो देख रहा है, स्कैन कर रहा है, सर इस टाइम पे तो मूवी नहीं है. मैंने बोला क्या मोना 2? मंत्री जेपी नगर. माय वाइफ इज लुकिंग मी, अभी ये तो तेरा हैंड राइटिंग नहीं था. So right movie, right ticket, wrong place. Now there was no time to come back, so today again we are going. So no problem. My daughter was also looking at me. I was thinking about blaming it on my father-in-law, then said छोड़ दो. So anyways, क्या हो सकता. So now Cambridge approach में क्या है? So that's why we are going to hold. Businesses also same thing. Retailers and wholesalers are selling maybe every day, but they are not buying from the producer every day. Once production cycle is over, I have sold it. My receivable will come at some day. I have received the receivables. Bill जो दिया था मेरे को अभी honor हो गया. Do you think all my transaction will come on that day? No. I may receive the money on 15th of the month. I have to pay wages on the 1st of the month. Insurance premium some other day. So I have to hold some amount of cash to take care of my current transaction. So that's why businesses and household keep money. That is first reason. They say why the household and businesses hold money. For transaction motive. Second, hedge against uncertainty. Abhi uncertainty kya hai? Precaution and uncertainty might do different things. Money is risk free, but money is return free as well. Meaning what? If I keep, let's say, 20 lakh or 30 lakh rupees as cash in hand, economy will fail, but nothing will happen to me. Market will crash, अब मैं आराम से सोएगा, निफ्टी गिर गया, कोई प्रॉब्लम, मेरा तो कैश पड़ा है घर पे, no problem at all. So zero risk, but zero return as well. Capital loss नहीं होगा money में. Every year, if the inflation is 2 or 3%, I will lose 2 or 3%. That is not a capital loss, that is a normal loss. So money is stable, but money is the opportunity cost of holding money. Alright. But if I buy bonds, I will get two returns in terms of bonds. In case of bonds, first, I will get interest, and when the bond is traded in the market, then the market price of bond may increase. But bond is risky. So what I'll do, I will hold 10%, 10 lakh of cash डिमांड में होल्ड करेगा एंड 20 लाख का मैं बॉन्ड खरीदेगा at 10%. Now, if suppose in a year I'm getting how much? 20 lakh पे 2 lakh rupees is my income, correct? Here, but how much I've lost? 1 lakh rupees is my opportunity cost. No, have I not mitigated the return, the opportunity cost that is negative here? I'm positive 2 lakh. So it means opportunity cost of holding 10 lakh, I'm losing 1 lakh rupees of interest. I have mitigated that by keeping 20 lakh rupees into bonds. Now what will happen? If suppose bond prices go down, so I will still make 2 lakh rupees every year. But what if the market price of bond comes down to 16 lakh? तो मेरा कैपिटल लॉस कितना है? -4 लाख. मेरे को इंटरेस्ट मिला +2, so I have a negative of 4 lakh. Sorry, negative of 2 lakh. This negative of 2 lakh, but I'll not be worried. Why? Because I know bond prices may increase. अभी interest मिल रहा है ना, and this will provide me confidence that if everything wrong happens here, at least I'll be not on the street. This is known as hedging, right? This is known as hedging. In the equity market, how people hedge? We know that equity market and gold market are inversely related in the long run. So whenever the market becomes volatile, if I'm holding a lot of equity, I'll buy gold also. तो इक्विटी मार्केट गिर रहा है, गोल्ड प्राइस उठेगा. कोरोना में हुआ था. इक्विटी इज क्रैशिंग, गोल्ड इज हाई ओवर हाई लगा रहा है, राइट? तो आई एम हेजिंग. यहाँ पे जो रिस्क है मेरे को, आई वांटेड मोर रिटर्न फ्रॉम इक्विटी बट माय रिटर्न इज डिक्रीजिंग, बट इट इज कॉम्पेंसेटिंग. हेज अगेंस्ट अनसर्टेनिटी. थर्ड थिंग, व्हाई आई विल होल्ड मनी? आई विल होल्ड मनी ऑल्सो एज प्रिकॉशनरी नीड. बोला सर, हेज अगेंस्ट अनसर्टेनिटी और प्रिकॉशन में क्या डिफरेंस है? देखो, हेज अगेंस्ट अनसर्टेनिटी में आई ट्राई टू मिटिगेट बिटवीन रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड. मेरा रिवॉर्ड है इंटरेस्ट अर्निंग, मेरा रिस्क को मिटिगेट किया मैं कैश होल्ड करके. इफ आई होल्ड ऑल कैश, I will be safest, but return will be 0. If I hold all bond, return will be higher, but if something happens, I'll be on the street. I'll mitigate it. Precautionary में क्या है? If I'm selling something, a new competitor can enter, can destroy my business. Then what will happen? So for precautionary motive also, I will have to hold some money. But how much money I'm holding depending on the interest rate. Even for transaction motive, कितना पैसा मैं होल्ड कर रहा है इंटरेस्ट रेट पे डिपेंड करता है. So tell me, if suppose I am dividing, मेरे 30 lakh है, I am dividing 10 in cash and 10 in bond. When the interest rate is 10%, when the interest rate on bond increases to 20%, will I keep the same ratio? Will I keep the same ratio 10-20? क्या करेगा मैं? बॉन्ड में ज्यादा रखेगा, कैश में कम रखेगा, because I can take a higher risk because reward is more. So when the rate of interest is 20%, then I may keep 25 as bond and only 5 as cash. And if the rate of return decreases to 5%, then I can hold 20 cash and 10 as bond. So how much of money I am holding, that depends also on the interest rate. Secondly, it also depends on my income. If I am rich, I will hold more money. If I am poor, I will hold less money. If I am rich, I'll take more precaution. If I'm poor, I will take less precaution. So यही आपका cash balance approach. And they gave this equation. Of course, inflation भी बोला. If higher the inflation, more will be the cost of doing business. More will be the cost of running a household. You will hold more money. So इसमें क्या दिया ये? MD equals to KPY, ये equation दिया. Wherein MD is the demand for money, K is the Cambridge K or the proportion of nominal income that you're keeping as cash balance, and P is the price level, Y is the income, PY is the nominal income. And what did I tell you? Let's say your income is 1 lakh rupees, price level is 10%. What is your nominal income? It means if inflation happens by 10%, how much do you need more to take care of your current transaction? 10,000 more. So in total you will require 1,10,000. And if suppose the value of K is 0.2, then MD क्या हो जाएगा? KPY हो जाएगा. कितना हो जाएगा ये 10% ऑफ सॉरी 20% ऑफ 1,10,000 that is 22,000 you will hold as cash balance. If suppose your income increases to 2 lakh and price level is same, price level भी increase होगा, income increase, but hypothetically let's see, then how much of will be, if your expenditure, if your income was 2 lakh and inflation has happened by 20%, then how much more you have to spend to buy the same commodity? That will be 2 lakh 20,000. So what will be the MDKPY? 44,000. Correct. So it means, can I say increase in income will lead to increase in the demand for money? If income remains same 1 lakh, but now inflation increases to 20%, then what will be the nominal income? I will need 1,20,000 to buy the same goods and services. So what will be the MDKPY? 24,000. So can I say whether the income increases or P increases? In both cases, that transaction demand for money, T demand for money will increase and vice versa. Understood? Clear? Next, लिक्विडिटी प्रेफरेंस थ्योरी यहां पे पूरा एक्सप्लेन कर दिया है. तो रिमेंबर नियो क्लासिकल थ्योरी से आपको ये इक्वेशन +1 एंड इक्वेशन याद रखने का. कीनशियन थ्योरी पूरा थ्योरी में लेके आपको 3 से 4 क्वेश्चन आएगा यहाँ. करेक्ट. Keynesian theory of demand for money. Keynesian gave what is known as liquidity preference theory. What we used to call it cash balance, now we call it liquidity preference theory. And he deviated from what was said in the Cambridge approach, even though he was a part of the Cambridge approach previously. He also said the same thing, that household and businesses need some amount of money to take care of current transaction, and that's why they will hold some amount of money. Because income is earned during a particular point in time, but income expenditure is spent over multiple. But how much of money I'm holding depends on many factors. So, pahila transaction motive, how much I'm holding depends on my income. Big businesses have more working capital requirement, they will hold more money, vice versa. Small businesses less money. Rich household will have 5-course meal in a day. They will hold, their grocery expenditure will be way higher than a normal middle income earning household. They will hold more money, again vice versa. But that's not it. He deviated from the Cambridge approach. He said that as said in Cambridge approach, interest rate will affect the transaction demand for money, but here it will not. And this time he was correct. Because tell me, if suppose the banks are paying you more interest, let's say your parent says that acha 8% नहीं अभी 10% interest दे रहा है FD पे, कल से breakfast बंद. Do you think a businessman will say, Haldiram will say, नहीं interest bank is giving me more, so कल से भुजिया कम बनाएगा? Do you think businesses will stop working? No. So interest rate will not affect the transaction demand for money. It will affect the speculative demand for money, but never the transaction demand for money. So this was the deviation. And he again first time he said income and wealth पे depend करे. Then he said precautionary motive के लिए पैसा hold करेगा. Now in case of transaction demand, he simply said LR equals to KY. It means if income increases, if suppose this is your income and 1 lakh hai and K ka value equals to 0.3, then LR liquidity preference and demand for money कितना हो जाएगा यहाँ पर? You are holding 30,000 as transaction demand for money. If your income increases to 2 lakh, you will hold 60,000 rupees. Simple equation. Next, he said precautionary demand for money. Again, he said the same thing under precautionary demand for money. One similar to cash balance approach, one different from cash balance approach. In similar to cash balance approach, क्या बोला? That how much of precaution I am taking, that depends upon my income. If I am rich person, I will take more precaution. If I am poor person, I will have less money to take precaution. Right? If you ask Mukesh of money, precaution हो सकता है, अभी तेरा पैसा कम हो गया, 3 बार कैसे शादी कराएगा अपना ग्रैंडसन का? Are you holding some money as cash balance? He'll say, yes, I am holding around 25,000 crore in some bank, another 50 crore in another bank. That is precautionary demand for. No, he can have. He may be having even more than that. If you go and ask your parent, are you keeping any precautionary contingency के लिए, बोले हाँ, we are keeping 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh rupees somewhere in the FD. That's what they will say. And you go and ask a beggar, are you taking any precaution? बोला नहीं. Every day is a new day. We are still afraid of Salman Khan. Alright, road पे सोता है, झाड़ के चला गया तो क्या होगा? So no precaution, even though because they don't have any money. And second thing, opposite he said what? Precaution doesn't depend on the interest rate. Will your parents stop taking medical insurance because the bank is offering a higher return on FD? Will a businessman will not take insurance on his factory, and you can also take insurance on your profit if something happens? So you will take insurance. So interest rate पे depend नहीं करते. तो किस पे depend करता है? Income पे depend करता है. Political and economic situation पे depend करता. If the country's politics is good, stable, economic stability, you will keep all your money in institutions rather than holding as cash. But if you are living in Pakistan, you're living in Syria, you're living in Afghanistan, where will you keep money? Bank, you're keeping money, bank is bombed, money is gone. Right? It's better to keep money yourself in your house, because if your house is bombed, you are also gone. What you'll do with the money? वो danger है ना, logical reasoning है. If everywhere bomb is dropping, then I will keep my money with myself, because I am alive, my bank is bombed, then I'll be poor, I'll have difficulty. But my house is bombed, my money is also there, house is also there, and I am also there, everything is dead, no problem. Who the hell needs money? Right, you're dead. So that is, so it depends upon the political situation in the, thank you very much, political situation in the economy, and it also depends upon your own psychology. Some people are very afraid. अभी भी मैं किसी को बोलता है स्टॉक मार्केट में लगा लो, ना 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 ना, तो इंटरेस्ट बैंक से मेरे को अच्छा मिलता, मैं बैंक में रखेगा. Even though you tell him, you prove them. But as I told you, my uncle, one of my uncle, I told him that invest करो, and now he is addicted to the stock market. बोला इतना मस्त, अभी तक तो पहले क्यों नहीं बोला? मैं पहले बोला था, आप लगाया नहीं, डर लगता था पहले. Right? And recently what has happened, market has gone down. जब नीचे जा रहा था तो बोले ये क्या हो रहा है? Every day this bugger was phoning me. So what is happening? Why is going down? Why is going down? Hold. You'll buy more. You're saying you buy more. My house is fine. Buy more. Will you buy more? No. I forced him to buy more. He bought more, and the market again went up. You'll say, now I understood why you said buy more. Now I'm afraid if the market will go down again, will start phoning me. So now I'm handling two people. One is extra crazy, one is crazy. So now, so precaution be, those who are more afraid, they will hold more cash in hand, and vice versa. Then comes speculative demand for money. Here very very important, speculative demand for money, triple plus one. मतलब वो +3 से ही आएगा, उस +3 में ही है ये. Speculative demand for money will try to figure out that he said that there will be an inverse relation between market price of bond and interest rate on bond. I have explained you in detail in the class what is the reason, so I'll not go into explaining this. So simply understand, if there is an increase in the interest rate on bonds, then the market price of bonds will decrease, and vice versa. Now here we compare between what is known as critical or normal interest rate and current interest rate. So critical interest rate को भी नॉर्मल इंटरेस्ट रेट बोलते हैं, नॉर्मल इंटरेस्ट रेट एंड करंट इंटरेस्ट रेट. नाउ इफ सपोज current interest rate is more than normal interest rate, now the question comes, sir, how do you know what is normal? You tell me, how do I know what's normal? What if I tell you what is the normal price of onion? Do you think that today the price of onion is normal? What is the price of onion today? You don't know. You don't run a household, so you don't know. Can I say normal price of onion is 200 rupees per kilogram or 100 rupees per kilogram? I don't know. Today maybe 100 or 80 rupees. But is it a normal price? No. If I say no, it is normal, will you accept it? No, sir. What is the normal price? 20 to 30? How do you know? This is what the information, this is what the trend of the onion prices you can see. Correct? So we all know what is normal. We all know. If I ask you, if I tell you normal return on FD given by the bank is 30%, बोले सर पागल हो गया क्या? Correct? I'll ask you what is normal. Because sir, some bank is giving me 7, somebody is giving me 8. Yeah. How do you know? Because most of the bank is offering that. So you know what is normal? Normal is something that is valid for a very longer period of time. And if suppose interest rate will fall down to 5%, let's say, and for the next 10 years it remains at 5%, 5% 4, then that will become the normal. So, but in the short period of time, things can go beyond the normal or below the normal. But one thing you have to understand, anything is above the normal, it will come back to the normal. Nothing can away, because normal is equilibrium, and anything away from normal is disequilibrium, and market doesn't remain at disequilibrium for long. Most of the time market is at disequilibrium, but it will come to equilibrium in between. So if you see that the interest rate, current interest rate is more than the normal interest rate, then what do you expect? The interest rate to go down. Now if interest rate will fall down, what will happen? First of all, if the rate of interest is very high, bond prices must be low. Inverse relation between interest rate and bond prices. If the rate of interest is high, bond prices must be very low. So what you will do? Don't you think, you know that interest rate will go down, it means bond prices will go up. Right now bond is available at a lower price. What will you do? Don't you think you will use all your money that you have set aside for speculative motive to buy bonds? Correct or not? Because eventually when the interest rate will come down and bond prices will increase, significant capital gain will happen. You can sell your bond at a premium rate. Capital gain ho gaya na aapka. So what will happen then? When you have used all of your money to buy bonds, then what will happen? Will you have any money left to further speculate? So can I say speculative demand for money will be zero? Because if you don't have money, how do you speculate? Correct? If I reverse this, what if current rate is lower than the normal rate or critical rate? Right? This is normal and this is the current rate. Current rate नीचे गिर गया है. तो इसका मतलब क्या है? You will expect the interest rate to increase or decrease. If something is above the normal, you expect it to fall. Something is below the normal, you will expect it to go up. You see, everybody is saying that US economy has over bloated. हर दिन कोई न्यूज आता है ना, कभी भी गिरेगा. Everybody is waiting for it to fall down. Why people are waiting? If you take a survey today and ask in the next 6 months what is going to happen, 90% or more of the people will say correction due है US का economy. और वहां करेक्शन होगा तो यहां भी करेक्शन होगा. It means Nifty is not still out of the water. Right, 22,000 अभी attract कर रहा है उसको, it start to fall down. So it will be an opportunity for you to buy at a lower price, because हमेशा तो fall नहीं करेगा ना. Country stable है, country stable, so good companies will again is going to bounce back. Right. So what will happen now? When the normal current is lower than the normal, people will expect the interest rate to increase, and when the current rate is lower than normal, bond prices must be very, very high. Will you want to buy bond? Because when interest rate goes up and bond prices crash, you'll have capital losses. So you will not buy bonds. All right, you will not buy bonds. So you will hold all of your money close to your chest, because what is happening, if the interest rate is already low, there is no opportunity cost of holding money, less opportunity cost. All right, and you will wait for the bond prices to come down when the interest rate will increase, and then you will buy the bonds, so that you will not suffer through capital losses. So speculative demand for money will be highest. All right, those students who have got the material today, I have given the write up. Just take a photograph of it. I have explained in detail everything, plus minus सब कुछ करके greater than equals to किया है ना मैं? You've written that, no, in the usual classes. So keep that in mind. It's very, 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 very important. All right. So यहाँ पर है this one. So you see, this is your RC is your normal interest rate. ये normal है. This is your current interest rate है. Normal is lower than, I mean current is more than normal. It means bond prices must be low, demand for money will be zero. You will use not what demand for money, speculative demand for money will be zero. Because bond prices must be low, you will use all of your money to buy bonds. But as the interest rate decreases, now if suppose if I say that RN1 यहाँ पर आ गया, it is lower than the normal interest rate, then what will happen? Bond prices must be very high. Will you want to buy bond? No. So demand for money will increase. Now, if I combine, this is for individual speculative demand. Every individual is going to react in this way. So when I combine everybody's individual behavior together, we will get a continuously flowing demand curve, wherein on the y-axis will not have to differentiate between current rate and a normal rate. We will only take the current rate. So what will happen here? You see, this you have got. So अभी क्या है? You see, interest rate is very high. Bond prices must be very low. So what you will do? You will use all of your money to buy bonds. अगर ये नहीं है तो आप दूसरे हिसाब से सोचो. High interest rate, it means higher opportunity cost of holding money. Will you hold more money? No, you will hold least amount of money. So speculative demand for money is zero. As the interest rate begins to fall down, what will happen? Bond prices is rising. And when bond prices are rising, will you be comfortable to buy more bond? You will buy less bond. When you are buying less bond, it means what will happen? Demand for money, that is cash holding, will increase. What will happen if the interest rate falls very low? It will create a liquidity trap. What is liquidity trap? The interest rate has fallen down to the ground. It is about to touch the ground. Then there is no opportunity cost for people for holding money. Negligible. And people will not buy the bond because bond prices are very high. अगर इंटरेस्ट शूट अप किया, बॉन्ड प्राइसेस गया खत्म, फिर टाटा बाय बाय. So people will do what? People will hold all their money close to their chest. The money will not flow to businesses. Businesses will not be able to perform their business activity, and businesses start to fail. Government will have to do something. That is liquidity trap situation. Then post Keynesian में Baumol and Tobin आया, inventory theoretic approach दिया. Understand one thing? Nomenclature changes. Cash balance में demand for money was demand for cash balance approach, Cambridge approach. Keynes अपना WhatsApp group अलग बनाया, वो बोला liquidity preference demand for money, the same thing. And Baumol and Tobin, they says the same thing, demand for money as inventory of cash holding. तो एक कैश बैलेंस बोला, दूसरा लिक्विडिटी प्रेफरेंस बोला, तीसरा इन्वेंटरी ऑफ कैश बोला. तीनों का ही मतलब है हाउ मच ऑफ आइडल कैश आई एम होल्डिंग. एज सिंपल एज दैट. राइट. So they said that how much of money I am holding depends upon carrying cost. First of all, they said that money doesn't have any risk, but it doesn't have any return. Bonds have risk, but they have return. So what people will have to do is to mitigate the risk and return. And risk and return depends upon what is known as carrying cost. What is carrying cost? First, interest rate. If interest rate increases, opportunity cost of holding money increases, so you will hold less money. So interest rate and related opportunity cost is the carrying cost. And second is the cost of transaction, making transfer between money and bond. तो आपका यहाँ पर कैश है और यहाँ पर लेट्स से बॉन्ड में आप कन्वर्ट किया, बट बिफोर यू कन्वर्ट इन द बॉन्ड you are getting an interest, but there is a brokerage also. So if suppose, let's say, forget about the cash, if suppose interest rate on the bond is 10%, brokerage is 1%, what is my return on investment? 9%. 5% buy, 5% sell. If the rate of interest remains same, but the broker increase the brokerage to 3%, what is my rate of return? 7%. So what happens here? Can I say increase in brokerage cost will lead to increase in the transaction cost? Transaction cost is what? Cost of making transaction cost is not the cost of transaction for running a business. Transaction cost, in this case, it is the cost of making transfer between money and bond. Transaction cost increases, I have to pay more brokerage. Will I convert more cash into bond or less cash into bond? Less cash, less C will be converted into B. So when you are converting less cash into bond, what will happen to the demand for money? Inventory of cash holding, will it increase or decrease? Inventory of cash holding will increase. So demand for money will increase. But if the broker says, I'm going to charge 0.5% interest, sorry, brokerage, then what will happen? Your return on investment will be 9.5%. So can I say decrease in brokerage charges will lead to decrease in cost of making transfer between money and bond, transaction cost decreases. So it means I will convert more cash into bond. When I've converted more cash into bond, will I have more inventory of cash or less inventory of cash? Will I have less inventory of cash? हो गया theory over. All right. Just like Keynes, but remember, just like Keynes, they also said interest rate पे भी affect करेगा. If interest rate, if brokerage remains same, but interest rate increases, if brokerage is 1% only, but interest rate increases to 15%, then also what will happen? You tell me, demand for cash holding, will it increase or decrease? Demand for cash holding or inventory of cash will decrease because my opportunity cost is more. And if interest rate decreases to 5%, brokerage is again 1%, return on investment is 4% now. So brokerage is not changing, still my interest return is changing, but I'm getting lesser return. So it means opportunity cost of holding money, will it increase or decrease? It will decrease. So inventory of cash holding will increase. Clear है? तो ये पूरा जो आपको बताया ये सब everything is written over. लेना. Friedman restatement statement of quantity theory of money. Now what Milton Friedman said? He said that demand for money gets affected by the same factors which affect the demand for anything else. And he said that how much of money you are holding depends upon the relative return on certain classes of asset. He included 5, including money. That is bond, equity share, human capital, physical capital, and equity. Bond, money, equity हो गया, human capital and physical capital. So money doesn't give me any return. Opportunity cost है. इस opportunity cost को मैं कैसे cut down करेगा? By making return. Return from what? Return from these 4 classes of asset. Now I'll compare. Equity gives me 10%. Real estate physical asset will give me 5%. Then bond will give me return together capital. Market price to certain nahi hai, but I will get 4-5% or 7-8%, whatever it is. And then I'll have human capital. I'll start some human business जिसमें human intellect का requirement होता है. Swiggy, service center, this and that, ये issue कर IT companies I will open up, and this will give me higher return, let's say 20%. Then I'll put all my money into this particular, of course holding some amount. So whichever business will give me better return, I will put my money over there. And he also said same thing, very similar thing. But first of all, how much of money you are holding as cash balance depends upon your income. Second, it depends upon your interest rate. Higher the interest rate, more with the opportunity cost of holding money, less money you will hold. Correct? Clear? So यहाँ पर अब देख लो, डिमांड फॉर मनी इज पॉजिटिवली, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये 4 पॉइंट से आपका +1 क्वेश्चन. डिमांड फॉर मनी इज अ फंक्शन ऑफ टोटल वेल्थ. इट मीन डायरेक्ट रिलेशन है. यहाँ जितना वेल्थ रहेगा उतना डिमांड फॉर मनी रहेगा, which is defined as the average return of 5 assets in the monetarist theory would be namely money, bond, equity, physical capital and human capital. Demand for money is positively related to price level. Why? Price level increases, the opportunity cost will increase, but still you will hold more money because your transaction cost is increasing. Demand for money rises, the opportunity cost of holding money decline, vice versa. It means मतलब क्या हुआ? If opportunity cost of holding money, when it will decline? When the interest rate is falling. Correct or not? So fall in the interest rate, fall in the opportunity cost, demand for money will increase. Rise in the interest rate, rise in the opportunity cost, demand for money will decrease. And demand for money influenced by inflation. Positive inflation reduces the real value of money balance, thereby increasing opportunity cost of holding money. But still you will hold more money. डिमांड फॉर मनी एज अ बिहेवियर टुवर्ड्स रिस्क सिंपल है भाई, ये क्या है, ये पोर्टफोलियो स्ट्रक्चर बताया. व्हाट इज अ पोर्टफोलियो? इज अ लिस्ट ऑफ instrument that I'm holding. Now what Tobin said, everybody will try to make a risk and reward characteristic. Now this is money, this is risk free, no risk, but that is positive, no return, this is negative. So if I'm holding some amount of money, there is no return, ये negative को मैंने को कम करने का है. बॉन्ड रिस्क है तो नेगेटिव है, ये रिस्क इज नेगेटिव, बट रिटर्न है दैट इज पॉजिटिव. तो दोनों में एक पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव है. कैन आई यूज दिस पॉजिटिव, कैन आई यूज दिस पॉजिटिव टू रिड्यूस दिस नेगेटिव? कैन आई यूज माई रिटर्न ऑन द बॉन्ड्स टू मिनिमाइज द अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट? राइट और रॉन्ग? और नो रिस्क तो है ही है यहां पर. So what I'll do, I will make a optimal portfolio structure. Now understand, what is an portfolio structure which is non-optimal? I use everything in money. Portfolio में मेरा पूरा money है. Entire portfolio is money, cash. My return will be zero. I'll be 100% safe, but I'll never grow. If I keep all my money in bond, I can become a king, but I can become a pauper as well. मैं भगवान भी बन सकता है, मैं भिखारी भी बन सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. राइट? तो मेरे को दोनों नहीं चाहिए. I don't want to gamble with my money. So what I'll do, I will mitigate the risk and reward. मैं क्या करेगा, मैं कुछ पैसा मनी में रखेगा, कुछ पैसा बॉन्ड में रखेगा. बट तो रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड मिटिगेट हो गया. बट इफ सपोज इंटरेस्ट रेट increases, will I maintain the same ratio? Let's say bond 60%, money 40%. Will I maintain the same ratio? No. If the interest rate is increasing, what will I do? तो क्या हो जाएगा मेरा, ये हो गया मेरा बॉन्ड, बॉन्ड हो गया, एंड दिस इज माय, दिस इज द मनी दैट आई विल होल्ड, कैश. This is money. So I will be willing to take a higher risk provided interest rate is increasing, because increase interest rate means increase in the opportunity cost. I want to cut it down, so I'll hold less money. But what if interest rate decreases? Interest rate is decreasing. Then do you think I will maintain the same way? No. What I'll do now? Now I'll keep, this is the money that I'll keep, that is cash, and this is the bond I will keep. Correct? So high interest rate means high opportunity cost, means more bond and less money. ऐसे याद रखने का. तो क्या बोलेगा, हाई इंटरेस्ट रेट, हाई इंटरेस्ट रेट है, इट मीन्स हाई अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट, इट मीन्स more bonds and less money. If I have low interest rate, then low opportunity cost, then you'll have what? More money and less bond. Correct? Right. So it means, don't you think he also said the same thing what Keynes had mentioned? What Keynes had mentioned? That amount of money you are holding as cash balance or liquidity preference depends upon the interest rate. Higher the interest rate, lower the bond prices, you will buy more bond, so you will have less money. Lower the interest rate, more the bond prices, you will buy less bond, you will have more money. So formal and top in 4. Clear hai? So remember again from this particular thing what we have discussed here, triple plus 1 question, मतलब 3 question नहीं, high probability question. All right, supply of money. देखो सप्लाई ऑफ मनी में मैं यहां नहीं जाएगा कि what is public, what is government, why do we need to measure money and everything. It is very very easy. This M1 M2 M3 मैं बोल दिया है, याद है ना, याद सिंपल है। M1 क्या है भाई, करेंसी कॉन्स्टेंट नोट विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट्स ऑफ पब्लिक विद बैंक प्लस अदर डिपॉजिट विद आरबीआई। NM1 भी यही होता है। M2 क्या होता है, M1 प्लस पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग डिपॉजिट। NM1 क्या होता है, NM1 उसमें आ जाता है। NM1 NM1 में क्या हो जाता है, NM1 क्या, अगेन करेंसी कॉइन नोट विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट पब्लिक विद बैंक प्लस अदर डिपॉजिट। M2 में क्या था, पोस्ट ऑफिस सेविंग। यहाँ पे NM1 NM2 में क्या हो जाता है, short term, it means every time deposit which is getting matured within 12 months period. M3 में क्या था, वहां पर M3 में करेंसी कॉइन नोट विद पब्लिक, डिमांड डिपॉजिट ऑफ पब्लिक विद बैंक प्लस अदर डिपॉजिट्स ऑफ आरबीआई प्लस टाइम डिपॉजिट, मींस M1 प्लस टाइम डिपॉजिट था, करेक्ट। यहाँ पे M3 NM3 में क्या हो जाता है, एवरीथिंग प्लस, यस, एनी एवरी टाइम डिपॉजिट विद द मैच्योरिटी पीरियड ऑफ मोर देन 1 मंथ, एंड M4 में सब आ जाता है। ठीक है, ये देख लेना। So straight away we'll jump into the concept here, that is determinants of money supply. So determinants of money supply में ये L1 L2 you can ignore, no problem. So determinants of money supply, you see money supply can be determined exogenously and endogenously. So remember here money multiplier say plus 2 questions, you can say double plus 2 questions you will get from it. Right? So money multiplier says, first of all, money can be determined exogenously and endogenously. Exogenously by the central bank, endogenously by the economic activity change in the interest rate, people's behavior to hold more cash or less cash, this and that. Exogenously क्या होता है, the money printed by the central bank is known as high powered money और reserve money भी इसको बोलते हैं. So when the reserve money increases, what will happen, that this is indicated by monetary base. So इसमें क्या है, हाँ, if I say what the hell, so M is क्या दिया है, small m into MB. Now this M is nothing but the post in the bloody machine. What is going crazy? देखो M equals to small m into MB. This M is the high powered money. How high powered money? That is money printed by the central bank. और बेस मनी और मॉनेटरी बेस बोलते हैं इसको, क्या हुआ, बेस मनी और मॉनेटरी बेस बोलते हैं इसको, हाई पावर्ड मनी और रिजर्व मनी और रिजर्व बैंक्स मनी वी कॉल इट, और सेंट्रल बैंक्स मनी. दिस M stand for multiplier, it will have a value 2 3 4 5 whatever, and this M is the money supply. So what this equation says, that if there is increase in the money supply, then the reason for the increase in the money supply is because of increase in the monetary base. Say for example, if the value of M is 5 times and RBI prints 200 crore rupees of extra cash, don't you think money supply will increase by 1000 crore? Right or wrong? It will increase. So any increase in the monetary base or decrease in the monetary base will increase the money supply, but in greater proportion, because there is multiplier. Why this greater proportion is happening? Because money has a velocity. If RBI prints 100 rupees, don't, it's not that 100 rupees will go for one transaction and then over. This मिलेगा फाड़ के फेंक दिया, हो गया. ये मूवी हॉल का टिकट नहीं है ना, पहले अभी तो ई टिकट आ गया, बार कोड एंड एवरीथिंग. प्रीवियसली यू गो टू टिकट था, आधा फाड़ के आप रखो, आधा माई रखे. दैट यू यूज्ड टू डू. यू हैव नॉट सीन दोस डेज बाय द वे. देखा है, नहीं देखा. तो वैसा ही होता था. So but money which is printed is velocity is increasing time and time again, and if you print more money, if suppose monetary base will increase, this multiplier will also increase. बोला सर ये कैसे होगा? अगर आरबीआई नया कैसा प्रिंट किया तो मल्टीप्लायर कैसे इंक्रीज होगा? यू टेल मी हाउ. When RBI prints more money, then more money will float into the economy. You will have more money. Bank will reduce the interest rate and everything. And when you have more money, what you do? Is there any possibility people have more money but they are spending less? And laws of economics have to be changed then. Not possible. पैसा है तो आप खर्च करेगा, no matter what. So increase in the monetary base will automatically increase the multiplier, and money supply will increase exponentially. So it means if I want to calculate what is my multiplier, can I say that is nothing but money supply, that is M, by monetary base? So can I say money multiplier is nothing but the ratio between the money supply and the monetary base? अभी इसमें क्वेश्चन आ जाता है सर, अगर मॉनिटरी बेस इंक्रीज हुआ, अगर आप लिखा ये कैपिटल M by MB and monetary base increases, the denominator increase हो रहा है ना, M तो डिक्रीज होगा, नहीं M इंक्रीज होगा. बोला सर लॉजिकली कैसे होगा? मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन किया था ये क्लासरूम. हाउ? बोलो. Money supply also increase. Yes. When the monetary base is increasing, Baba, simple logic. RBI is printing more money, तो monetary base increase हो रहा तो money supply भी तो increase होगा रे बाबा. So do you think multiplier will come down? No, multiplier will increase. It's not only monetary base is increasing. So can we conclude here that whether M increases or MB increases or small m increases, कोई भी increase होता money supply increase होगा. MB increases or M increases, in both cases money supply will increase. So can I say monetary base and multiplier has direct or positive relation to the money supply? All right. So very important. Next, money multiplier approach to money supply. Very, very important. Again, triple plus 2 marks. So it depends on the behavior of the central bank and behavior of the public. इसमें क्या बताया था पहले आपको? What is behavior of central bank? Behavior of central bank can be defined in two ways. What? पहला, you can increase the H or decrease the H. H is nothing but reserve money or monetary base. You increase the H, money supply increases. You decrease the H, money supply decreases. Second, central bank can increase the required reserve. That is the bank that will have to hold necessarily that they cannot lend to public. If central bank says SLR and CRR combined is 20%, it means out of 1000 crore of total deposit, 20%, that is 200 crore, they cannot lend to public. If central bank increases this required reserve to 30%, don't you think public lending will come down to 700 crore? And if it decreases to 10%, then public lending will increase to 900 crore. So increase or decrease in the required rate will also lead to increase or decrease in the money supply. Second is known as behavior of the commercial bank. इसको बोलते हैं reserves to deposit ratio. आपके बुक में गलत दिया, उसको करेक्ट कर दो. Reserves to deposit ratio denoted by small r by capital D. I think I've got it corrected in the last session. I mean in the usual session that we. So what is this? इसका मतलब क्या है समझ लो, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. This is required reserve and this is actual reserve को मैं actual reserve AR लिखेगा. When actual reserve is more than the required reserve, RBI बोला 20% required reserve रखो, बैंक बोला मैं 25% रखेगा. Bank had 1000 crore. If the bank would have kept 20%, then the bank would have been able to lend 800 crore to public. Credit expansion would have happened. But the bank says no, actual reserve I'm going to keep 25%. So it means rather than keeping 200 crore as reserve, I'm going to keep 250 crore as reserve. It means public lending will come down from 800 crore to 750 crore. So don't you think if the banks are maintaining an actual reserve which is more than the required reserve, this will lead to decrease in the money supply? Correct? But if the banks are maintaining a required reserve which is lower than the actual reserve, which is lower than the required reserve, RBI बोला 20% रखो, right? But आप रखा 15%. If you would have kept 20% and 800, you could have lent out of 1000 deposit, but now you are lending how much? 850. So don't you think this will lead to increase in the money supply? This behavior of bank is known as reserves to deposit ratio, which is denoted by, as I've told you, R is capital R by capital D. This R is the reserve that the banks are holding and this D is the deposit. Now what happens here? If the reserves are increasing, it means banks are lending more or less. Banks are lending less money. If the banks are lending less money, then people can borrow less money. If people are borrowing less money, people are borrowing for what? Consumption or production. So let's say I am a businessman, I went to the bank. The bank says I'm holding more reserve, I cannot give you too much of money. I said I want 100 crore loan. The bank said I can give you only 40 crore loan. So I took 40 crore only. Right. Now I will use this 40 crore to pay to everybody who is providing me machine, rental and everything. Where will I pay them? In their bank account. So their bank is receiving 40 crore only. If the bank would have given me 100 crore rupees of loan that I wanted, then I would have made a purchase of capital asset and everything worth 100 crore. It means all of the other people in their bank account, they would have received a deposit from me because I'm paying them 100 crore rather than 40 crore. So can I say if bank is keeping a higher reserve, then the banks are lending less to others. If the others are borrowing less, then they are depositing less in some other bank. So deposit will come down. Value of small r. Value of r will increase, but increasing r lead to decrease in the money supply. So reserves to deposit ratio has an inverse relation to the money supply. If the banks are keeping a lower reserve, then deposit in the bank will increase. Banks are lending more, I can borrow more, I can spend more, other bank will earn more. So as a result, what will happen? The value of R will decrease. Decreasing value of R means increase in the money supply. Clear है? समझ में आया? तो इसको reserves to deposit, so mind it, reserves to deposit ratio has an inverse or negative return relation to the money supply. And third is behavior of public. Behavior of public is denoted by currency to deposit ratio. And what is behavior of public? Behavior of public means whether the public will prefer to hold more cash in hand or less cash in hand. Why do you think the banking sector has grown significantly in the last 10 years and especially in the last 5-6 years? What is the one main reason? There are many reasons, but that led to the growth in the banking sector significantly. Huh? UPI. Alright. So UPI है. UPI से क्या हुआ? If suppose I was a salaried employee, मेरे को household चलाने का है, I will think that my household expenditure per month is 30,000 rupees. The moment I'll get the salary, I'll go to the ATM and withdraw 30,000 and keep it in the house. मतलब कौन रोज रोज ATM से थोड़ी withdraw करेगा मैं? So suddenly the bank lost. I mean, everybody is doing the same thing, by the way. Nobody wants to go to bank again and again. So the moment the salary will come, the bank deposit will dry up by 20-30%. So the bank have less money to lend to public and bank return on investment will decrease because bank के पास कम पैसा है तो कम lend करेगा, कम return मिलेगा on lending. Now what has happened? Do I need to withdraw from the bank and keep idle cash in hand? Everybody, even a bloody beggar, is accepting a UR code. राइट, क्यूआर कोड सबको ही एक्सेप्ट करता है। सब्जी मंडी आप जाओ जयनगर, यहाँ पे 4th ब्लॉक में मार्केट है, जस्ट शो मी वन वेजिटेबल वेंडर हु डजंट हैव अ क्यूआर कोड। दैट्स अ ब्लडी रेवोल्यूशन इन इंडिया। यू डोंट नो एट व्हाट लेवल दिस रेवोल्यूशन इज देयर। इट्स अ रेवोल्यूशन। लोग सुलभ शौचालय जा रहे 2 रुपए में देके, राइट, क्यूआर कोड बाथरूम के लिए भी लग रहा है। Many of the parking places will stop taking cash and they are taking, कौन कैश हैंडलिंग करेगा? इट इज बिकम इजियर फॉर द बिजनेसमैन एज वेल। अगर मैं रेस्टोरेंट चला रहा है, बोलेगा भाई कैश नहीं चाहिए, कैश जो लेगा काम से निकाल देगा, मैं क्यूआर कोड में आई विल लीव एवरीथिंग। नाउ डोंट यू, डू यू थिंक एनीबडी कैन स्टील इवन 1 rupee फ्रॉम मी? टेल मी, कैन यू स्टील? नो, माय लेबरर्स, हाउ कैन दे स्टील? हाउ कैन यू स्टील? because the money is straight away going to my bank account, unless the worker is roaming with his own pay QR code, तो हाईटेक चोरी हो जाएगा वो। राइट, क्लियर? तो नो नो, इट हैपेंड एट वन ऑफ द प्लेसेस। दिल्ली में तो कुछ भी पॉसिबल है। कुछ चोर लोग क्या किए, जाके रात के समय, रात के समय नहीं, अराउंड एनी एवरी टाइम दे वेंट टू मेनी शॉप्स एंड दे वर कैरिंग देयर ओन स्टिकर ऑफ क्यूआर कोड, और वो जाके कस्टमर बन के चुपचाप से क्यूआर कोड लगा दिया, हर जगह क्यूआर कोड, हर जगह क्यूआर, एंड इट्स लिंक टू देयर बैंक अकाउंट। नाउ यू वेंट टू वन शॉप, हाँ भैया कितना है? 500 रुपए। 500 रुपए, टिंग टोंग, बोला, वो बोला आया नहीं, बोला मैं तो किया, बोला नहीं आया सर, क्यूआर कोड आया। बोला कैसे भाई, ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? फिर दूसरा किया, आपको 2-3 बार ही होगा, बट द थिंग इज यू हैव फिक्स्ड द क्यूआर कोड इन मोर देन 500 शॉप्स। तो 2 बार 3 बार भी मिलने के आपको एक दिन में 5-7 लाख रुपए का मिल जाएगा। कैन इमेजिन? हाईटेक चोरी हो रहा है अभी। तो बी केयरफुल व्हेन यू स्कैन एनी क्यूआर कोड टू पे द मनी, राइट? तो नाउ प्लीज, so now understand here, please pay attention. So currency to deposit ratio is denotes small c is capital C by capital D. This C relate to the currency that I'm holding in hand and deposit in the bank. If I'm holding more currency in hand, then deposit will come down. As a result, what will happen? R will reduce or increase? R will increase. Increase in R, sorry, C will increase. Increase in C will do what? Decrease in the money supply. And if I am UPI आ गया, मैं कम कैश होल्ड कर रहा है, most of the money is lying in the bank as deposit. Deposit will increase. So what will happen? Value of C will decrease. Decrease in value of C, it means increase in the money supply. तो वो जो चार्ट बनाया वो याद रखने का, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। H increases, money supply increases and multiplier increases. Small r increases, money supply decreases, multiplier decreases, and vice versa. And vice versa. And small c increases, money supply decreases, and multiplier decreases, and vice versa. So basically, triple plus 1 from here. Clear hai? Credit multiplier, very important here. Everything I've explained you here. Ways and means advances I've बोल दिया. Now understand, if the government, if they ask you, increase in the ways and means advances by the bank, by the government, will it lead to increase in money supply or decrease in money supply? Increase in money supply. When the government is borrowing more, it is paying more. It is borrowing for the purpose of payment. क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर आपको एक्सप्लेन कर दिया ना पहले, समझ में आ गया था? कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है? प्रॉब्लम में कोई कंफ्यूजन है? These are the easiest problem. Remember the equation. Just look at me and tell me what is the equation for money multiplier. No. Look, don't look at above. Don't look at above. What is C? फॉर्मूला बोलना. C plus 1 divided by C plus R plus E. पूरा डेरिवेशन बताया था आपको. Alright. ना मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी में क्या नहीं समझ में आया बोल दो, मैं सिर्फ वही एक्सप्लेन करेगा, तू पूरा फैक्ट है. एनीथिंग दैट यू हैवंट अंडरस्टूड. हाँ, क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर प्लीज, ट्रिपल प्लस वन, क्रेडिट मल्टीप्लायर फॉर्मूला भी याद रखना. ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी प्लस वन. यहां से आप प्लस वन. Cash reserve or liquidity reserves a plus one. They can ask you where the cash reserve ratio can be spent. All factual है. LAF double plus one. And हाँ, liquidity adjustment facility. This is also double plus one. And here also double plus one. Organizational structure of monetary policy. And now look at me, just look at me. What is market stabilization scheme? Don't read, tell me. Market stabilization scheme क्या है? हाँ? When there is too much of foreign capital inflow happens, RBI convert that foreign, absorb that foreign currency and pumps equivalent amount of Indian currency, inflation will happen. So what RBI will do? RBI will issue government bonds to mop up the excess money. This money will not be given to the government. It will be locked into the market stabilization scheme account, MSS account. What is LAF? Discount window भी बोलते हैं. When the bank is going through liquidity shortfall, then the bank can borrow from the central bank at a very low rate of interest. That's why it's called as discount window, liquidity adjustment facility. By mortgaging or keeping collateral government securities or any other financial instrument. But if the bank are going through liquidity crisis, then the bank can have to borrow under what is known as marginal standing facility. What is marginal standing facility? SLR dipping. Bank says, RBI says, देखो, you require 10,000 crore rupees. I can give you only 3,000 crore rupees under LAF. Remaining 7,000 crore rupees, you dip into your SLR and withdraw from the SLR. I will assume that you have borrowed from me. And there will be a penal rate of interest, it means penalty rate of interest, which is very, very high. And one criteria you can also understand, remember, you have to, they can ask you question from there. And I can withdraw from MSF only in multiples of 1 crore. Alright, clear? Multiples of 1 crore doesn't mean only 1 crore. If I have a liquidity problem of 10 crore 50 lakh, I can withdraw 11 crore or 10 crore. Decimal में नहीं withdraw कर सकता मैं. Alright, now international trade में आ जाओ फटाफट. Theories of international trade, mercantilist view plus one question. Right. So this trade, assume trade is a zero sum game. बहुत simple theory याद रखने का. It means there will be only one winner, one loser. Gain by the one will be equal to losses by the another. A country's power in the economic scenario is considered according to its reserve of gold and silver. The government of those countries will have to promote a lot of export by giving them incentives and tax break, so that when you sell goods and services, you will get a lot of gold. But imports were considered as bad, so imports were a lot of sanctions and import duty, taxations and disincentives were done by the government, because import will flood, it will deplete the reserves of the country. Then came Adam Smith. He gave the concept of absolute advantage. Some country will be, यहाँ पर आप देख लो, यहाँ पर some countries can produce some commodity more efficiently than other, so this will lead to trade. Now, absolute advantage or disadvantage of a country depends upon only labor efficiency. It means all other cost, capital cost, taxation, everything is completely ignored. Only labor efficiency will determine whether the country has absolute advantage or disadvantage. India can produce this pen, 1 unit of pen, 10 units of pen in 1 hour. China can produce 20 units in 1 hour. So, which country has absolute advantage? China has absolute advantage. Right? Clear? China has absolute advantage. But India can produce this in, let's say, 5 hours, whereas China can produce this in 15 hours. Then India has absolute advantage. Then the trade can take place between pen and mobile phone between India and China. So here you see both the country, here you can say country A can produce unit output per hour of labor, 6 bushels of wheat per hour and 4 yards of cloth per hour, and country B can produce 1 and 5. Now if I ask you in terms of wheat, which country has absolute advantage? Country A has absolute advantage or country B has absolute advantage? Country A, because it can produce 6 in per hour. But in terms of cloth, country B has absolute advantage, so trade can happen. So country A will produce. Now remember, another disadvantage of this theory, that exchange must happen in specific proportion, otherwise you will not be able to calculate the absolute disadvantage advantage, or it could be a possibility one country will lose, other will gain. So it will give 6W to country B. Now remember, what I am importing I will not produce, I will produce. So it means country A, if it's producing wheat to export, it will produce wheat to consume itself as well. But it will import wheat, so it is not going to produce wheat. Sorry, it will import cloth, it is not going to produce cloth. Country B is importing wheat, so country B will not produce wheat. Country B will get the wheat from country A, and cloth it will produce and send to country, and for itself also it will produce. So country B receives 6W. Now how long will it take for country B to produce 6W internally? 6 hours. तो इसका 6 घंटा बच गया. These 6 hours can be used by country B to produce 30C. Now out of this 30C, if 6C is given to country A, country A का क्या benefit हो गया? Country A 1 घंटे का सामान दिया, correct? 1 hour worth of wheat it gave, but how many hour worth of cloth it has received? 1.5 hour, no. Internally, country A can produce 4 yards of cloth per hour, correct? So it means in 1 yard of cloth, how long will it take to produce? अरे भाई 1 घंटे में 4 प्रोड्यूस करता है, तो 1 प्रोड्यूस करने में कितना टाइम लगेगा? 15 मिनट्स. तो 6 प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए कितना लगेगा? 1.5 hour, 90 minutes. So I am getting 90 minutes of cloth by giving 60 minutes of wheat. So half an hour, isn't it the benefit for country A? और 2C, 2C का बेनिफिट हो गया मेरे को. अभी आप ऐसे सोचो, if the trade was not happening and country A had 2 hours, in these 2 hours country A can produce 6W and 6C, sorry 4C. यही है ना, ट्रेड नहीं हुआ तो. Now if country A had 2 hours, it will produce 12W, जिसमें से it gave 6W to country B. It is left with how much? 12W के जगह 6C बचा, इसके पास 6W बचा, right? And it receives how much? 6C. तो 2 घंटे में उसके पास कितना है? 6W and 6C rather than 6W and 4C. So country A, isn't it benefited? Yes. कंट्री ए का क्या बेनिफिट हुआ बताओ? कंट्री बी का क्या बेनिफिट हुआ? कंट्री बी गॉट हाउ मेनी, अगर आवर्स में या मिनट्स में कर लो, कंट्री बी गॉट हाउ मेनी मिनट्स ऑफ व्हीट? 6 इंटू कितना? 1 घंटे. मेरे को प्रोड्यूस करने में 60 मिनट्स लगता ना. आई गॉट 6, So it means 360 minutes of wheat मेरे को मिला. And how many minutes of cloth have I given? To produce one, I require 12 minutes, correct? Because 1 घंटे में 5 produce कर रहा है ना. To produce 5, how much I need? क्या रे? 72 minutes, no? To produce 5, I require how much minute? 60 minutes. To produce one, how much I require? 12 minutes. मैं दिया कितना? 6 दिया. तो कितना मिनट का सामान दिया? 72 मिनट्स का. कितना मिनट का सामान मिला? तो 360 minus 72 मेरा बेनिफिट है. So who has benefited more, country A or B? B has benefited more. All right, but it doesn't matter who is benefiting more, who is benefiting less. Simply Adam Smith said that mutually gainful trade is possible, unlike the mercantilist approach who said that mutually gainful trade is never possible. If that is the case, no country will trade. But he said also that trade is only possible when one country has absolute advantage, other has absolute disadvantage in the production of both the goods. If both the countries has absolute disadvantage, I mean one country has absolute disadvantage in production of both and other country has absolute advantage in the production of both, then trade is not possible. Then came David Ricardo and he gave the concept of comparative advantage. And he said that trade is even possible when both the country, if the country has absolute disadvantage in the production of both. मेरे को क्या करने का है? You have to find out whichever country is having absolute disadvantage in both, in which commodity the absolute disadvantage is lowest. In whichever commodity absolute disadvantage is lowest, I will say it has comparative advantage in that good. So, you see, again, triple plus 1 you will get. So, don't you think country B has absolute disadvantage in the production of both wheat and cloth? But its absolute disadvantage is lower in which case? Cloth or wheat? Huh? Absolute disadvantage is lower in case of which? दोनों को कंपेयर करेगा मैं तो फिर क्या रे? इन व्हीट और इन क्लॉथ? व्हीट कैसे? इन विच 1 घंटे में मैं 1 प्रोड्यूस करता, 1 घंटे में 2 प्रोड्यूस करता. ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम किस में है? ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम व्हीट में है, करेक्ट? तो जिसमें ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है उसमें ज्यादा डिसएडवांटेज है या कम डिसएडवांटेज है? तो कम डिसएडवांटेज किसमें है? तो जिसमें कम डिसएडवांटेज है उसमें तो कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज होगा, करेक्ट? So in case of cloth, I have comparative advantage because my absolute disadvantage is lower. All right. So country B, again I'll repeat, country B has absolute disadvantage in the production of both wheat and cloth, but its absolute disadvantage is lower in terms of cloth. So it has comparative advantage. So the trade is a possibility. Same way, A will produce and export 6W to country B, correct? So how long will it take for country B to produce 6W? 6 hours. These 6 hours, in these 6 hours, how many yards of cloth it can produce? 12. 12C produce करेगा जिसमें 6C उसको दे दिया. So same way benefit इसका कितना है? Half an hour or 2C. But what is the benefit for country B? It received 6 hours worth of good. It gave how many hours worth of cloth? You tell me now. मिला 6 घंटे का, दिया कितने घंटे का? 1 घंटे में 2 बनाता, करेक्ट? तो 6 बनाने का कितना लगेगा? 3 घंटे. तो मिला मेरे को कितना? 6 घंटे का सामान, दिया मैं कितना? मेरा बेनिफिट कितना? 6 घंटे का व्हीट मिला, 3 घंटे का क्लॉथ दिया, 3 आवर्स मेरा बेनिफिट. अंडरस्टूड? तो ट्रेड इज अ पॉसिबल. क्लियर है? फैक्टर इंडोमेंट थ्योरी आपको समझा चुका है, एक्शर एंड ऑलिन. सो फैक्टर इंडोमेंट थ्योरी वेरी सिंपल. इट सेज दैट every economy has both man-made and natural means of production broadly divided into capital and labor. For example, nature has given a lot of oil to Saudi Arabia, so natural है. Man-made भी अभी हो गया because they have too much of money, so they require services. So, but they have not promoted education, and religious education is not going to help any country to grow. All right, they are growing because they have oil money. They have realized this, right? They have realized this, and as a result, now they are promoting education, right? Modern education, not religious education. Religious education is a private matter. They have to understand. So now, India, if you look at, we don't have, nature has not given us too much of oil. We can't help it. Human being का उसमें कोई responsibility नहीं है हमारे पास oil. But we have got large amount of arable land. We can grow the best vegetables in the world. We have got the experts in the field of science, technology, finance, and everything. And among the Asians, Chinese and Indians are the ones which are rocking the world in whichever country. China भी पीछे नहीं है. So every company in the world wants a Chinese and an Indian IT guys, Indian financial and Chinese financial guys, and everybody. So we are very good in human resource. China has both. टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट भी हो रहा है, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स भी है. हमारा भी टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट शुरू हो गया है, and human resource is already there. It means India is going to be the next China in terms of growth and development, minus the autocracy, democracy हमारा. So democracy जहाँ होता है वहाँ पे growth slow होता है. But yes, every country has this kind of man-made and natural sources of production divided into capital and labor. A capital surplus country will adopt capital intensive method of production and produce those goods which are more capital intensive. Germany will have more benefit in producing space equipment, defense equipment, microprocessor, and everything. If they try to produce textiles and shoes and leathers and apparels, they will have difficult time. Bangladesh can produce this very nicely. India can produce both very nicely. So this will lead to trade between. Now, again, you may or may not get one question from here, but you can definitely get double plus one question in factor price equalization theory. Easy है, मैं आपको समझा दिया, याद है ना? Or do you want me to explain again? Clear है ये? Very easy. और ये तो ट्रिपल प्लस वन न्यू ट्रेड थियरी, मोनोपोलिस्टिक मार्केट हो जाता है. इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ ट्रेड थियरी, करेक्ट, इसमें कुछ बताने का नहीं है, सब फैक्चुअल है, मार्क कर लो, दो से इंपॉर्टेंट है. स्पेसिफिक टैरिफ सब प्लस वन डबल प्लस वन है, याद रखने का. स्पेसिफिक टैरिफ, मिक्स टैरिफ एंड कंपाउंड टैरिफ, बाउंड टैरिफ, escalated tariff, tariff as a response for trade distortion, trigger price mechanism, 4 times plus and 1, very important, anti-dumping and countervailing duty. कितना सारा एग्जाम्पल दिया, याद रखने का, नहीं याद कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. इफेक्ट्स ऑफ टैरिफ, यस, डबल प्लस वन. टेक्निकल मेजर्स में सैनिटरी एंड फाइटोसैनिटरी मेजर, डबल प्लस वन. यस, कोटा, डबल प्लस वन. परमानेंट एंड टैरिफ रेट कोटा, रूल्स ऑफ ऑरिजिन, ओनली प्लस वन. ऐसे ट्रेड नेगोशिएशन में आपको बता दिया क्या होने का है, सिर्फ पढ़ लेना WTO का. यहाँ पे जस्ट होल्ड ऑन. नाउ द थिंग इज आई कैनॉट चूज फ्रॉम हियर, क्योंकि अप एंड डाउन किसी में जंबल करते रहते हैं, तो यहाँ पर प्लस वन आपको पूछ सकते हैं, राइट. सो जस्ट रीड इट, डिफरेंस पता कर लेना दोनों क्या है. यस, जनरल अग्रीमेंट ऑन ट्रेड एंड टैरिफ प्लस वन, एंड व्हाई गेट लॉस्ट इज रेलेवेंस अगेन प्लस वन. World Trade Organization, triple plus one. Structure of WTO, not important. These guiding principles में just hold on, देख लेना एक बार, दोनों में से प्लस माइनस वन यू कैन से. ओवरव्यू ऑफ WTO agreement, not important. Doha development round double plus one. Major issues of WTO and concern raised by developing country plus one plus one. रनिंग रेफरेंस में पढ़ लेना. एक्सचेंज रेट, इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है बताओ. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अंडरस्टैंड, ये सब सिंपल है. रिमेंबर, नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट इज डिटरमिन्ड बाय द मार्केट फोर्सेस ऑफ डिमांड एंड सप्लाई. इसको फ्लेक्सिबल एक्सचेंज रेट भी बोलते हैं. Remember the topics wherein I have given you more time, that automatically becomes more important. So यहाँ पर demand and supply, that will demand for what? Demand for dollar and supply of dollar will determine the nominal exchange rate. $1 equals to 80 rupees अगर मैं बोला यहाँ पर, and this is the quantity. Now whether demand for dollar increases or supply, so understand one thing, what happens if I say this pen is dollar, all right, or its supply is increasing, supply of dollars is increasing, what will happen? Dollar will depreciate. It means rupee will appreciate. And if supply of dollars decreases, then dollar will appreciate and rupee will depreciate. Demand side lega, demand for dollar increases, dollar will appreciate, rupee will depreciate, and demand for dollar decreases, then dollar will depreciate and rupee will appreciate. So it means याद रखने का कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है. Just assume that dollar is a commodity, and if its demand is increasing, its value will increase. If its demand is decreasing, its value will decrease. Increase in the value of dollar, dollar is appreciating. Decrease in the value of dollar, dollar is depreciating. But appreciation or depreciation we say from the perspective of domestic currency and not foreign currency. Alright. And remember, when I look at domestic currency has a negative relation to the nominal exchange rate. It means increase in the nominal exchange rate, meaning depreciation of domestic currency, and decrease in the nominal exchange rate means increase in the or appreciation of domestic currency. Clear है? Nominal exchange rate. तो अभी देखो यहां पर एक बार मैं आपको दिखा देता है. What is happening here? You see, this is the nominal exchange rate because this is the demand curve for dollar and this is the supply curve for dollar. What happened? Demand for dollar increases, rightward shift in the dollar demand curve happens, and what happens here? Here if the nominal exchange rate was 75 per dollar, here it is rupees 80 per dollar. So rather than 75, I have to pay 80 rupees to buy $1. So it means Indian currency has depreciated. In the next diagram, you see what has happened. Supply of dollar has increased. So now this is the supply curve and this is the demand curve. Equilibrium exchange rate, let's say rupees 80 per dollar hai, and there is a rightward shift. There is a rightward shift in the supply curve. Supply curve rightward shift kiya. So what has happened? It has hit over here. So what has happened? Now I can say 75 rupees per dollar. So if I have 75 rupees, I can buy $1. 80 rupees I don't require. So it means money has become more expensive. Dollar has become cheaper. So Indian currency has appreciated or home currency has appreciated. So the nominal exchange rate is determined by the increase or decrease demand and supply of foreign currency in our domestic territory. So understand यहाँ पे क्या क्या important points है आपको. First of all, currency can be expressed in terms of foreign currency. Yes, direct quotation किधर है? Direct quotation, it means when we try to express the value of a how many units of a foreign currency will buy, how many units of, I mean, 1 unit of a foreign currency, how many units of a domestic currency it will buy. So if I say $1 equals to rupees 80, that is a direct quote. In a direct quote, foreign currency is the base currency and domestic currency is the counter currency. And direct form of quotation is also known as European currency quotation. इसको European बोलते हैं. Whereas an indirect quote, I will try to find out in 1 rupee how many dollars can you buy. So you see here, this is your indirect quote. So if I say that 1 rupee is equal to $0.005, then this is an indirect quote. Now this is your base currency and dollar is your counter currency. This is known as American currency quotation. Now remember one thing here, unique rate or unified rate, when there is no difference between the buy and sell. Remember, they will ask you what is spread. What is spread? The difference between the buy and the sell price, that is the spread. And spread is generally low, but the volume of transaction is very high. So the foreign currency का buy और sell rate same नहीं होता है, थोड़ा difference होगा. कितना difference? बहुत कम difference होगा. 10 पैसा 15 पैसा का difference होगा. But the thing is, if I'm Western Union money transfer, every single day I'm exchanging $10 billion worth of currency, then every day I'll make 10-15 crore rupees of pure profit. So the volume of transaction is very, very high. You must know, I keep talking about stock market all the time, but real money, flows where? In the money market. If I take the global market and ask you how much of money is flowing in the capital market, that is stock exchange, or how much of money is flowing in the money market, percentage wise, can you tell me? 97-98% of the money is in the money market. Only 2% of the world market, money is in the stock exchanges or capital market. Right? Tell me one thing. इंडिया का 150 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन है, कितने का पास डीमैट अकाउंट और कितने के पास बैंक अकाउंट है जो यूपीआई यूज कर? You tell me. So where more people's money is there? Of course in the bank account. Right? Not even 4% of the Indian people have a demat account. Right? 80% to 90% of the people, they have a bank account. Clear? So real money is, actual money is in the money market, not. So difference between buy and sell price of a foreign currency or any currency is known as spread, and spread is very thin. So floating and flexible मैं बता दिया, advantage disadvantage देख लेना. Floating is when RBI do not, or central bank do not intervene by interfering in the foreign exchange market. Demand and supply will determine. And fixed exchange rate, wherein central bank will artificially fix the value or nominal fix the exchange rate which is different from the market would have determined had there been flexible exchange rate. But the problem is, the central bank can only maintain a fixed exchange rate by artificially buying and selling the currency. Too much of dollar has come, then dollar will depreciate, Indian currency will appreciate, RBI will purchase the dollar. Now RBI doesn't want Indian currency to appreciate too much because export sector will die down. And if there is decrease in the supply of dollars, RBI will pump the dollars into the economy. So artificially controlling, but we don't control, we have a soft peg system. Meaning what? Usually it's a flexible system, but in case of volatility, central bank can control the exchange rate. तो वो देख लेना एक बार. Now याद रखने का ये फॉर्मूला आपको याद बताया था ना, नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट एग्जांपल देके आपको बताया था. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. रियल इफेक्टिव एक्सचेंज रेट इज ऑल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट, दोनों में $+1. फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मार्केट $+1. One question they can ask you, what is the foreign exchange market? It's an electronically linked market. Everywhere it is working 24/7. It doesn't close. Who is the participant? Government, common people, hedge funds, mutual fund companies, traders, travelers, everybody. Even the central bank of the country is dealing in the foreign exchange market, but they are dealing for creating stability. जो मैं पॉइंट मार्क कर रहा है, दिस वन, दिस पॉइंट इट इज हाईली इंटीग्रेटेड। आर्बिट्राज देख लेना, आपको बताया ना, एग्जांपल बताया था आर्बिट्राज, एवरीवेयर विद सेम प्राइस, बिकॉज इफ दे फॉर एग्जांपल in Singapore and in Japan, if $1 here equals to rupees 80 and $1 here is equals to rupees 80.9 paisa, so what will happen? People will buy in this market, so price will go up, people will sell in this market, price will go down, eventually price will equalize. तो इसको बोलते हैं आर्बिट्राज। वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। डिटर्मिनेशन ऑफ नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अप्रिसिएशन या डेप्रिसिएशन से एक क्वेश्चन आपका आएगा, आइदर दिस और दिस, दोनों में से भी पूछ सकते हैं बट हाईली अनलाइकली। रीवैल्यूएशन एंड, करेक्ट कर लो, डीवैल्यूएशन का इफेक्ट सेम होता है जैसा डेप्रिसिएशन होता है, एंड रीवैल्यूएशन का इफेक्ट सेम होता है जैसे अप्रिसिएशन होता है। एंड आई हैव टोल्ड यू depreciation when automatically the value of domestic currency decrease with regard to USD or any foreign currency. Devaluation is artificially done by the government. So depreciation will take place in an economy which is following a flexible exchange rate. Devaluation will happen when an economy is following a fixed exchange. Appreciation again automatically flexible exchange rate hota hai. Revaluation, then appreciation is done by the central bank. Impact, यहाँ पर ट्रिपल+2 क्वेश्चंस मार्क कर लो। It could be anything. I've explained every point very nicely. तो आपको क्या क्या मार्क करने का है? सेकंड पॉइंट, एंड इंटरनेशनल कैपिटल मूवमेंट में फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रिपल+1, राइट, यहां से प्लस एंड -1 कर सकते हो। FII again ट्रिपल+1, दे विल गिव यू एग्जांपल व्हिच इज FDI एंड FII, राइट। आपको ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ट्रिपल+1, इट मींस इट इंक्लूड्स द वन दैट वी हैव मार्क, ओवरलैप होगा, समझा? तो व्हेन यू काउंट इट यू विल गेट मोर देन 100, बट बिकॉज माइनस प्लस भी मैं कर रहा है और यहाँ पे +1 ट्रिपल+1 FDI FII में दिया है, तो मतलब यहाँ पर आ जाएगा, या वहां से आप माइनस कर दो, यहाँ पे ऐड कर दो। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, +1 here, factors may discourage FDI into the country, modes of foreign direct investment नहीं, benefits again very important, +2, sorry, +1, problems also +1, safeguard +1। अब इसमें से आपको एक क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट अबाउट इन इंडिया एंड वेयर इट इज +1, यहां से पूछेगा कि नहीं पता नहीं, बट याद रखने का, मॉरिशस से सबसे ज्यादा फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट आता है, द रीजन आई हैव टोल्ड यू। So all these are very selective, आप पढ़ लेना एक बार, and you know the videos are available to you till the day of the examination, correct or not? So please watch these videos as well for you guys, and others, and stick to the class notes yet, no nothing, no, do not अभी ICI का बुक नहीं खोलना, नहीं आपको जो बुक दिया वो नहीं खोलने का, सिंपल यहाँ से पढ़ने का है और आपको क्विक रिवीजन नोट से पढ़ने का है, जस्ट। All of you got it, quick revision note, just tell me, I shared it in the group. रिसीव्ड? कैसे नहीं रिसीव? दो अलग बैच है। तुम्हारा कौन सा बैच है भाई? अच्छा, शिशादीपुरम का है ना? क्या क्या नाम है? सी ए एफ है ना, या सी ए फाउंडेशन है? मई 2005 आ रहा है, जनवरी 2005 ऑनलाइन, सितंबर। हाँ, ये है क्या? जस्ट टेल मी, 142 मेंबर्स। लास्ट मैसेज इसका है, एडमिन का है लास्ट मैसेज क्या? हो गया, कोई शेयर कर दिया रे? किसका शेयर है? somebody shared it already. Let me see whether it's correct or not. हाँ, वही है। Who shared it, right? Admin has already shared it. All right. So I wish you all the best. Understand? Only stick to the class note and the quick revision note. Nothing else in the that's more than enough. You don't need to read anything. जो जो मार्क कराए अच्छे से पढ़ना, जो डबल प्लस वन है, ट्रिपल प्लस वन है, जो प्लस वन है बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ना, जो प्लस माइनस वन है वो भी पढ़ लेने का, छोड़ने का नहीं कुछ। You will be able to score over 90, no problem. That is a guarantee. Don't need to read any more new material. Just stick to the class notes. You'll be through. Right? Yeah, you have a doubt. Tell me. Supply side market failure. Yes. The externalities. Supply side क्या है? I am producing this pen. I am causing pollution. Am I paying for the pollution? No. Since I am not paying for the pollution, my production will be very high because my cost private includes only in external private cost. External cost नहीं है. I'm not paying, so I'll produce more. I will cause more pollution. So supply is more. Government says no, pollution tax you have to pay. When I pay the pollution tax, government is taking me for the damage to the society. Since I am paying pollution tax, I have to sell at a higher price. And when I increase the price, demand will come down, supply will come down, pollution will come down. Understood? Yeah. Bye bye. Take care.